Chapter 763, Don't You Want to Participate? Ji Junsheng and others were stunned by Feng Zai's sexy moves. However, they're happy to see the results. The more people watching the battle, the more they can clear their name, so that no one will always make trouble with the Janj competition. Therefore, even though Feng Shi didn't start the competition for a long time, they didn't say anything. Feng Shi was not idle during this period either, he was practicing swordplay on the stage. While practicing, he said, "Have you seen it? Isn't my swordsmanship very exquisite? If I want to defeat Ji Junsheng and the others, I can easily do it. If you want to win money, bet on me and I guarantee you will make a lot of money." Some people were hesitant to bet on who would win, but when they saw her like this, they immediately bet on Ji Junsheng and the others. Damn it if she can win with her ordinary swordsmanship. After Feng Shi practiced sword practice, she performed a set of punches and kicked her legs. Those who didn't know thought she was doing some showmanship here. After some fussing, Feng Shi said to Elder Du, "Don't you want to participate? Just bet on me to win." Out of sympathy, Elder Du took out a spread stone and bet Feng Shi to win. "Feng Shi, you are as stingy as my master." Little did he know that Elder Du felt that the money was just like beating a dog with meat buns. Of course, the less the better. If it weren't for the burden of being an elder, he wouldn't even be able to come up with a single spiritual stone. Feng Shi saw that all the fat sheep were trapped, and signaled Elder Du to start the competition. Elder Du said a few rules. The competition ends if one party surrenders or falls off the stage. The competition is over, and no one is killed. During the competition, you cannot rely on external forces, such as talismans, poison pills, formation discs, spiritual beasts and the like. Ellipsis. The idea of not using external force was brought up by someone in the audience, because they were betting on Ji Junsheng and the others to win, so they naturally wanted to make sure nothing went wrong. They have long heard that Feng Zai's own cultivation level is not very good, and the reason why he has reached this point is due to opportunism and some external forces. So we can't give her any chance. Seeing that both sides had no objections, Elder Du raised his hand. The competition begins. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 people from Ji Junsheng surrounded Feng Shi and launched attacks frequently. This time they did not use the previous 8 Desolations Demon Subduing formation, but instead used the 4-elephant continuous formation. The 4 elephants generate the 8 diagrams, and the 8 people each guard the door. They attack the enemy and then defend themselves. The 8 swords are connected in a chain, covering Feng Shi in the sword net. Ji Junsheng and the others had obviously learned the lesson of underestimating the enemy before, and they used all their strength as soon as they came up. They wished they could poke a hole in Feng Shi with just one sword. Feng Shi was forced to spin around, and several times she even reached the edge of the forum and almost fell. Everyone onlookers kept screaming in exclamation, especially Jun Wen. "Oh, little junior sister, be careful. It's so suspenseful, it's just a little bit closed, it scared me to death. Little junior sister, you have to be angry. 10 million is all my belongings. If I lose all this, I won't be able to live anymore." Ellipsis. Many people have begun to dream of getting rich. Feng Shi is destined to lose. Although there are many people sharing the money, it can at least be doubled. If I had known this, I would have bet more just now. Ji Junsheng and others also felt that they were sure of victory. They lost last time because they neglected to guard against their spiritual consciousness. This time they were ready and she wouldn't be able to succeed. As he was typing, Feng Shi suddenly looked up at the Tao discussion platform, but quickly looked away. Ji Junsheng and others were wondering, what was she looking at? Could it be that something else happened on the forum? Could it be that the beam hanging the plaque is about to break? Out of this worry, they also looked upward one after another. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Closed black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 764 Spending money once buys happiness several times. Just when Ji Junsheng and the others were distracted, Feng Shi suddenly picked up a big slab of consciousness and struck it at Ji Junsheng in the southeast. Ji Junsheng screamed, his hand movement stagnant. Feng Shi flew up and kicked him off the stage. Ji Junsheng fell onto his back, and he once again fell into confusion about who I was, where I was, and what I was doing. He had obviously done some spiritual defense, so why was Feng Shi still able to sneak attack him? Is his consciousness defense so vulnerable? Impossible. He must have been distracted by looking at the beam above his head just now, so Feng Shi took advantage of him. None of the people watching in the audience expected this scene to happen, but in their opinion, even without Ji Junsheng, the remaining 7 people were more than enough to deal with Feng Shi. The 7 people on the stage thought the same way, and their sword formation changed from the 4-elephant chain formation to the Bidu-C viewing formation that only required 7 people. Feng Shi. Just changing the sword formation if there is one less person is not equivalent to spending one money to buy several times of happiness. She originally planned to fight a protracted war, but now she is even more determined to this idea. It can not only lure the fat sheep below to continue to join the game, but also learn a few more sets of sword formations. It is simply a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, even though there was one less person on the stage, her situation seemed to be getting more difficult. Not only was he forced to the edge of the forum several times, but he was even almost injured several times. It was full of dangers. Everyone thought that Feng Shi was about to lose, but she was still struggling to hold on. Many people were calling the 7 people on stage useless. Feng Shi is already at the end of her strength. As long as you work harder, you can defeat her. Why are you still whining? The 7 people on the stage were in trouble. They even tried their best to eat and drink, but they couldn't force Feng Shi off the stage. They were also very anxious. Okay. During this period, Feng Shi looked overhead again, but this time no one paid attention to her. It is impossible for them to step into the same pit a second time. As he was slapping, Feng Zai's eyes suddenly widened. Ji Junsheng, why are you up here? You are breaking the rules of the competition. A disciple with his back to the audience subconsciously turned to look, still complaining to Ji Junsheng in his heart. You just stayed down there after you were kicked down. What did you do up here? Doesn't this give Fang Shi a handle? At the moment when he was distracted, Fang Zai's big block of spiritual consciousness arrived. The disciple was already standing on the edge of the competition stage. Under the severe pain of his consciousness, his body became unsteady and he fell directly from the stage. The remaining 6 disciples are so angry. Fang Shi talks about running away from Feizu. Can you believe her words? It's better this time. The Bidu-Si viewing formation can no longer be used, and can only be changed to the 6-rayed evil formation. Fang Shi looks even worse this time. Not only was he sweating profusely, but his steps were also staggering. But his mouth was not idle. How about we talk about cooperation? You pretend to lose to me, and if my 5th senior brother wins money, how about giving each of you 100 spiritual stones? The 6 disciples. 100 spirit stones. Why are we so mean? Besides, this is about reputation. Even if you give me 1 million spiritual stones, it will be useless. Fang Shi continued, aren't you envious of the 2 of them taking a rest under the stage? Do you need me to give you a ride? The noses of the 6 disciples were all crooked with anger. A sword is as tight as a sword. I wish I could stab Fang Shi to the core with just one sword. It's a pity that it can't be stuck at all. Fang Shi's sound attack continues. Since we are not acquainted, let me give you a few words of advice. Ji Junsheng has been entangled by that broom star Shen Jilin, and he is now plagued by bad luck. If you don't want to be implicated, stay away from him, cherish your life, and stay away from Ji Junsheng. Ji Junsheng in the audience was so angry that he fainted. He had already been hit on the head by a plaque, and just now he was hit by a big brick of Fang Zai's consciousness. Now he is so angry with Fang Shi, it would be weird if he doesn't faint. The 6 people on the stage had some drumming in their hearts. Could it be that they were really implicated by Ji Junsheng? Just when they were thinking about this, Fang Shi stumbled, his left foot tripped on his right foot, and he fell down. The 6 people were immediately overjoyed. Regardless of the order of the formations, they attacked almost at the same time, and stabbed Fang Zai's body with their swords. However, just when they thought they had succeeded, Fang Shi avoided 6 sword beams at an extremely tricky angle. The wooden sword in his hand stabbed one person in the knee, and he jumped up and kicked him off the stage. After succeeding, Fang Shi couldn't help but feel proud. How's it going? Isn't it beautiful that I won from defeat? As my direct disciples, you don't even know how to use war and deceit. What a waste. The remaining 5 people were very upset. If they had not been in a hurry for success just now, but continued to move according to the sword formation, even if Fang Zai's move was false, they would not have been hit. But it's too late to say this now, it's better to change the formation quickly. The 5 people immediately formed the Wu Kui Dao transformation formation and started fighting Fang Shi again. Fang Shi looked like she couldn't afford to live, but her heart was filled with joy. The 8 people from Qinglong Peak are almost ready to report on the performance. They probably used all the formations they knew. How generous. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 765, all 3 of them felt heavy in their hearts. Fang Shi was quite happy, the 5 Qinglong Peak disciples were almost fuming. Victory is clearly in front of us, why can't we win it? What's the problem? Is it really because they were contaminated by Shen Jilin's bad luck? As they stepped up their offensive, they became more vigilant. This Fang Shi was very cunning. This time, no matter what she said or acted, they had to ignore her to avoid being fooled. But Fang Shi, like the gourd with its beak cut off, suddenly became silent. Not a word was said. The 5 of them were a little uncomfortable with it. Not only are they not used to it, the audience in the audience are also not used to it. The 2 sides fought silently for a quarter of an hour. Although the 5 disciples of Qinglong Peak had the advantage, there was still no winner. At this time, many people in the audience were a little panicked. These 5 people from Qinglong Peak are not going to lose, right? If this were the case, wouldn't all the money I just bet be in vain? They all clenched their fists and cheered him on at the top of their lungs, wishing they could go up in person to help them defeat Fang Shi. Fang Shi felt that the heat was almost there, because high-level sword formations basically required 5 people, and the 5 on the stage had no use value. She just had to find an opportunistic way to win over them, so as to attract other big fat sheep to compete with her. Otherwise, if she acts too strong, no one will jump into the trap. What kind of damaging move are you thinking of? Got it. She started to deliberately lead the 5 people to where Elder Du was standing. Seeing that the battlefield was getting closer and closer to her, Elder Du had to change his position. As a result, just after changing places, Fang Shi led the 5 people there again. Elder Du was like a top, constantly changing positions on the field. He is so angry. As a referee, I am more tired than you are from competing. Is it you who is competing or me? It happened that at this time Fang Shi started to make sarcastic remarks. What's going on with you 5? Why are you always chasing after Elder Du? Don't you have a secret feud with Elder Du and want to take the opportunity to take revenge? One of the disciples was afraid that Elder Du would misunderstand him and said angrily. Fang Shi, stop talking nonsense there. Before he finished speaking, Fang Shi caught the opportunity and not only got out of the sword formation, but also went around behind him. The big bricks of spiritual consciousness were also smashed down immediately. The disciple had actually reacted and made a spiritual defense, but he still screamed and was kicked to the ground by Fang Shi. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi raised her hands to the other 4 people. Look at the poisonous powder. The 4 people dodged subconsciously. They also dodged and reacted. Fang Shi was cheating again. It is forbidden to use poisonous powder during the competition. How could she use poisonous powder? Unfortunately, it's too late. Fang Zai's spiritual consciousness was smashed one by one. The main thing is to be impartial. In fact, Fang Shi has already shown mercy. There is only a little bastard on the big brick of spiritual consciousness, not even a bastard. If it were on the battlefield, I would have to draw a few strings of bastards even if I said nothing. Fang Zai's figure shook and kicked them all off the forum. Then, she collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, looking like she was half dead. No matter who sees it, they have to say, a narrow win, a miserable victory. Everyone in the audience screamed, my junior sister has won. My junior sister has won. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I've made a fortune, I've made a big fortune. There were also a handful of people present who bet on Fang Shi to win, and they also cheered and cheered. There was even the sweet-tempered man who came over to give Zhang Wen a high five to celebrate. Some people were happy and some were sad. Those who were betting on Ji Junsheng to win were all crying, wishing they could beat up Ji Junsheng and the others. Waste. It's all rubbish. 8 transformed gods can't defeat 1 golden elixir, so what's the point of living? Just find a piece of tofu and hit him to death. Elder Du on the stage didn't know whether he should be happy or sad for a moment. Happily, Lun Daotang's commission is very considerable. Sadly, he missed an opportunity to make a fortune. If what he had just bet on was not 1 spiritual stone, but 100,000 spiritual stones, he would have made a fortune. Even if you don't bet 100,000, it's okay to bet 10,000. Why was he so obsessed with only betting on 1 spiritual stone? Elder Du has never been so regretful in his life. There was once an opportunity to make a fortune in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. If he was given another chance, he would definitely put all the money in the coffin. The other elders of Lun Daotang also felt very sorry. They just ran away and secretly bet on Fang Shi to win. But this time, Fang Shi stood up using his wooden sword as a walking stick, wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeves, and said in a low voice. Everyone, maybe you don't know me yet. Let me introduce myself. I am Fang Shi, a direct disciple of the Xuanshan Sect in the Northern Territory, also known as the Light of the Northern Territory. Not only do I have an outstanding appearance, but my talent in cultivation is even more unmatched. Not to mention that it is unprecedented and unprecedented. Let's put it this way, I'm the top genius in the North and South regions. Are you not convinced? Let's just talk about the competition just now. 8 transformed gods defeated me in a small golden elixir, and several types of sword formations were used. What was the result? Aren't you still defeated by me? I'm not talking big words, the direct disciples of the Changsheng sect are just empty names, none of them can fight. Why are you not convinced? Come challenge me if you are not convinced. I, Fang Shi, leave my words here. As long as someone can afford the appearance fee, I, Fang Shi, will accompany you at any time. Zhang Wen in the audience raised his arms and shouted, Junior sister is mighty. Junior sister, you are the best. The disciples who bet on Fang Zai's victory may have been too excited, or they may have been infected by Zhang Wen's emotions, so they also shouted. Junior sister is mighty. Junior sister, you are the best. After shouting, I also found that I was shouting for splits. But I have already shouted out, and there is no way to take it back, I can only pretend to be confused. Anyway, people talk too much and if they don't admit it, it's over. Jing Yan did not shout, but went to the stage to help Fang Shi down. After all, Fang Shi was so tired that he almost collapsed. He knows all about acting. Fang Shi was very pleased that the 4th senior brother finally got on the road. At this time, the disciples in charge of gambling at Lun Daotai also began to distribute money to the winners. Because Zhang Wen invested a lot of money, he got the most points. After excluding the principal, he made more than 5 million. Although the disciples who bet on Fang Shi to win were not as good as him, they also received generous rewards. Many people's eyes were red. 5 million. In just such a short time, Fang Shi and the others earned 5 million straight stones. It's so easy to make money. But it's useless to be jealous. They are willing to admit defeat, let alone the Taoist platform, they dare not make mistakes. The forum made hundreds of thousands in profit this time, and several elders were delighted. Although there are many ways to make money as long as they put down the posture, they are unwilling to waste that time and find it too troublesome. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi helped them find a way to make money. They could earn hundreds of thousands in one competition. If they had more competitions, wouldn't their Taoism hall become rich? The key is that this competition was in a hurry and not many disciples came. If there is another competition, you will definitely earn more. When they were looking forward to a better future, Fang Shi had already left Lundao Hall with the support of Zhang Wen and Jing Yan. All 3 of them felt heavy in their hearts. After all, his net worth is more than 5 million yuan. Zhang Wen said sincerely, little junior sister, Changsheng Sect is such a great place. I can't bear to leave. Fang Shi nodded, me too, I want to bring our master here. Jing Yan. You two are almost done. Didn't you see that the disciples of the Changsheng Sect who were following behind were all fuming with anger? At the same time, Fang Zai's words on the stage spread throughout the Changsheng Sect. Many people were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and vowed to let Fang Shi know what it meant to be high and low. Less than an hour after Fang Shi returned to her residence, she received 8 challenge letters. Zhang Wen said excitedly, little junior sister, according to this attitude, it won't take long for us to receive hundreds of challenge letters. At that time, we will hold an auction and determine the order of the competition based on the high and low bids. Add in the money we won from gambling, and I can't even imagine how rich we would be. After saying that, he and Fang Shi laughed evilly at the same time. Jing Yan. The road for their Xuanshan Sect villains is getting wider and wider. As he thought about it, he unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 766. You are quite nice. Fang Shi laughed a few times, took out a pen and paper and asked Zhang Wen to draw the formation diagram he learned today. She and Jing Yan were supplementing on the side. Zhang Wen is indeed very talented in swordsmanship. Although he did not enter the sword formation today and just watched from the audience, he actually remembered 70% to 80% of it. With the additions of Fang Shi and Jing Yan, the 4 sets of sword formation diagrams that Ji Junsheng and the others reported on today were drawn. Fang Shi said sincerely, the people of the Changsheng sect are so generous. Not only did they give us spiritual stones, but they also gave us formation diagrams for free. I don't know how to thank them. Let's do this. I'll put a challenge receipt box outside the door for a while, so that they won't be embarrassed to challenge me in person. Zhang Wen. Jing Yan. You were quite a nice person. After all this fuss, it was already dark. After Zhang Wen and Jing Yan left, Fang Shi went to the fish pond to make a wish as usual. Because she was in a good mood today, she even gave the red smoked carps an extra steamed bun. The red smoked carp cried and snatched up all the steamed buns. Fang Shi had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, as soon as she had collected the spiritual stones in the wishing pool, she received messages from 4 family heads one after another. The person who gave her the parchment arrived outside the mountain gate. I have to say that these 4 cheap grandfathers in Fang Shi are very efficient in their work. On the other hand, the genuine Grandpa Zhu Xuan has been quiet since he arrived at the Changsheng sect, and the same goes for Little Black Ball and Ji Lei. The main reason was that they had lost a lot of cultivation in order to protect Jing Yan, and hibernation would help them recover quickly. Fang Shi was about to send a message to Zhang Wen and Jing Yan when Zhang Wen's yelling came from outside the gate. Little junior sister, I told you yesterday that your box is too small. Can you see? I can't even fit this challenge book. Fang Shi went outside and took a look, right. Not only was the box full, but there were also many challenge letters scattered outside. Zhang Wen casually opened a few challenge letters and found that not only were direct disciples, but there were also many challenges sent by inner disciples. Junior sister, this is so annoying. It is estimated that if they did not maintain their identity, some elders might also issue a challenge. Fang Shi smiled from ear to ear. This is not a challenge, these are all spiritual stones and sword array diagrams. Opening the door so early in the morning is so joyful. 5th senior brother, please keep these challenge letters and open them when you have time. First, accompany me to get the parchment outside the mountain gate. Zhang Wenpian put away the challenge letters and specially changed them into a big box. At this time, Jing Yan also came over. After Fang Shi sent a message to Elder Huai, she took Jing Yan and Zhang Wen to the teleportation platform at Wudao Peak. Although it was early in the morning, they met many disciples on the way. The eyes are not very friendly. Many of them had red eyes. These are the people who placed bets on Ji Junsheng and the others yesterday. They thought they would win, but ended up losing all their money. Fang Shi and the other 3 didn't care about this at all. Jing Yan was okay and looked the same as usual, while Fang Shi and Zhang Wen took the step of not recognizing their relatives. Forget about that awesomeness. As a result, he successfully attracted another wave of hatred. When they arrived at the teleportation platform, the disciple in charge of the teleportation checked their identity jade tags and asked them to get on the teleportation round platform. At this time, there happened to be 5 direct disciples of Enlightenment Peak who wanted to go out for training, so they also went to the teleportation round platform. One of them looked at Fang Shi and said, Are you Fang Shi? I heard that you made a big statement on the forum yesterday, saying that all the direct disciples of our Changsheng sect are in vain and none of them can resist beatings. Fang Shi nodded. Well, I said it. You think what I said is the truth, right? The person who spoke, you were really arrogant. If the 5 of us hadn't been in a hurry to go out to do the mission, we would have let you know what it means to have people outside the world and heaven outside the world. You wait. When we come back, I'm going to let you know how ridiculous those things you said before are. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, then you go out and make more money, so as not to be unable to afford my appearance fee. The man. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 767. The atmosphere of family affection is full. Just as he was about to have an attack, a disciple standing next to him said in a deep voice, Jiang Yan, don't cause trouble. The disciple named Jiang Yan glared at Fang Shi and became speechless. Fang Shi looked at the disciple who was speaking. To be honest, he was really good looking. Although he was not as good as Zhang Wen and Jing Yan, he was definitely a handsome man. When she thought about how convinced Jiang Yan was of him, she thought of a person. Elder Huai once said during a casual chat that the most talented direct disciple of Enlightenment Peak was named Luo Chen. Luo Chen is not only highly talented, but also has a very good character. He is a leader among the younger generation of Wudao Peak and is quite popular among other disciples. When Fang Shi saw him, it was like seeing Jiang Ji. It is estimated that every sect has such a senior brother, who is mature and prudent, just like the replica of the master. Thinking of Jiang Ji, Fang Shi felt a little homesick. But when she thought about the challenges she had just received, she couldn't be happier. Forget it, it's still important to make money to support the master. At this time, Jiang Yan activated the transmission disc. After a while, we arrived. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh, it's great to have money. If this was in their Xuanshan sect, it would probably take half an hour. The disciples guarding the mountain gate checked their identity jade tags before letting them go. Logically speaking, Fang Shi and the other 3 were not allowed to leave the sect without a sect mission, but Fang Shi greeted Elder Huai in advance, so the disciples on duty did not stop them. As soon as Fang Shi came out of the mountain gate, 4 people surrounded him. Xiaoxi, I am your second grandpa. Last time we talked for a long time. Your grandpa asked me to bring you a lot of new clothes. The little girl should wear something bright. Nanny, I'm your uncle and grandpa. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why have you lost so much weight? Your grandpa, I brought you a lot of supplements. Remember to take them when you go back. Ellipsis. As the 4 of them talked, they stuffed the storage ring into Fang Zai's hand, as if you don't want it, you will kill me. Everyone in Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. Are these people from the 4 major families? Why are you so attentive to Fang Shi? Even a biological granddaughter can't do this, right? Fang Shi smiled and said a few polite words before accepting all the things. The 4 people took out the collected parchments again. Xiaoxi, time is a bit tight, so I have only collected so much for now. But don't worry, the family is still collecting it, and we will send it to you after a while. Shaoxi, I heard that the Changsheng sect is interrogating you because of the parchment. I really don't know what to say. You are the precious granddaughter of one of our 4 aristocratic families, why would you care about those parchments? Our parchment rolls can bury them. Shaoxi, the Changsheng sect can't even protect the parchment in the library. It shows that their strength is just that. You must be more careful at ordinary times. If it doesn't work, we will go home. That's right, it's not interesting to stay here, and they are also xenophobic and bully students. They must have bullied you a lot, right? If you are wronged, you must tell your family. Ellipsis. Jiang Yan and others. Putting other things aside for now, do you think she was bullied? She is going to trample and rub the faces of our disciples of the Changsheng sect under her feet. Who is bullying whom? Fang Shi exchanged feelings with the people from the 4 major families, then took out the gifts that had been prepared and asked them to hand them over to the 4 family heads. Fang Shi was such a good person, so naturally he would not be left behind. These 4 people also prepared gifts for them. For a time, the atmosphere of family affection was full. Until Zheng Wen said quietly, let's not talk about others, the 3rd elder of the Wang Fu family, let me ask you, my god-grandfather didn't bring anything for his grandson, my 4th senior brother. The 3rd elder of the Wang Fu family. What you actually want to ask is whether I brought you anything, right? Really, I didn't bring it. It wasn't that the 4 heads of the family were stingy, it was mainly that they were too short on time. After collecting the parchments, they sent people to deliver them non-stop. He was only focused on Fang Shi and didn't think about these 2 people at all. The 3rd elder reacted really quickly and gave Zheng Wen and Jing Yan gifts out of his own pocket, only saying that the head of the Wang Fu family asked them to bring them here. Seeing this, the other 3 people also took out the gifts they had prepared for a long time. Zheng Wen was very satisfied. Sure enough, the junior sister is right, the identity is given by herself. I'm too sleepy, so I'll just update these today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 768, the disciples have worked hard for the Changsheng sect. Zheng Wen happily put the gift into the storage ring. It feels so good to pluck wool. Jing Yan didn't care much about this, but since he gave it, he should keep it. Fang Shi exchanged a few words with her relatives, before waving goodbye. After they all left, Fang Shi turned to look at Jiang Yan and the other 5. Have you seen enough? Shouldn't it be time for you to earn appearance fees for me? Jiang Yan's 5 people. Although it's not good for us to watch the fun from the sidelines, it's even more damaging for you to say this. Jiang Yan glared at Fang Shi fiercely. Fang Shi, just wait, we will make money. No, we will come back after completing the mission, and I will challenge you to a duel. Fang Shi clicked her tongue. You, a transformed strut, singled out me, a little golden elixir, and you spoke so arrogantly, you are really capable. Jiang Yan was furious to death. He finally understood why so many people would rather borrow money to challenge Fang Shi. It's so hateful. If today's task is not that important, he would rather skip it and challenge Fang Shi directly. He wanted to ask Fang Shi for a theory, but Luo Chen on the side called out Feijian. Jiang Yan, let's go. After saying that, he rose into the sky. Jiang Yan did not dare to delay any longer and pointed at Fang Shi. Just wait for me. After saying that, he also stood up with his sword. Fang Shi smiled and waved. I'm waiting for you. I must make more money, maybe my appearance fee will be increased to 1 million when you come back. Jiang Yan was so angry that he almost fell off the flying sword. 1 million. Why don't you go and grab it? Who would be so heartless as to compete with you for $1 million? Fang Shi looked at Jiang Yan's 5 people going away and said to himself, these 5 are very fat at first glance, especially the Jiang Yan. Zheng Wen nodded, I think so. It's really rare to find such a fat sheep with so much money and stupid people. Jing Yan. Can't you two have a little bit of integrity as decent disciples? Fang Shi and Zheng Wen sighed with emotion, then turned and walked into the mountain gate. When passing by the mountain gate, Fang Shi looked up and glanced at the 3 words, Eternal Life Sect, on it, and secretly cursed several times for being stingy. I didn't know what happened when I stepped onto the threshold. My legs gave out and I fell down. The disciples guarding the mountain gate all looked at her in shock. It would have been very embarrassing if it were anyone else, but who is Fang Shi? He is a filial disciple who has knelt countless times at the gate of Xuanshan Sect. He is the winner of the best acting skills who has accumulated several rail slide experiences. Therefore, she naturally knelt down next to the threshold. Disciple Fang Shi once again kneels down to thank the patriarch for his previous reward. I would like to take this opportunity to report to you the current situation. Since the disciple entered the Changsheng sect, he has practiced diligently every day, and in order to urge the disciples in the sect to work hard and make progress, the disciple did not hesitate to destroy his reputation and let them challenge the disciple. The disciples have worked extremely hard for the Changsheng sect, forgetting to eat and sleep. The disciples on duty. Is this human language? Exhausted, forgetting food and sleep. Are you doing that for the Changsheng sect? Are you doing that to make money? Even Zheng Wen felt that his junior sister was really the best in the shameless field. The most he can see is a horse's ass. Fang Shi banged for a long time, but didn't expect any reward, so he had to stand up. However, this time, she didn't dare to scold Lao Stingy because she was afraid of falling again. If you drop it once, you can round it off, but if you drop it twice, it won't be easy to round it off. Fang Shi cautiously took a few steps forward. Seeing that nothing happened, she quickened her pace slightly. It wasn't until she got on the teleportation disc that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that from now on, I should just scold secretly in the house, and stop scolding when I get to the mountain gate. After activating the teleportation array, Fang Shi and the others soon arrived at Enlightenment Peak. Before they could get off the teleportation disc, someone shouted, Fang Shi, our Suzaku Peak disciples want to challenge you. Fang Shi, our White Tiger Peak disciples want to compete with you. Fang Shi, our Xuanwu Peak disciples want to compete with you. Fang Shi, Ji Junsheng and the others cannot represent our Qinglong Peak, the 8 of us will challenge you. Ellipsis. Fang Shi felt happy when she saw this passionate scene, but she looked a little panicked on her face. She glanced at Junwen. Junwen immediately said, you just challenge it when you say it is a challenge. We received hundreds of letters of challenge yesterday, and we estimate there will be quite a few more today. We have to study who comes first and who comes last. Besides, it's your business to challenge you, and it's our business to respond or not. Stay somewhere cool. Hearing what he said, someone immediately said, if you are scared, just say you are scared, stop talking nonsense here. Didn't you, Fang Shi, say on the forum yesterday that as long as someone can afford the appearance fee, you will accompany them at any time? Why did you regret it today? As soon as this man finished saying this, he noticed that Fang Shi and Junwen's eyes lit up when they looked at him. He was suddenly confused. Did he say something wrong? Why do they look at him like a wolf looking at meat? At this time, Junwen said, my junior sister did say this yesterday, but are you sure you can afford the appearance fee? The person who spoke before said immediately, of course I can afford it. We have all inquired about it. You said before in Janj that the competition costs 100,000 spirit stones. A mere 100,000 spiritual stones is not a big amount to us. Junwen curled his lips, 100,000. Yesterday, Ji Junsheng and the others offered 300,000. Moreover, my junior sister's current worth has soared, and 300,000 is no longer enough. I will hold a small auction in 2 days. At that time, the order of the competition will be determined based on your bids. If you can't come up with the money, then there is no need to discuss it. Everyone. Shoot, auction. If we want to challenge you, do we have to participate in the auction to qualify? Why are we so mean? Before they could speak, Fang Shi said slowly, fifth senior brother, what's the use of talking to a bunch of poor people? Even if they were sold, they wouldn't be able to get the 300,000 appearance fee. Although the method of provoking generals is old-fashioned, it is useful most of the time. The same is true at this time. Someone immediately said angrily, Fang Shi, who doesn't know that your Xuanshan sect is the poorest sect in the Northern Territory, and you still brazenly accuse us of being poor? Don't say 300,000 is 3 million, we can afford it too. I just hope that you won't find other reasons to refuse the fight when the time comes. Fang Shi curled her lips, everyone can tell lies, but the truth will be revealed at the auction. After saying that, she took Junwen and Jingyan away as if they were relatives. It's just that Jingyan's pace doesn't quite match the style of the other two. Those two people didn't recognize each other, and Jingyan didn't have any relatives at all. After the three of them left, those who initiated the challenge began to talk. Some people scolded Fang Shi for getting into the money eye, and some said that Fang Shi was timid and that's why she proposed the auction. In short, she must be forced to accept the challenge and give her some color. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 769. She has a feeling of planting in spring and harvesting in autumn. On the way, Jingyan said doubtfully, Junior sister, there is something I don't quite understand. Several elders of Lundao Hall are obviously in a difficult financial situation. Why do these direct disciples seem to be rich? Before Fang Shi could speak, Junwen said, what's so strange about this? The elders of Lundao Hall devote themselves to cultivation, are not familiar with common affairs, and they're always acting up. They have no other source of income except sect supplies. Damn it if they're not poor. Look at the other elders. Let's not talk about others, but Elder Huo, who was cheated a lot by our junior sister. Do you know why he is rich? Because he was previously responsible for the selection of new disciples of the Changsheng sect. Does it need to be made clear about the oil and water involved? He is not the only elder who is selecting new disciples, the others are naturally extremely rich as well. And that Elder Mei, do you think he is careless about Qiongqi? The Changsheng sect gave Qiongqi so many treasures of heaven and earth, and he might have kept a little bit of them privately. And Elder Huai, if nothing else, how many breakfasts has he had for us? There are countless properties under the Changsheng sect, including dozens of Lingxi mines. Any elder who has some power and a little bit of initiative can find ways to make money. Even if they don't have much power in their hands, those weapon refiners, alchemists, talisman makers, formation masters and beast control masters all have a lot of money, and there is money wherever they move their fingers. Jingyan nodded. Where are those direct disciples? You are really stupid. If I were your master and I made a lot of money, why shouldn't I give you, an errand-running apprentice, some benefit? Any leakage between your fingers will be enough for you. Besides, except for a few of the direct disciples of the Changsheng sect, most of them were raised with resources. How could their families have no money? They also have to complete tasks and participate in trials regularly every year. Only a small part of the good things they get can be handed over to the sect, and most of them can be kept for themselves. Isn't this all money? I also heard that those outer disciples and inner disciples will give gifts to direct disciples, which is a lot of income. After hearing this, Jingyan suddenly realized. He doesn't pay much attention to these mundane affairs, so he is naturally not as knowledgeable as you. Fang Shi glanced at Junwen approvingly. The fifth senior brother was becoming more and more like her. Junwen got the affirmation from his junior sister, and he became even more enthusiastic. He started a long speech and revealed some of the shady income of the elders and disciples of the Changsheng sect. Finally, he concluded, so, despite the fact that the Changsheng sect is like a blazing fire cooking oil and flowers decorating brigade, in fact, they don't even think about cultivation, otherwise they wouldn't be so immune to fighting. It's not that I'm bragging. Although I'm Yuanying, it's a piece of cake to beat those disciples who are transformed into gods. Although I can't beat 8 junior sisters one at a time, I can still beat 4 against 4. Seeing that he was obviously a little distracted, Fang Shi said, fifth senior brother, we haven't tested swordsmanship for a long time. When we get back to our residence, we will compete. Junwen, that junior sister, I still have to prepare for the auction. Let's put off the competition for now. Fang Shi glanced at him. It's important to make money, but you can't neglect your cultivation. Let's not go back to our residence yet. Let's go to the enlightenment platform to practice. Zhang Wen also knew that he had drifted just now, and quickly echoed. That's right, cultivation is our foundation, nothing can get past this, so let's go cultivate quickly. I won't sleep tonight, I will spend all my time practicing. Jing Yan curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. If you have nothing to do, if you raise your tail, your junior sister will take care of you. The three of them practiced at the enlightenment platform until the sun set, and then returned to their residence. The box placed outside Fang Shi's gate was stuffed with many challenge letters, and Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen to put them all into the storage ring. After she entered the yard, she went to the fish pond to play with the red smoke carp for a while, and then entered the house after making her wish. As soon as she entered the house, the red smoke carps jumped up and spat in her direction. Bar bar bar. I won't kill you. They all thought that if the female devil caught them spitting, they would say they were performing a waterfall show for her. But Fang Shi didn't have time to pay attention to them. She was holding an animal skin scroll and reading the contents carefully. After reading it, I found that the animal skin roll did not get hot. Fang Shi was even more confused now. Could it be that the so-called power of time only targets the animal skin scrolls in the Changsheng Sect's library? Not giving up, she took out a few more animal skin scrolls and tried them, but there was no fever. However, it does not rule out the possibility of spontaneous combustion without generating heat. Therefore, Fang Shi put the animal skin scrolls on the desk, ready to see if anything would happen in the middle of the night. She began to meditate and practice. The words she said to Zhang Wen before were not just to knock him down, but they were true words. Making money and doing things is important, but it is not as important as improving your cultivation. If she has no ability, attracting hatred is seeking death. She is now at the 9th level of the Golden Core, so she has to practice quickly and find a way to enter the nascent soul quickly. Thinking of Yuanying, she felt a bit toothache. It took the golden elixir 5 times to succeed. Didn't this nascent soul also have to torment her 5 times? Forget it, it's useless to think too much, just keep your feet on the ground and practice hard. Fang Shi practiced until midnight, and the animal skin scroll on the desk was still intact. She couldn't think of a reason and simply went to sleep. The first thing she did when she got up the next morning was to look at the animal skin rolls, which were still there intact. She had no choice but to put the animal skin roll into the storage ring, and then went to the fish pond to collect the spiritual stones. Seeing the spiritual stones at the bottom of the pool, she felt like planting in spring and harvesting in autumn. Plant a spiritual stone at night and a large amount of spiritual stones will grow in the morning. This feels so good. Because he was in a good mood, Fang Shi really improved the food for the red smoke carps, instead of feeding them steamed buns and flatbreads. Red smoke carp. You only know how to feed a staple food, why can't you give us some meat? Even pie will do. After she finished collecting the spirit stones, Elder Huai came. Fang Shi, I heard that many people want to challenge you. If you don't want to accept it, I can ask the sect leader to stop this matter. Elder Huai just said this because he was sure that Fang Shi would be willing to accept the challenge. How could Pixiu miss a great opportunity to make money? If he can buy good things and don't have to do anything, why wouldn't he? Then, he heard Fang Shi say, Elder Huai, you have saved my life. I was worried about how to reject them. Since the sect leader can come forward to help me solve it, that would be great. Elder Huai. It's over. She climbed along the pole. What can I do now? Open black lens bracket. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 770. The 4 ferocious beasts are well deserved. Elder Huai was also a veteran. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately said with a troubled face. Fang Shi, although the sect leader can definitely stop this matter, your reputation may be damaged. Many people will say that you're as timid as a mouse and do not live up to your reputation. I think it would be better to accept a few challenges first to prove that you are not timid, and then the sect master will come forward. In this way, you will have all your dignity. How do you feel? Fang Shi looked grateful. Elder Huai, you are still thoughtful, then I will do as you say. Elder Huai was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Fang Shi continue. Originally, I was worried that it would be against the sect rules for everyone to challenge me, but now I feel completely relieved after hearing what you said. Even the sect leader didn't raise any objections, which means it's legal and reasonable, so I'll let my fists go and do a good job. Elder Huai suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, but the demonic wind stirred up by Fang Shi was in line with Sima sect master's wishes, and he could not stop it. However, he still gave Fang Shi a beating. Although it is compliant and reasonable, everything must have a limit and cannot go too far. Although you are young, you have experienced strong winds and waves. I believe you know what to expect. Fang Shi nodded like a chicken scratching rice. Elder Huai, you are absolutely right. Too much is not enough, everything must be done in a timely manner. As the saying goes, the authorities are obsessed with things. It is inevitable that I sometimes think poorly, so I would like to thank you for your help in checking and reminding me. When you wait for the competition, I will set up a supervisory seat for you. Elder Huai. After all, why did I involve myself in it? The supervisor's seat is waived. In short, you have to think twice before doing anything, and don't make things impossible to end. Do you understand? Fang Shi nodded obediently, but what she was thinking in her heart was that I can't end it, aren't there you guys? Use me to muddy the water for you, and you stand idly by while I drown. What are you thinking about? The two chatted for a few more words, and Fang Shi took out the animal skin roll given to her by the 4 major aristocratic families to show off. Elder Huai, you said my 4 grandfathers are so old, why are they still so childish? Hearing that I had been wronged in the Changsheng sect, they sent me so many animal skin rolls. He also said that we have a lot of this thing at home. Even when we go to the latrine, we think it is too crude. Who cares about burning this junk thing? If the Changsheng sect is short of animal skin scrolls and you can tell them, they will be willing to sell you some at a high price. Elder Huai. Are they naive or are you talking nonsense? However, he is now more convinced that believing that Fang Shi has nothing to do with burning the animal skin scroll. At this time, Zheng and Jing Yan also came over. The four of them sat together and had breakfast. Elder Huai is now used to having breakfast. Anyway, he had already responded to the invitation, so he felt at ease. Besides, his hair has turned a lot grey because of the three of them, he deserves it. After breakfast, Elder Huai said, "The library pavilion is closed these days. I've almost taken you around the Enlightenment Peak. Let's go to other peaks today." "Which peak do you want to go to?" Fang's eyes lit up. "Let's go to Qinglong Peak. Just in time to see Ji Junsheng and the others. They and I have never known each other before, and now we are considered old friends." Elder Huai. "Are you sure you want to see them and not make them angry?" Still an old friend, the kind that steals money. However, he still nodded in agreement. Elder Huai acted cautiously, and in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he sent a message to Sima Sect Master and asked Master Mo of Qinglong Peak to inform him. After receiving Sima Sect leader's reply, he took Fang Shi and the others to the teleportation platform at Enlightenment Peak. After boarding the teleportation disc, he was quickly teleported to the entrance of Qinglong Peak. The small mountain gate of Qinglong Peak is very elegant. There is also a green dragon carved on the mountain gate, which looks lifelike. Fang Shi asked Yaoju, "Is there really a dragon in this world? Have you seen it?" Yaoju sneered coldly. "There used to be some, but they were all eaten up and exterminated by the Tauti." The golden pig felt the need to defend himself, and immediately said, "What you said is too much. I only ate a few hundred of them in total. Didn't the remaining dozen of them show off to the three of you? The key is that this thing is not very tasty, just a little bit more delicious than loach meat. I eat them mainly because they're big enough, and I can be full after eating one." Fang Shi. "Is the majestic green dragon mythical beast being shown off by you as a hottie? Are you still extinct?" However, Tauti even showed off his own body, so it seems not surprising that he would do such a thing. "Is it just that the dragon clan is so weak? There's nothing strange here, right?" When she was shocked, Golden Pig said again, "Even if the extinction of Qinglong has something to do with me, then what happened to the Xuanwu clan? You know better than anyone else. Wasn't it because you got lost on Xuanwu's territory, so you got angry and beat all the Xuanwu clan to death?" Yaoju said angrily, "You fart. I have a very good sense of direction and have never lost my way. The reason why I brought the Xuanwu clan together is because they themselves said that turtle shells can be used to divine fortune, so I kindly helped them get a big turtle shell. Who knew that these ungrateful people actually said that I had killed their clan leader and they had to fight me to the death? Then I would help them. Besides, the secret of heaven must not be leaked, and I am obeying the law of heaven by killing them." Fang Shi no longer knew how to describe her mood. The Xuanwu clan seems to have died more unjustly than the Qinglong clan. White Tiger and Suzaku won't be destroyed by the other two ferocious beasts, right? So he asked, "Where are the White Tiger and Suzaku?" The golden pig covers its mouth with its trotters and enjoys. "The death of the White Tiger clan is even more unjust. Didn't you see Qiongqi before? Doesn't that thing look a bit like a tiger?" Fang Shi nodded. "It does look a bit like it. What does this have to do with their genocide? This is such a big deal. Once someone mistook Qiongqi for a white tiger, and Qiongqi thought it was an insult. Not only did he beat the blind man to death, he also killed the entire White Tiger clan in a rage." Fang Shi. "The reason why the ferocious beast is called a ferocious beast is really not unfair. What the hell is this? What about Suzaku? Chaos is so ugly, but also very narcissistic. I think it is the most beautiful being in the world, but its only shortcoming is that it has no hair. It focused on Phoenix. But, there is only one Phoenix in the world, and even if the Phoenix reaches Nirvana, it will not leave its feathers to it. It settles for the next best thing and focuses on Suzaku. The feathers of the Suzaku are as red as flames, which is also quite beautiful. So, it killed a red bird, but found that there were too few feathers, so it killed another one, but it was still not enough, so it had to continue killing. After killing them, I couldn't find any. Chaos is too much to say. It's simply worse than an animal." Fang Shi didn't expect that Jinzhu could actually say such a thing. When she was wondering, she heard Jinzhu say, "In terms of deliciousness, Suzaku's meat is delicious. Especially when eaten grilled, it's sizzling and oily, and it doesn't squeak once you eat it." In the end, they were all killed by chaos, and I couldn't find anywhere to eat. Fang Shi. "No wonder you are called the four ferocious beasts. You really have the same temperament, and you all share the same virtue. Are all the four mythical beasts so good? Can't one clan defeat a ferocious beast? The mythical beast here is a foreshadowing, and the mystery will be solved in subsequent chapters." Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 771. I also want to thank them this time. Fang Shi felt that the death of the four great beasts was so unjust. Every reason for death is so weird. However, after a second thought, she guessed Gaoju and Jinju were not telling the truth. The reasons they gave were just excuses. In fact, they just wanted to improve their cultivation by devouring the four divine beasts. She had heard from Yaoju that the four ferocious beasts were fighting fiercely, all trying to compete for dominance. In this way, it is urgent to improve the strength. If you want to quickly improve your cultivation level, devouring divine beasts is obviously a good choice. The weak eat the strong, this has always been the case. The four great beasts can only blame themselves for their lack of strength. But shouldn't mythical beasts be powerful? How could they be exterminated so easily? Hearing Fang Zai's question, Yaoju immediately said, "The four great beasts were really okay at first, but for some reason, they suddenly started to go downhill. There are no fewer babies, but each generation is not as good as the last." Fang Shi felt that there must be something fishy here, but because she had too little information, she couldn't figure it out at the moment. At this time, Mu Jian secretly said to the little fat bird. Did you hear that? Your ancestor almost died at the hands of the 4 ferocious beasts. They're your enemies. Do you want revenge? Let's form an alliance. From now on, we will share honor and disgrace, advance and retreat together. The little fat bird just thought it was puffing and didn't even give it a look. The wooden sword banged for a long time without getting a response, and he groaned angrily. If the rest of the trash weren't so stupid, do you think I would care less about forming an alliance with you? At this time, Elder Huai was talking with Elder Pan from Qinglong Peak. Elder Pan is waiting here on the orders of Master Mo of Qinglong Peak. Peak Master Mo actually didn't like to see Feng Shi at all, but he had previously accepted the task of asking Feng Shi for the jade box, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to give it a try. Elder Pan and Elder Huai talked for a while, then smiled and said to Feng Shi. Feng Shi, Peak Master Mo wants to see you, come with me. Feng Shi smiled and nodded. As soon as he entered the small gate of Qinglong Peak, Feng Shi saw many disciples of Qinglong Peak watching. She looked touched. Elder Pan, I didn't expect that you would arrange for so many people to welcome us. It's so touching. Qinglong Peak is indeed the most hospitable and welcoming peak of Changsheng Sect. Elder Pan. Which of your eyes can tell that they're welcoming you? They're obviously here to watch the fun, okay. But he couldn't say anything, so he could only say a few vague words. Feng Shi smiled frequently at the onlookers, revealing her small white teeth. Elder Pan was speechless again. Are you here to visit or inspect? Even if the sect leader came, he wouldn't be as pretentious as you are. When they were about to reach Master Mo Feng's study, a man wearing elder clothes walked towards him. Feng's eyes flashed slightly. Elder Zhang. Although the two of them had not dealt with each other directly, Shen Jilin was the Changsheng sect who was brought to him. The enemy's backers are naturally also enemies. At this time, Elder Pan took the initiative to say hello to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang nodded, said a few words to Elder Huai, and then his eyes fell on Feng Shi. However, he didn't say anything and left directly. Feng Shi became more vigilant in her heart. A biting dog should not bark. Elder Zhang's city was much deeper than Shen Jilin's. When Elder Zhang walked away, Feng Shi asked curiously. Elder Pan, does that Elder Zhang have a higher status than you in Qinglong Peak? Why am I a little afraid of him when I look at you? Also, he doesn't even look at you when he's talking to you. He obviously doesn't think highly of you. Those who didn't know thought he was the peak master of Qinglong Peak. Elder Pan. Do you think I can't see that you are so obviously sowing discord? However, the person named Zhang is indeed too crazy and makes people feel uncomfortable. Of course, he could only think about these words in his heart and could not say them out loud. He laughed and said, you are overthinking. Elder Zhang is just cold-tempered, but he is still a very nice person. Feng Shi, oh. Zheng Wen, oh. Jing Yan, yeah. He didn't want to destroy the formation, he just couldn't react, so he could only make up the numbers. Elder Pan didn't want to talk anymore. He used to think that Ji Junsheng and the others were too impulsive, but now he feels that it's not that they can't hold their temper, but that Feng Shi is too irritating. Even dead people can become angry and pretend to be corpses. Fortunately, he arrived at Peak Master Mo's study very quickly, otherwise he would have been afraid that he would have slapped Feng Shi to death. After being informed, Feng Shi and the others entered the study. Elder Huai and Elder Pan were the first to greet them, and then it was the turn of Feng Shi and the others. Although Peak Master Mo didn't like Feng Shi, he didn't make things difficult for these trivial matters. He even asked the three of them to sit down and talk. Feng Shi, you three have been here for a few days, are you still used to it? Feng Shi nodded, it's good. Everyone is very kind to us, especially senior brother Ji from Qinglong Peak. They're even more caring to us. Not only did he give us instructions on the sword formation, but he was also worried that we would not have enough spiritual stones, so he took the initiative to give us some spiritual stones. I also want to thank them this time. Peak Master Mo. Although he clearly knew that Feng Shi was trying to gain some advantage by saying this, he couldn't say anything. If he wanted to blame him, he could only blame Ji Junsheng and the others for being such wastes. 8 transformed gods cannot defeat 1 golden elixir. What is it if it is not a waste? He even wants to demote him to inner disciples. Although Peak Master Mo was unhappy in his heart, it didn't show on his face at all. That's good, since we are both disciples of the Changsheng sect, we naturally have to help each other. By the way, did you take the jade box you got at the mountain gate with you? Can you let me know the details? Peak Master Mo planned to ask for the jade box in the name of detailed information, and then withhold it from Feng Shi. Anyway, everyone is competing for the same face. These are the things of the Changsheng sect, so even if he is a bit unscrupulous, it can be justified. He thought Feng Shi would bargain a bit and not take out the jade box so happily. As a result, Feng Shi dumped the jade box on the ground. Peak Master Mo, originally I wanted to knock out my teeth and swallow it in my stomach, but now that you mentioned it, I'll tell you the truth. These jade boxes are all empty boxes. There's no shit in it. I got the reputation of being greedy for money in vain, but actually gained nothing. To be honest, I was so angry that I couldn't sleep for several days because of this incident. I have never suffered such a big loss in my life. If you don't believe me, I can swear to God that if I lie even half a word, my danshan will be shattered and I will never be able to practice cultivation. Peak Master Mo picked up a few jade boxes and opened them. Sure enough, they were empty, with nothing inside. But he didn't believe what Feng Shi said at all, even if she swore a poisonous oath. It seems that this little girl saw through his mind, so she made such an excuse. Elder Huai thought so too. Empty box. Impossible. How could the patriarch give her a bunch of empty boxes? It's just that this Pixiu doesn't want to split it out. Elder Pan had the same idea. Feng Shi guessed what they were thinking when she saw their expressions. She just wanted to cry without tears. The stingy old man made her suffer so much. The mythical beast here is foreshadowing, and the mystery will be solved in subsequent chapters. See you at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 772. Fang Shi shook his head and said nothing. Peak Master Mo said with a half smile. Fang Shi, if you don't want to say it clearly, why do you need to act like this? Do you think I will believe what you say? Fang Shi, you probably won't believe it, but what I said is all the truth. Peak Master Mo chuckled noncommittally. Fang Shi. She has finally taken the blame. She has never been so aggrieved in her life. She comforted herself that there is no general who is always victorious in this world. How can you walk by the river without getting your shoes wet? People make mistakes and horses make mistakes. But, I'm still so angry. She knew that no matter how she explained, Peak Master Mo would not believe it, so she had no choice but to say. Forget it, those who are clean will be cleansed themselves. Sooner or later, the truth will be revealed. Although this day may never come, unless the stingy old man of the Changsheng sect commits suicide. Mo Fang saw Fang Shi bring out a bunch of empty boxes to deal with him, and knew that it was impossible to make her spit out part of the jade box today. It seems that we have to think of other ways. He couldn't think of any solution for a while, so he chatted with Fang Shi and the others for a few more words, and then wanted to serve tea to see the guests off. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi brought the topic to Elder Zhang. Peak Master Mo, we met Elder Zhang when we came here just now. I think he is more powerful than you. You'd better hit him hard, otherwise I'm afraid he will float outside the protective formation and not be struck to death by lightning again. Peak Master Mo. You are so direct in your words. Fang Shi continued, there is also Shen Jilin, she is a famous broom star in our northern region, so you still treat her as a treasure. No matter what you like about her, you have to weigh the pros and cons. I won't say any more unnecessary words. Just think about it when you can't sleep. Peak Master Mo's original impression of Fang Shi was not very good. When Sect Master Sima wanted Fang Shi to join the Changsheng sect as a direct disciple, he did not agree. Today, I just wanted to trick Fang Shi and Yan Yus into tricking the jade box. Now that I didn't get the jade box, and I heard that Fang Shi was acting strangely here, my face suddenly darkened. Presumptuous. Elder Huai quickly smoothed things over. Peak Master Mo, Fang Shi is outspoken, and she made a slip of the tongue. Please don't get along with her. Fang Shi, why don't you apologize quickly? Fang Shi was very cooperative and said immediately, Peak Master Mo, I made a mistake. Please have a lot of it and don't argue with me. Peak Master Mo was still thinking about the jade box in Fang Zai's hand, suppressed the displeasure in his heart, said a few words in a neutral tone, and then served tea to see off the guests. Elder Huai immediately proposed to go to other places in Qinglong Peak, and Peak Master Mo asked Elder Pan to accompany him. Elder Pan really didn't want to go, but even if the Peak Master ordered, he could only nod in agreement. After leaving the study, Fang Shi sighed. Elder Pan asked out of curiosity, Fang Shi, why are you sighing? Fang Shi shook his head and said nothing. No matter how Elder Pan asked, Fang Shi would not say anything. In the end, Zheng Wen couldn't stand it any longer and said, kindly, my junior sister must be worried about you Qinglong Peak. If you take in the broom star, there will be no quiet life in the future. Elder Pan. Thank you. At this time, several direct disciples came over. It looked like that posture was directed at Fang Shi. Elder Pan felt that his head was a little painful. At this time, Fang Shi was synonymous with trouble in his eyes. At this time, one of the direct disciples said, Fang Shi, I heard that you are also a talisman maker. Do you dare to compete with us? After Fang Shi heard this, he was surprised at first, and then asked pretending to be calm. What am I afraid of? It's just that you should know my rules. No matter what the competition is, you have to pay me an appearance fee. Can you afford 300,000 spirit stones? Her appearance made her appear cowardly in the eyes of her direct disciples, and the appearance fee was nothing more than an excuse. Immediately, a disciple said, isn't it just 300,000 spiritual stones? We will give it to you. Fang Shi felt happy, but before she could speak, Elder Pan said to the disciples with a stern face. The sect asks you to practice the art of making talismans. Does it mean that you will compete with each other? One bottle is less than half the bottle and you still want to find someone to compete with. Why not practice hard if you have this time? Why don't you get out of my way quickly? The direct disciples blushed at the training and retreated to both sides of the road to get out of the way. Fang Shi. For a person named Pan, blocking someone's money is like killing your parents. From now on, you will be my father-killing enemy. The part about the 4 mythical beasts is relatively obscure. Some treasures may have misunderstandings, so I revised it. You can refresh it and take a look. It will not affect the follow-up if you don't read it. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 773, why didn't you tell me about this good thing earlier? Elder Pan did it on purpose. Although he and Fang Shi only got along for such a short period of time, he had already understood that this girl was full of evil. If she didn't want to accept the challenge from these disciples, she had plenty of ways to do it, and there was no need to mention the appearance fee. She was deliberately digging a hole, waiting for those idiots to jump in. Although he didn't know where Fang Shi got his confidence, he was definitely cheating. As the elder of Qinglong Peak, of course he couldn't just watch those disciples suffer, so he stopped speaking. Those disciples didn't understand Elder Pan's good intentions at all, and they still complained in their hearts that Elder Pan's elbows were turned outwards, and they were very unconvinced. So, when Fang Shi passed by, one of them sneered. Fang Shi, you call yourself the light of the Northern Territory, and you say that all of us Changsheng sect disciples are not as good as you, then do you dare to break into the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave? Fang Shi only thinks that he is puffing. Why would she do something that is not beneficial? If you have that kind of skill, you might as well go to the Enlightenment platform to practice. Fang Shi, don't think we don't know that when you were in the Northern Territory, you suppressed and made things difficult for junior sister Jilin in every possible way because you were jealous of her talent. Who doesn't know that junior sister Jilin is a genius at making talismans? No matter how much you confuse things, you can't change this fact. Junior Sister Jilin lit up 580 talisman lanterns in the Wanfu Liangson cave, and she was the first person below the 5th level of divine transformation. But you don't even have the guts to break into the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. You are just a waste and a coward. Fang Shi stopped. Although she doesn't care about the barking dog, it doesn't mean that it doesn't bother her. She looked at the disciple who spoke. You said I'm jealous of Shen Jilin's talent. I just want to ask you, why do I, the light of the Northern Territory, the granddaughter of the heads of the 4 great families, have any reason to be jealous of a thief who stole and burned animal skin scrolls? Or do you want to say that I am jealous that she is a bad guy? Do you think it makes sense? Also, I really want to ask you, what do you believe in what Shen Jilin says? Don't you have a brain? If I am really what she said, could it be that everyone in the Northern Territory has been deceived by me? Are they all fools? If Shen Jilin was really that innocent, why did she only dare to secretly spread some rumors that were detrimental to me but did not dare to confront me face to face after I arrived at the Changsheng Sect? It's just a guilty conscience. Her only trick is to coax fools like you, and no one with any sense would believe it. If you don't believe it, ask Elder Pan next to me if he believes what Shen Jilin said. Elder Pan. If I say I believe it, don't I have no brains? If I say I don't believe it, wouldn't I be on your side? Fortunately, Fang Shi didn't want him to express his position. She continued. As for the hole you mentioned, I'm just not interested and too lazy to go. It's not that I don't dare to go. Of course, if you each pay me 300,000 yuan as an appearance fee, I can go and have a try. Anyway, I am idle. Those disciples. 300,000 per person. You are so shameless. The disciple who spoke coldly snorted. If you don't dare to go, just say you don't dare to go, and stop talking about spiritual stones. Besides, there are generous rewards in the Wanfu Liangson cave. As long as you have the ability to light up enough talisman lanterns, not to mention 300,000, there are 300 million. Fang Shi. Didn't you tell me about this good thing earlier? Although she was happy in her heart, she snorted coldly on her face. I'm afraid that Elder Pan won't let me go. After all, this cave belongs to your Qinglong Peak. Am I qualified to enter? Just as Elder Pan was about to speak, the disciple rushed to say, any disciple of the Changsheng Sect can enter the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave for the trial, so naturally you can too. Stop making excuses, I just ask you if you dare to go. Fang Shi stood with his hands behind his back. Why don't you dare? Lead the way. Elder Pan's head was buzzing and he wished he could cut out the disciple's tongue. It seems like you have a long mouth, right? Why are you so indebted? He quickly sent a message to Peak Master Mo to seek a solution. The result was beyond his expectation. Peak Master Mo actually replied. Since she wants to go, let her go, but tell her in advance that if there is an accident in the cave, she will be responsible for the consequences. Elder Pan vaguely felt that this matter was inappropriate, but he could not disobey Peak Master Mo's order, so he had no choice but to follow him to the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. Elder Huai was speechless throughout the whole process. He's happy to see it work. Sect Master Sima's original intention was to let Fang Shi muddy the waters of the Changsheng Sect, otherwise he would not have taken Fang Shi to wander around other peaks. In addition, he had heard before that Fang Shi was quite talented in making talismans, but he thought it was a bit exaggerated. How powerful could a yellow-haired girl be? This time it's time to see how talented she is as a talisman-making genius. At this time, Fang Shi was curiously looking at the Wanfu Liangson cave. This 10,000 talisman heart refining cave was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought it was a cave that extended into the mountain, but it turned out that the Wanfu Liangson cave was an entire cliff. The cliff is covered with tens of thousands of lantern patterns. Fang Zai's little heart was beating wildly like a wild boar. Every time she lit a lantern, she would be rewarded. If she lit up all these lanterns, what kind of windfall would she make? Her soul hurt by Lao's stingy is finally going to be redeemed. She asked the disciple who provoked her before, how can I light the talisman lamp? The disciple looked at her contemptuously. Since it's about refining the mind, it's natural that there are thousands of people and thousands of faces, and it also requires the talent of making talismans. You have to go in and see for yourself. Of course, if you want to back out now, you can. Anyway, even if you go in, you won't be able to light up a few rune lanterns. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Has anyone told you that although the method of stimulating generals is easy to use, it depends on who uses it? Don't use it anymore because of your kindness. If you were someone else, they would just laugh at you for being so smart. The disciple. If Elder Pan hadn't stopped me, I would have had to go to the Taoist Forum with you today. At this time, Elder Pan said to Fang Shi. Fang Shi, there are many dangers in Wanfu Liangson cave. If you are not careful, your consciousness will be damaged. If you insist on going in, if any accident happens, you will bear the consequences yourself. Fang Zai's eyes flashed slightly. If there is an accident, I will bear it myself. What about the treasures I get inside? Do they all belong to me? Those direct disciples couldn't help but curl their lips. You really got into the eyes of money. Just you. Being able to light up dozens of talisman lamps is a blessing. The talisman rewards in front are mediocre and not worth much money at all. Elder Pan hesitated, but thinking of Peak Master Mo's explanation, he nodded. This is natural. Fang Shi looked at Zhang Wen and felt relieved when she saw the photo stone in his hand. At this time, Elder Huai came over to dissuade Fang Shi. He just told her how dangerous the Wanfu Liangson cave was and told her not to go in. Even if you go in, don't show off. Just light up as many talisman lamps as you can to avoid getting hurt. However, his dissuasion was just a formality, and he really wanted Fang Shi to go in. Fang Shi dealt with it a few words without hesitation, and then swaggered into the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. She only felt a flash before her eyes, and the scene in front of her changed. She seemed to be in the sky, with countless stars suspended around her, but they were all dim. Fang Shi was confused for a moment. How could this thing be lit? What about refining one's mind as promised? Why didn't anything happen? There should be at least a fantasy or something like that. Could it be that the scene in front of me is an illusion? But why doesn't it feel like it? Fang Shi waited for a while, but nothing happened, so she picked up a star and started looking at it over and over. This thing doesn't have a wick, how do you light it? Could it be burned with fire? How about giving it a try? She immediately used the fire kindling technique, and a ball of flame emerged from the palm of her hand and enveloped the star. Unexpectedly, the star actually lit up. Fang Shi. Is it that simple? This has nothing to do with heart refining and talisman making. No, according to what that disciple said, if you light up the stars, there will be rewards. Why is there nothing? It seems that this method does not work. She has to find another way. Outside the Wanfu Liangzhen cave, as the news spread that Fang Shi broke into the Wanfu Liangzhen cave, many people spontaneously came over to watch the excitement. Everyone was staring at the cliff, waiting for the first talisman to light up. However, it seems that an hour has passed, and still not a single talisman light has been lit. Many people began to sneer, is this the #1 genius in the Northern Territory? He didn't even light up a talisman for an hour. It's so funny. Even a yellow-level talisman maker can light it up. Isn't Fang Shi not as good as a yellow-level talisman maker? A loser like her is not even qualified to carry junior sister Jilin's shoes. She even brazenly said that junior sister Jilin is not as good as her. How shameless. Ellipsis. Jing Yan frowned. With the young junior sister's talent, it would be impossible for her to be unable to light up a talisman lamp for such a long time. Would there be any accidents? Zheng Wen, who was standing next to him, looked relaxed and at ease. He really wasn't worried at all. It's not that he doesn't care about Fang Shi, but he has absolute trust in Fang Shi. Even if the junior sister encounters any unexpected situation inside, the unlucky one will definitely not be the junior sister. As the saying goes, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life. Open black lens bracket. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 801, Autistic, Don't Disturb Me. Watching Fang Shi put the prizes on the stone platform into the storage ring, the formation Strit's heart was bleeding. It must get its place back. This time, Fang Shi didn't ask for it. It took the initiative to give Fang Shi the reward for this level, and then couldn't wait to start the next level. Fang Shi seemed to have had a dream. When she woke up, her cultivation had reached the great perfection, the pinnacle of divine transformation, and she could be said to be the top existence in both the northern and southern realms. She resolved the conflict between the human race in the southern territory and the human race in the northern territory, as well as the conflict between the human race and the demon and Satan tribes. Logically speaking, she should be supported by thousands of people, but I don't know since when, there have been more and more rumors about her, and people's views on her have also reversed. People say that she is hypocritical and that she will do anything to achieve her own goals. Even resolving conflicts between various forces is not out of good intentions, but just to facilitate her monopolization of power. There were also people who threatened to revenge Shen Jilin who died unjustly. Not many people responded at first, but then more and more people joined. Fang Shi has become a public enemy, and everyone wants to get rid of him quickly. The formation spread looked at Fang Shi who was in desperate situation and almost laughed and split his head. Should. Live it. Do you know what retribution is this time? The anger I suffered in reality, I want you to enjoy 10,000 times in fantasy. From the perspective of the formation spirit, there are only 3 outcomes for Fang Shi who falls into this situation. One is to completely turn into a black man, turn into a murderous maniac and then be killed. After all, even if she is too strong and cannot defeat Shisha with both fists, she will definitely die in the end. The second is to keep arguing and explaining, trying to make people know that she was wronged, but it is obviously in vain and she will be killed in the end. The third way is to give up all hope and take your own life. Either way, it's so miserable. Just when the formation spirit was immersed in its beautiful imagination, Fang Shi curled up her lips and said, it's a bit interesting. Array spirit. Why does this sound so weird? Did she realize that she was in an illusion? Can't. The illusion it constructed this time was much more sophisticated than the one just now, and it was impossible for her to see through it so quickly. Immediately afterwards, it saw Fang Shi arriving in the demon realm, and came to see the demon emperor first. The demon emperor immediately wanted someone to capture Fang Shi. Fang Shi only said one sentence and made the demon emperor give up the idea. I will fake my death and help you plan secretly to help you destroy the human race and make you the sole master of the northern and southern regions. The demon king was tempted. Who doesn't want to be the boss? What's more, Fang Shi took the initiative to abolish 1/3 of her own cultivation. In this way, she no longer poses a big threat. The demon king even thought about how to get rid of the trouble after the incident was completed. So, the demon king launched a war. The demon tribe, and the human tribe fell into a melee. The people are in dire straits and their lives are in ruins. But this time, someone thought of Fang Shi and how good she was. No matter what her original purpose was, whether it was hypocrisy or fighting for power and gain, they got real benefits. Peace, tranquility, what a precious thing this is. But it's too late to say that now. Fang Shi is dead. They were forced to death. As a result, many people began to spontaneously pay homage to Fang Shi. Some even wrote books and biographies for her, and even named some famous mountains and rivers after her. The demon king found it ironic. If these people knew that Fang Shi was the mastermind behind the war, I wonder what they would think. However, he soon no longer had this leisurely intention. Because after the human races in the northern and southern regions joined forces, the demon tribe began to retreat steadily, and the Mao tribe, a weakling, turned against them. Not only that, internal fighting within the demon clan also began. It can be described as internal and external troubles. At this time, Fang Shi gave him an idea. You are now claiming to the outside world that you launched the war solely to avenge me and clear my name. You are fighting for justice. But what to say, you first stand on the moral high ground. The Demon King thought this was a good idea, so he did it. Sure enough, the tide of public opinion changed. Even some humans feel that although the Demon Emperor's approach is undesirable, it has a good starting point. When the Demon Emperor was about to ask Feng Shi what he should do next, Feng Shi disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Tao stood up and claimed that he had risked the world's injustice to save Feng Shi who was dying. Now that Feng Shi had recovered and the public had cleared her up, he dared to tell the story. As expected, Feng Shi appeared in front of the public again. It's just that her cultivation level has dropped a lot, and she can only reach the level of cultivation in the late stage of becoming a god. But this did not prevent everyone from pushing her to the highest position again. Many people even felt relieved. With Feng Zai's current cultivation level, even if she reached the highest position, it would only be in name but without power. After all, her cultivation level was there. Only the Demon Emperor was suffering in his heart and could not express it. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been plotted by Feng Shi and had become her stepping stone. But he couldn't say it. After all, he was in the name of clearing Feng Zai's name before. If he tells the truth now, wouldn't he slap himself in the face? In the next few years, Feng Shi was like a mascot in the northern and southern regions. Although he was aloof, he did not have much real power in his hands. She spends most of her time practicing in seclusion, only showing up occasionally to do some good deeds. However, the internal strife among other forces has not calmed down much, and those in power are constantly fighting. In contrast, Feng Shi, which has been quiet for many years, has become a clear stream. Over time, some people began to worship Feng Shi as the god, the Phoenix god. After Feng Shi took the throne, she remained very low-key as before. Even the Demon Emperor and the others did not see her a few times a year. As time goes by, the idea that Feng Shi is a god has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and they have even begun to compare it with the way of heaven. No one questioned her anymore, or even dared to have such an idea, which was blasphemy against God. No one dares to disobey Feng Zai's decree, not even the leaders of several major forces. Feng Shi finally holds all the real power. In her temple, she silently took inventory of the little vests she had used over the years. Without exception, they were all capable men in the internal strife of the major forces. When I went to the clothes, I learned the name and the name. Feng Shi slightly raised her lips. How's it going, Jinling? Do you enjoy watching it? Are you happy to watch it? Are you satisfied with it? In fact, the moment I fell into the illusion, I knew it was an illusion. But I consider that you managed to create this illusion, so it would be too disrespectful for me to break it in the first place. Therefore, I reluctantly play with you. Thank you for letting me experience the feeling of becoming a god. You are such a nice person. Erase Prit, I am autistic, please do not disturb me. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 802, it's over, but it's just the way it came. Feng Shi continued. The design of your illusion is not reasonable at all. For a cautious person like me, after reaching a high position, he will definitely build momentum for himself and pay attention to the trends at all times. It is impossible for him to fall into the predicament that many people are pointing out. As long as there is a hint of this, I will nip it in the cradle. How could I let it go? Besides, since I can reach a high position, how could I not have my own direct lineage and connections? How could he be left alone at the critical moment? Next time you design a fantasy, you should be more careful, otherwise it will become a joke. Erase Prit, %#%ad. Feng Shi changed the topic, however, you have some merits this time. You didn't involve my master and senior brother, so you have made progress. The formation Sprit thought, do you think I don't want to involve them? I'm mainly afraid that if you have another seizure, I'll bleed. The formation Sprit suddenly felt a little desperate. In the illusion, Feng Shi was in a desperate situation that was criticized by everyone. She was able to make a comeback. Her character was more stubborn than the stone in the pit. Is it necessary to complete the remaining heart training stages? Is there any other use besides letting its little heart go through rounds of fright and anger? That's not tempering her character, it's tempering it. At this moment, Feng Shi said, Little Ling, how many more levels are there to hone one's character? Otherwise, you should pick the most difficult one. Zhenling Xin said, I have finished the 2 most difficult levels. One of them was chopped into pieces by you, and you stole a bunch of prizes from me. You regard it as a storybook, allowing you to experience the joy of being a god. Why the hell are you asking me to go up to the difficulty level? How do I get on? What am I going to do? What it didn't know was that Feng Shi was holding the most difficult script in his hands. The day he passed through the book was the day of his death. After finally living a better life, he discovered the Juyu continent had already been attacked by someone several times stronger than itself. The Tiank Alliance is eyeing. But so what? She is still cheerful, optimistic and perseverant. No matter what difficulties and obstacles she encounters, she just keeps moving forward. It is a mountain that is difficult to climb before it is passed, and it is just the way it came. After a while, the words on the stone wall finally changed. This formation Spirit thinks that training the mind is not interesting, so I'll just assume you passed it all. Close black lens bracket. Feng Shi raised her eyebrows. Do you think I've passed them all? Then forget it. I'm a very principled person and never do anything opportunistic. Otherwise, let's do it one level at a time. The formation Spirit almost died of anger. You never do anything opportunistic. Let me ask you, who asked me to first connect to the highest difficulty level before? Who released a bunch of little slaps in the puzzle level to be lazy? Who is stamping the mark at the talisman making level? It's you, it's you, it's you, the shameless stinky girl. The formation Spirit adjusted its mentality for a while before displaying on the stone wall. I was negligent just now, I didn't count you as passing, but your character will definitely be able to pass all the heart refining levels, so there is no need to go through the test. Close black lens bracket. Feng Shi nodded. Oh, so that's it. Then just as you say, I'm a very talkative person. Erase Prit, don't you feel guilty saying this? But yes, you have no conscience at all. Outside the Wanfu Liangson cave, everyone had just been waiting for a long time. Because Feng Shi spent a lot of time creating his own god in the illusion. Although there are many people who say that Feng Shi will stop here, that it has run out of skills, etc., but for some reason, they all feel a little bit drummed in their hearts. After all, every time Feng Shi paused for a long time before, there would be an explosion. This time, many talisman lights wouldn't light up at the same time, right? Just then, someone exclaimed, "It's on. It's on. It's on again." Sure enough, the rune lights lit up one after another, so fast that I couldn't even count how many there were. It was already late at night, and the lit talisman lights illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. Finally, the number of rune lanterns was fixed at 579. There was dead silence. Nearly 300 talismans were lit at the same time. Are you kidding me? Even Elder Pan and Elder Huai had some suspicions that there was something wrong with the Wanfu Heart Refining Cave, but Elder Duan said categorically that the Wanfu Heart Refining Cave was operating normally, so they couldn't say anything. Shen Jilin could hardly keep her face calm. Because Feng Shi was only one talisman away from her record. If Feng Shi surpasses her, then what Lu Guangcheng and the others said before will hit her in the face. But she couldn't do anything now, she could only watch pretending to be indifferent. The formation spread was quite confused at this time. The levels in Wanfu Liangson Cave are related to cultivation level. It has secretly raised Feng Shi's level to the highest level below the 5th level of transformation, but the result is like this. If it were to increase its level further, it would seem a bit disrespectful to its integrity as an array spread. After all, Feng Shi was just a young golden elixir cultivator. But if she does nothing and continues, Feng Shi will definitely break Shen Jilin's record, and she will definitely be extremely proud. It doesn't want to see this at all. Between integrity and face, Jinling chose face. Anyway, it has secretly increased the difficulty before, and it's no different this time. As a result, it raised the difficulty of the remaining levels to above the 5th level of God transformation. It feels guilty and a little excited at the same time. Shameless green turtle, let's see how I treat you this time. Feng Shi didn't know that the formation spread not only called her a green-haired turtle, but also raised the level of difficulty in a sneaky way, and she was showing off her pie. I had just spent a long time in the fantasy world, and I was already hungry. She had just finished her third pie when the rules on the stone wall changed. If you want to become an outstanding talisman maker, it is far from enough to have the ability to learn. The most important thing is to have understanding and creativity. This level tests understanding and creativity. A new talisman is improved on the basis of the existing talisman. The number of lit talons is calculated based on the level of the new talisman. Because this level is difficult, it is limited to 5 days and 5 nights. Close black lens bracket. In fact, with Feng Zai's current level of cultivation, the question given should be to complete the talisman seal, which means that the formation spread will give most of the patterns of a new talisman seal, and Feng Shi only needs to complete it, which will take a long time. Up to 1 month. Even for people below the 5th level of the transformation god, only a smaller portion is given, and the time is as wide as half a month. But when they arrived at Feng Shi, the formation spread increased the difficulty countless times, and Jian Shou became a little crazy. The formation spread feels that this level will 100% stump Feng Shi, and it is finally going to regain its place. The next moment, Feng Shi picked up the talisman brush and painted a piece of talisman. This talisman is called the Flashing and Bouncing Talisman in place. It is an improvement on the Bailey Flashing Talisman of the Heaven Level Talisman and Seal. It is also a Heaven Level Talisman and Seal. Come on, turn on the lights. Give a reward. Array spread. This is obviously the talisman I drew incorrectly due to negligence. You actually took that as your answer. What? You say. Can you still have a face? Open black lens bracket. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 803, 5 is just a dime to me. The array spread was so angry that the words on the stone wall were split. That jumping talisman that flashes in place is the talisman I drew incorrectly by mistake. You didn't improve it at all. Close black lens bracket. Feng Shi blinked his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. Did you accidentally draw the wrong talisman? Why don't I remember such a thing? As an array spread from the Wanfu Liangson cave, how could you possibly draw the wrong talisman? Of course, if you insist on thinking so, I won't argue with you. When I get out, I will tell everyone about it and let everyone comment on it. Array spread. At percent and asterisk. There are no words to describe its mood at this time. Yes, it had already paid the green-haired turtle hush money before, in order to keep her secret about drawing the wrong talisman. Now she has completely forgotten this matter. What can it say? But she was just allowed to take advantage of it, which made me really angry. Jane is going to be so angry. Feng Shi didn't care whether it was angry or not. She took the painted in situ flashing charm and said to the facing spread. Don't waste time, light the lamp quickly and give me a reward. This is a heaven-level talisman seal, and it would take 1,000 talisman lamps to be lit. Shibi was so angry that he started to smoke. Feng Shi quickly took out a handkerchief and covered her mouth and nose. You just talk, why are you still puffing? Array spread. Puff. Do you think I'm farting? I was so angry with you. Phoenix Turtle, if it weren't for the rules, I would chop you into pieces no matter what you say today. So annoying. It's so irritating. Feng Shi saw that it had not moved for a long time, fearing that it would be angry to death, so she quickly comforted it. Xiao Ling, have you ever thought about it? The process of testing your disciples is also the process of training your mind, and the mediocre qualifications of the disciples you met before brought you very limited gains. Fortunately, you met me. Only when your emotions are ups and downs can you stabilize your xingxing. Only when your xingxing is stable can your cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds. So I'm not angry with you, I'm helping you. Array spread. I have to thank you. When it comes to being shameless, you are truly unparalleled in the world. But Fang Gui was right about one thing. As a formation spirit, he had to be calm. He was a little too impetuous before. They were all made angry by Feng Gui. It needs to hold on, this is its territory, no matter how evil the phoenix turtle is, it can't escape from its grasp. After some self-comfort, the formation spirit finally regained its composure. But there is a new question before it. How many talisman lanterns should it light for Phoenix Turtle? Logically speaking, to improve a heaven-level talisman seal, at least 200 talisman lamps must be lit, but it is unwilling to do so. So it started to bargain with Feng Shi. Open black lens bracket 50 lamps. Close black lens bracket. Feng Shi curled her lips and said calmly. The most I can give you is a discount for fractures, 300. If you can't afford it, I will give up on entering the level now. When I go out, I will tell everyone not to come to the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave in the future. After all, the formation spirit here is a 250-year-old who can even draw the wrong seal characters. The formation spirit was also stunned. Your fifth senior brother made a bet with someone. If you can't break Shen Jilin's record, you will lose 5 million spiritual stones. Are you sure you give up now? Close black lens bracket. Feng Shi sneered coldly. 5 million is just a drop in the bucket to me, and the entire Changsheng sect may not be richer than me. Besides, I do like money, but I am not a slave to it. What I like is just the feeling of making money, a little more or a little less, it's just the change in the numbers. To take a step back, even if I care about the 5 million, even if the fifth senior brother loses the money, I still have 100 ways to make those people spit it out to me twice as much. So, it's useless for you to threaten me with this. Stop talking nonsense, let me count to 3, if you don't light the lamp for me quickly, I will come out of the cave. 1, 2. The erased Red cried and began to light the lamps, one after another. Where is the lamp at this point? It is its tears. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be extended by about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 804, just like Chinese New Year, page 1. Outside Wanfu Liangson cave, the pot has been fried for countless times. Because when they saw the talisman lights, they lit up one after another as if they were free of charge, and they even seemed impatient. Although similar things have happened several times, it is still extremely shocking. Especially the later levels become more difficult. How did Feng Shi manage to light up so many rune lanterns at the same time? This time, even Elder Duan suspected that there was something wrong with Wanfu Liangson cave, but after some inspection, he found that everything was normal. What exactly is going on? Elder Duan became very interested in Feng Shi in the cave. Although Shen Jilin had previously broken the record for gods below the 5th level, which made him treat her differently, that was all. After all, the Changsheng sect has never been short of geniuses. But it was rare to see a genius like Feng Shi who took an unusual path, and he couldn't wait to find out. The number of rune lanterns was finally fixed at 880. It was a full 300 more than Shen Jilin's 580. A crushing victory. Shen Jilin's expression was distorted for a moment, and she didn't even notice when her nails dug into her palms. She hates. Why is that good-for-nothing Feng Shi always able to easily take away the glory that belongs to her? Why couldn't she be killed even though she tried so many methods? Why? Sooner or later, she was going to make that bitch Feng Shi fall into the dust and never be able to stand up again. She was afraid that others would see her lose her composure, so she quickly returned to her calm demeanor. But Lu Guangcheng and others had no time to pay attention to how she was doing. They all looked sad, it was over. They lost. 5 million spiritual stones were wasted. Although the money was not taken by one person, whose spiritual stone was not blown by the strong wind. It was given to Zhang Wen for nothing, and the key was to lose face. The more I thought about it, the more panicked I became. That's how things are in this world, some people are happy and some are sad. Lu Guangcheng and the others looked sad, but Zhang Wen was proud of the spring breeze. Ever since he followed his junior sister, he discovered that it was so easy to make money. As long as you move your mind and say a few words, 2 fools will take the initiative to give you money. He couldn't help but sympathize with his own master. If he had a junior sister like Feng Shi, his life would definitely not be so difficult. Xiao Beidao, who was far away in Xuanshan sect, sneezed heavily. The old man looked furtively in the west, and then quickly put the spiritual stones on the table into the storage ring. No one is thinking about my spirit stone, right? Ugh. Xiaoxi and the others don't know if they're used to staying in the Changsheng sect. Forget it about Laoxi and Laowu, they're thick-skinned and thick-skinned, even if they suffer a little, it won't matter. Xiaoxi has always been weak in body and simple in mind, so he may not have suffered much grievances. It was all because he was useless as a master, otherwise how could she, a little girl, be used to charge into battle? Thinking of this, Xiao Beidao stopped counting the money, chewed all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that his precious apprentice had filial piety, and then began to meditate and practice. Feng Shi, who Xiao Beidao thought was wronged, was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed and talking to the formation spirit. Xiao Ling, I'm a little tired and don't want to continue lighting the lamp. But I prefer the number 888. Let's discuss it. You can give me a question to light up 8 talisman lamps at the same time. Array spirit. Do you think this is a restaurant? Have you ordered yet? There is no such question. Close black lens bracket. Feng Shi took out a spiritual fruit and took a few bites before saying. If not, then I have already lit 880 talisman lamps. Do you have to give me a few as gifts? Just give me 8. Array spirit, you really think this place is a restaurant? You actually want to give away food? Think beautiful. Seeing that the formation spirit was unwilling, Feng Shi thought for a while and said. Well, if I can improve 2 kinds of heaven-level talisman seals within 10 hours, you can expand the number of my talisman lamps to 1888. If I can't improve, you can go ahead and extinguish all my talisman lights. How is it? The formation spirit couldn't believe his ears. Is there such a good thing? From its point of view, Feng's eyes flashing of jumping talismans just now was just a bargain. She simply did not have the ability to improve 2 kinds of heaven-level talismans within the prescribed time limit. Once she fails, it can clear her talisman, which would be such a relief. However, it was not completely carried away by the joy. It pondered for a while, and for the sake of safety, displayed on the stone wall. 10 hours is too long, I will give you 5 hours at most. In addition, if you fail, not only will the number of rune lanterns be cleared, but you will also have to return all the prizes to me. Do you agree? Close black lens bracket. Fang Shi nodded. Okay. But if I succeed, I will receive no less of the reward I deserve. Open black lens bracket. Good. It's a deal. Get started now. Close black lens bracket. Fang Shi immediately picked up the brush and drew a talisman seal, then drew another talisman seal. The talisman on the left is called the Tiger Grows Wings talisman. It is an improvement on the heavenly talisman seal Tiger Wing talisman. It can increase a person's cultivation level several times in a short period of time, and it will not water the side effects. Weakness will appear after a day. The talisman on the right hand is called. The 2 talismans drawn by Fang Shi were indeed improved by her, but they were not just thought of now, and she knew far more than these 2. She is proficient in human talismans and demon talismans. She also learned a lot of talisman-making knowledge from the prisoners in the Prison of Darkness. Coupled with her own understanding that is far beyond ordinary people, improving talisman seals is just a piece of cake. Just one dish. If she hadn't been afraid of shutting down the formation strit all at once, she would have been able to draw at least dozens more. Even now, the formation strit is not far from being autistic. When it thinks about giving Fang Shi so many rewards all at once, it doesn't want to live anymore. If it is dormant now, can it pretend that nothing happened? Seems like a good idea. However, thinking of Fang Zai's crazy appearance while holding a wooden sword in his hand, he gave up the idea. If it really dares to sleep, Feng Gui will dare to let it sleep. The kind that never wakes up. But given so many rewards at once, its heart really hurts. Fang Shi kindly comforted it, and then said, Xiao Ling, there are actually things I have wanted to say for a long time. You said that as a formation spirit, do you need spiritual energy to practice? The thicker the spiritual energy in the cave, the faster your cultivation will definitely improve. So, you have to find a way to make money. Otherwise, anyone who wants to enter the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave trial in the future must pay a certain fee. As for the amount of money, it is related to the number of passes. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 805. Did everyone eat it? Sect leader Seema and others were also people who had seen big scenes, but they were still stunned by the scene in front of them. This scene brought them as much shock as Fang Shi lighting up 1,888 talisman lanterns at the same time. Although they had known for a long time that there was an erased spirit in Wanfu Liangson cave, the erased spirit had never had any communication with them and it was all business. They once thought that the formation spirit might have a shallow spiritual intelligence. After all, the growth of the formation spirit was very slow, and some even just awakened spiritual intelligence after tens of thousands of years. But now they don't think so. It's all decorated with banners and lanterns. This person's intelligence is extraordinary. What others are paying attention to is that the Wanfu Liangson cave has put up banners and lanterns. It seems that Fang Zai's record is a certainty. What on earth was she doing in there? Zhang Wen looked proud and said to Jing Yan. Did you see, it has to be our junior sister. Look at this row of noodles, who else is there? I have to say that the formation spirit in the 10,000 talisman Liangson cave is quite sensible. The formation spirit almost died of anger when he heard Zhang Wen's words. Is it sensible? It was forced. Thinking that the formation spirit of the 10,000 talisman Liangson cave was forced to do such a shameful thing, is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? Fang Shi didn't care whether the formation spirit was embarrassed or not, she liked it anyway. There is no way, she is such a vain person. She felt that the heat was almost done, and she Shiren walked out of the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. Don't ask why others were ejected, but she came out. If you ask, it means that the main theme is willfulness. The formation spirit wanted to pop her out, but was afraid that all his share would be lost in one fell swoop, so he forcefully gave her special privileges. Don't say anything, it's just stares. Fang Shi stood in front of the Wanfu Liangson cave, with the talisman lights as bright as the stars in the background, as well as eye-catching banners and lanterns. She smiled brilliantly. Has everyone eaten? Everyone. What to eat? Do you think grapes are sour when you can't eat them? If it were to be said that you wanted to support him, it would have to be Zhang Wen, who never let his junior sister's words fall to the ground. As soon as Fang Shi finished asking, he said with a bang, Eat, little junior sister, congratulations on lighting 1,880 talisman lanterns. Congratulations on becoming the highest record creator of Wanfu Liangson cave. This highest record is not some people's 5th level of divine transformation, you are killing all. You are number 1, you are the leader, you are the best. While he was talking, he did not forget to hold the photo stone in his hand to record the video for Fang Shi. As a mature 5th senior brother, he does these things by himself without the junior sister saying anything. Although Jing Yan was not as bad as him, he still had a rare smile on his face and gave Fang Shi a thumbs up. The smile on Fang Zai's face became even brighter. She nodded to the 2 senior brothers, and then bowed deeply to Seema Sect Master and others. Thank you to the Sect Master and all the seniors for coming to watch the ceremony for me despite the busy schedules. In fact, this is not a big deal for me. It's just that I broke the record of Wanfu Liangson cave. I'm really flattered. Sect Master Seema and others. Who said we're here to watch your ceremony? You can really put gold on your face. But they were all respectable people, and no one said anything. Elder Duan asked impatiently. Fang Shi, let's put aside other matters first. Please tell me how you got through it. Although Elder Duan's move was a bit presumptuous, after all, neither Sect Master Seema nor Peak Master Mo spoke. But now everyone couldn't care less about this and all looked at Fang Shi. Fang Shi said with a relaxed face, I will answer whatever questions appear on the stone wall. Some will light up a rune lamp after answering, and some will light up many rune lamps after answering. According to what the erased Fred said, for a talisman-making genius like me who has never been born in billions of years, just answer the most difficult questions at the beginning of some similar levels. There is no need to go through each level one after another. It not only wastes its time but also wastes my time. In fact, I can still answer, but I have been here for several days, and I was afraid that everyone would miss me, so I came out. When nothing happens one day, I will go in and continue to light the lamps. After all, 1,888 lamps are too few, so I have to light 10,000 lamps. Sect Master Seema and others. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 806, it can't be compared at all. Sect Master Seema and others were very angry at Feng Zai's words. Someone with such a bad temper wants to kick her into the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave right now. If you are able, please light up 10,000 talisman lanterns for me. This little girl can really brag at such a young age. However, I have to admit that this Feng Shi does have bragging rights. Originally, they thought that Shen Jilin was talented enough in making talismans, but compared with Feng Shi, she was not good enough. Elder Duan didn't have any objection to Feng Zai's words. He was a genius, and it was normal for him to be arrogant based on his talent. Feng Shi, can you tell me about each level in detail? Feng Shi nodded. Okay, I'm just a little tired now, can I sit down and talk? Elder Duan was anxious to know the answer, so naturally he didn't care about this and said, of course it is possible. So Feng Shi immediately sat on the ground. Sect leader Seema and others naturally couldn't stand and listen, so they all sat on the floor. When the disciples saw this, they all sat cross-legged. Only Shen Jilin was still standing there. She tried her best to suppress the jealousy in her heart, but seeing how arrogant Feng Shi was and how polite Elder Duan was to her, she still couldn't calm down. After Feng Shi saw it, he said, kindly, Shen Jilin, you're probably not very interested in what I'm talking about, right? Why don't you go in and try it out? Maybe you'll break my record. Although Shen Jilin was angry at Feng Shi for provoking her, she might not be able to control her emotions if she continued to stay here. She might as well try entering the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. She has made a lot of gains in making talismans recently, and maybe she can refresh her previous record. Besides, even though Elder Duan said there was nothing wrong with the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave, she felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, how could Feng Shi, a loser, light up so many talisman lamps? If she went in at this time, she might get a bargain. Thinking of this, she pretended to be calm and said, okay, then I'll go in and give it a try. As Shen Jilin spoke, she took out her identity token and placed it in the entrance groove of Wanfu Liangsim cave. Normally, anyone with an identity token or above as an inner disciple of the Changsheng sect can enter. However, after Shen Jilin waited for a while, the entrance to Wanfu Liangsim cave did not open. Not only did she have some doubts, but others also had the same doubts. Especially Elder Duan, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead almost instantly. He had categorically said before that there was no problem with the Wanfu heart refining cave, so why was there a problem now? Could it be that he made a mistake before? At this moment, a few lines of words appeared on the stone door at the entrance. From now on, anyone who enters the 10,000 talisman refining heart cave trial will need to pay an entrance fee, and the fee will be calculated based on the number of talisman lamps that have been lit. The more runes that have been lit, the more admission fees you need to pay. Shen Jilin, a direct disciple of King Long Peak, has lit up 580 talisman lanterns, and the entrance fee that needs to be paid is 116,666 Fred stones. Close black lens bracket. Everyone. Shen Jilin. Many people feel that they are hallucinating. Isn't it always free to enter Wanfu Liangsim cave? Why are you starting to collect money now? Is Zhenling going crazy because of poverty? Besides, why do you need to pay more Strit stones when you light up more rune lanterns? Everyone couldn't help but look at Feng Shi in confusion. Feng Shi looked innocent. What do you think I'm doing? I'm not an erased Strit. Besides, according to this rule, I'm even more at a disadvantage than you are. The next time I go in, it won't charge me 200,000 or 300,000 spiritual stones. If you don't want to spend the money, just don't go in. No one is forcing you anyway. Someone whispered, it must be because Feng Shi took away too many rewards, so the formation Strit made this move. Not to mention, his guess was confirmed by the vast majority of people. Feng Shi wiped out the formation Strit. Poverty leads to change, so Zhenling came up with such a bad idea. Therefore, many people began to complain about Feng Shi. Feng Shi said angrily, you are so unreasonable. Since the 10,000 talisman refining heart cave is placed here and there is no limit on the number of talisman lamps that can be lit, don't say that I have only lit up 1,888 talisman lamps. Even if I light up the talisman lamps inside, the talisman lamps were all lit, and no one could find fault with me. If the prizes in Wanfu Liangsim cave are gone, it is also the sect's problem. After the disciple took the reward from inside, the sect should put the same number of items inside to replenish it, otherwise the inside will be empty sooner or later. I only know how to cut down trees but not how to plant them. Once all the trees are cut down, it will be too late to plant trees. People in the secular world still know how to fish without drying up the lake and hunt without burning the forest, but the sect made such a base mistake. Fortunately, the formation Spread was smart and figured out a way to save itself, otherwise it would have starved to death in the end. As soon as Feng Shi finished speaking, all the talisman lights turned on, and they were all colorful and flashing. It can be seen how much the erased Spread recognized what she said. The formation Spreads are now much less resentful towards Feng Shi. I even think that the abbreviated name of Feng Shi is its mouth substitute. That's the way it is, how can there be any reason to only take away and not make up for it? What's the difference between this and sitting on a mountain? Just bully it into being honest. If it had been another formation Spread, it would have stopped working. Sect Master Seema nodded. Water fish without drying up the lake, and hunting without burning the forest. We have indeed neglected this problem, and we should have found a way to replenish the supplies in the formation long ago. For the time being, we will maintain it according to the rules of the formation script, and we will come up with a specific material replenishment plan after we discuss it. Peak Master Mo of Kinglong Peak immediately agreed. The sect leader is right, we really need to study countermeasures, so that we can better utilize the trial effect of the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. There is of course a reason why Peak Master Mo is so active. All disciples of the Changsheng sect can come to the Wanfu Liangson cave for trials, but Kinglong Peak is responsible for all the usual expenses of the Wanfu Liangson cave, such as personnel, repairs, etc. He had already had an opinion on this, so he took this opportunity to raise it together. Sect Master Sima knew this very well, but he was happy to see it succeed. The 10,000 Fu Liangson cave has been controlled by Kinglong Peak since the first chapter, and they just took this opportunity to take back some of their rights. It can only be said that the two people combined have 800 tricks. Fang Shi looked at the two of them quietly. As the person behind the admission fee, she hides her fame and fortune. Standing at the entrance of Wanfu Liangson cave, Shen Jilin Jian was furious. It's not like she's going in now, and it's not going to happen if she doesn't. Come in, she has to pay the entrance fee of more than 110,000 spirit stones. She didn't particularly care about these spiritual stones, but she felt like she was being taken advantage of. Maybe this rule will be cancelled after the sect regularly replenishes the prizes. But if she didn't go in, she would already be standing here, so leaving like this wouldn't be the case. It's all thanks to that bitch Fang Shi. She will kill her sooner or later. The formation spread was a little impatient. Originally, it didn't like or dislike Shen Jilin, but what Fang Shi said always echoed in its mind, and it somewhat disliked Shen Jilin. Now that I see her nagging and refusing to express her position, I feel like she is deliberately trying to ruin her situation. After all, everything depends on getting off to a good start. If you don't get the first admission fee, things may not go well in the future. Fang Shi was right, this Shen Jilin was really a broom star. It seems like I need to give her some color. If you don't come in now, you won't be able to come in if you pay in the future. Closed black lens bracket. Shen Jilin was so angry that her face turned ferocious. Fortunately, her back was turned to everyone, so no one saw this scene. She gritted her teeth and paid the entrance fee of 116,666 pieces, and then entered the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. As soon as she entered, the formation spread threw her into the illusion, which was as miserable as it could be. Snort. This array spread wants to let you experience all the arrogance you suffered from Fangui. At this time, outside the cave, the matter of admission fees has come to an end. Elder Duan urged Fang Shi to quickly tell the story of how she broke through. Fang Shi picked and said what could be said, but didn't say anything that couldn't be said. Despite this, everyone was still dumbfounded. Especially when I heard at the end that Fang Shi improved 3 kinds of heaven-level talismans and seals, there was a sound of inhalation. The formation spirit who was listening furtively in the corner was twitching with anger. Forget about the other 2 talismans, the flashing and bouncing talisman was clearly improved by this formation spirit. But it couldn't express its pain now, and could only watch Fang Shi squealing there. At Elder Duan's request, Fang Shi generously drew the 3 talisman seals, which took less than half an hour in total. The sound of inhaling sounded again. These are 3 heaven-level talisman seals. She actually drew it in less than half an hour. Lu Guangcheng and others, who were still a little dissatisfied and angry, were like eggplants beaten by frost, wilting. If the opponent is only a little higher than themselves, they can still be full of fighting spirit. But when their opponents completely crushed them, they no longer had the courage to compete. Too strong. It can't be compared at all. This time they did not suspect that there was something wrong with the Wanfu Liangson cave, let alone that Fang Shi was opportunistic. Even thinking about Shen Jilin who was in the cave at this time, her aura seemed to have faded, and there seemed to be nothing worthy of their praise. Elder Duan had an idea. A somewhat bold idea. An idea that is somewhat difficult to express. To say or not to say. Continue tomorrow at 9 p.m. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 807, Create Greater Glory for Our Changsheng sect. After a fierce psychological struggle, Elder Duan decided to risk it all. Anyway, his reputation for being unsociable has not lasted for a day or 2, and no one will care about him if he does something out of the ordinary. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Fang Shi became extremely eager. Fang Shi felt familiar. Back in Langyan Yuan, her 26 solar terms master had always looked at her like this when he wanted to accept her as his disciple. After a while he brought it up, should I agree or not? Well, this person is so good that it's really troublesome. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Elder Duan say. Fang Shi, you are quite talented in making talismans. Fang Shi thought to herself, it's coming, it's coming. It turned out just as I thought. The next moment, she heard Elder Duan say. I think 1,888 rune lanterns is really not your limit. Otherwise, you can rest for 2 or 3 days and then go in again. Don't worry, you don't have to pay the admission fee, I'll pay for it. Fang Shi. I have already thought about how to reject you and accept you as my master, but this is the result. Are you going a little too far? However, it's nice to get some free admission. I hope the formation spirit will be smarter and raise her admission fee. From now on, if she has nothing to do, she can go in and take a walk. Wouldn't it be nice? By the way, if someone from the Tiank Alliance enters the 9 Nether Transformation Realm, she will have to use the entrance of the 10,000 Talisman Heart Refining Cave to enter. The more Fang Shi thought about it, the more she felt that Elder Duan's proposal was a good one, even more cost-effective than accepting him as a master, so she agreed readily. Okay, then I will go in and continue lighting the lamps in 2 days to create greater glory for our Changsheng sect. Everyone. Are you a member of the Changsheng sect and have no idea? I think you don't want to create new glory, you just want to rub salt in our wounds. Some people can't help but blame Elder Duin in their hearts. Fang Zai's entry will not do any good to our Changsheng sect, but you actually let her go in and harvest wool at the expense of the appearance fee. What do you think? However, neither Sima sect leader nor Peak Master Mo raised any objections, and others could only hold back their opinions. Elder Duin always loved talents, but now that he saw Fang Shi agreeing so readily, he felt even more favorably and said to Fang Shi, "If you have any questions about making talismans in the future, you can come to me at any time." As soon as these words came out, many people burst into tears. Who doesn't know that Elder Duin is notoriously withdrawn and would ignore anyone he talks to, let alone take the initiative to answer people's questions? I used to think that he was good to Shen Jilin, but now compared with Fang Shi, there is a world of difference. If it weren't for Fang Zai's special status, the old man would probably have taken her on as his apprentice. Not to mention, they guessed it right. If Elder Duin hadn't been worried that Fang Shi was a disciple of Xuanshan sect in the Northern Territory, he would have really wanted to accept her as his disciple. Fang Shi is so capable of causing trouble. After hearing what Elder Duin said, he immediately said a few words that made Elder Duin very happy. Elder Duin couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You little girl is really interesting to talk to. You must come to my place more often in the future." Everyone was almost blinded by Elder Duin's smile. Is this still the unsmiling and withdrawn Elder Duin? Could it be that someone took away his body? At this time, Master Mo, who was serving as a backdrop, said, "Fang Shi, if you have time, make a list of the rewards you got in Wanfu Liangson Cave, so that we can add rewards to it later." Fang Shi. Do you think I'm a fool? You want the list so you can ask me for accounts later, right? Just as Fang Shi was trying to find an excuse to evade, she suddenly started to bleed from her orifices and fainted with a choke. Jun heard a cry. "Little junior sister, my poor junior sister, you risked your life to contribute to the Changsheng sect, but as soon as you came out, someone was worried about your reward. Isn't this the legendary story of burning the bridge across the river, killing the donkey by unloading the mill?" Peak Master Mo. If I said that what I just said was literal and had no other meaning, would you two drama masters believe it? However, when he took a closer look at Fang Zai's condition, he found that he was not faking it. He was indeed bleeding from his 7 orifices. It is probably caused by spending too much spiritual consciousness in the Wanfu Liangson cave. In this way, he had a delicate balance in his heart. Although his status was such that he wouldn't have any grudges because his record was broken by Fang Shi, he was still somewhat uncomfortable. Now that Fang Shi is bleeding and fainting from her 7 orifices, it shows that her consciousness is still not strong enough, let alone her cultivation. No matter how talented she is in making talismans, the road ahead will be very difficult. It seems that God is fair and cannot let one person take all the benefits. While Peak Master Mo was pondering this in his mind, Elder Duin had already begun to treat Fang Shi. Fang Shi just seems to be in serious condition, so she just needs to take some pills to repair her consciousness. In fact, it's okay even if you don't eat. Fang Shi woke up soon. What caught her eyes was Elder Duin with a worried look on his face. Fang Shi felt warm and remembered this favor. She weakly thanked Elder Duin, and then said to Peak Master Mo, "Peak Master Mo, I have a severe headache right now. It will probably take some time before I can give you the list." Peak Master Mo, okay. What can I say if I don't say anything? If you said anything else, you might have fainted again. Then you won't necessarily have to blame me for anything. Fang Shi reluctantly said a few words to Sima Sect Master, and then let Jun Wen and Jing Yan carry him back to his residence. Of course, Jun Wen did not forget the 5 million strud stones he won. Before he left, he asked Elder Pan to help him collect the debt. Who made him the guarantor? Elder Pan now wishes he could turn back time, especially when he sees the joking expressions of other elders. Elder Pan collected the bill, and Lu Guangcheng and others naturally did not dare to default on the bill, so they obediently handed the strud stone to Elder Pan, and then walked away with a slumped head. After a while, the front of Wanfu Liangson Cave became deserted. As for Shen Jilin, who was still practicing in the Wanfu Liangson Cave, she has been forgotten by many people. Even if I haven't forgotten, I'm not in the mood to wait outside now. For example, Lu Guangcheng and others. Now they just want to go back and be quiet. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 808, give me all the spiritual stones from those days. Fang Shi returned to her residence and immediately resurrected with full health. She rummaged through the rewards she got in the 10,000 Fu Liangson cave, then took out a lot of things and divided them into 2 parts. Senior brother Shi, senior brother Fifth, these are all things you can use, put them away. Jing Yan still wanted to refuse, but Zhang Wenji quickly put away his share. Jing Laoshi, if you're embarrassed to accept it, then give it to me. Jing Yan. Zhang Wen couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw Jing Yan putting away the things. You've been following your junior sister for such a long time, and you still don't know her character. I give it to you because I really want to give it to you, why should I refuse? Wasting this time is enough for junior sister to get into a few more traps. Besides, we are all brothers and sisters, so why should we differentiate between you and me? I will just repay my junior sister twice as much in the future. After Junwen put away the things, he started to work. He was pouring tea to Fang Shi, handing him fruit, and peeling melon seeds. If he hadn't considered the differences between men and women, he would have wanted to press Fang Zai's shoulders and beat her legs. Jing Yan also wanted to do something, but couldn't get involved. He had no choice but to ask dryly, little junior sister, how come there was no movement at all in the first 3 days when you entered the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave? Did you encounter any trouble? Fang Shi told the story about Juyu's transformation. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were both furious after hearing this. I was angry but also very scared. Fortunately, the junior sister had subdued the formation spirit, otherwise wouldn't she be trapped in the 9 nether realm? Even if he was trapped inside, it would still be a good outcome. If someone from the Tiank Alliance discovered his identity, his life would not be saved. Then comes self-blame. As senior brothers, when the junior sister was in danger, they could not help at all, and the junior sister had to share the benefits with them. They're nothing but trash. Fang Shi guessed what they were thinking, so she took out a photo stone and said with a smile. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, do you want to see what you were like when you were young? Jing Yan and Zhang Wen. Don't want to, not at all. Before they could object, Fang Shi opened the photo stone. Jing Yan and Zhang Wen looked at their childhood selves in a daze. Especially when they saw Xiao Beidao. If they hadn't known in advance that it was a character in the illusion, they would have really thought that it was their master. Jing Yan wondered, even if the formation level of the Tiank Alliance is very high, they can't imitate it so perfectly. How did they do it? Zhang Wen agreed, yes, it's too similar. Appearance is nothing, but his personality and behavior are also a bit outrageous. If you didn't know better, you'd think we knew the art of cloning. Fang's eyes heart moved. Clone technique. She thought of the beasts in the hell of darkness. Could it be that the people from the Tiank Alliance also extracted the fragments of consciousness from Xiao Beidao and others? But in an instant she rejected the idea. If the Tiank Alliance had such ability, there would be no need to spend a lot of effort to obtain the Juyu transformation realm and the chain of time and space, and they would have taken the lead in conquering the Juyu continent long ago. So how did they do it? Fang Shi and the others studied for a long time but could not come up with any results. Jing Yan saw Fang Shi looking tired and said, Little junior sister, since you don't have any clues yet, don't think about it yet. You have been tired for several days, so you should take a good rest first. Fang Shi was indeed tired. After Jing Yan and Zhang Wen left, she started to catch up on her sleep. When she woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. She got up and stretched her hands and feet, and then walked to the edge of the fish pond. After a few good days, the red smoke cups felt like the sky was falling. Originally, when they saw Fang Shi not coming back for several days, they thought she was dead. As a result, she came back full of malice. Regardless of what they were thinking, they swam desperately one by one, and even fish jumped over the dragon's door from time to time, proving that they were very lively. Fang Shi looked at it for a while, then threw a spiritual stone into the fish pond. Give me all the spiritual stones for those days to replenish. After saying that, he left gracefully. Red smoke carps, percent at percent and at hash. Give your grandma a leg. We really think our place is a wishing fountain. You really made us anxious, you are so good looking. After Fang Shi made her wish, Zhang Wen Pian came. Little junior sister, this is the 5 million spirit stones I won in a bet, you can keep it. Of course Fang Shi would not eat alone, so he set aside 200,000 yuan for Elder Huai, and the remaining 1.8 million yuan was divided equally between the three of them. Zhang Wen put away his share and then focused on Jing Yan's share. I thought to myself, as long as you refuse, I will keep it for you. As a result, Jing Yan took away the spirit stone without saying a word. Zhang Wen. How did you grow up so fast? He cursed and said to Fang Shi, Junior sister, we have received hundreds of letters of challenge. Shouldn't we hold an auction? Fang Shi really forgot about this problem. Alas, if you want to blame her, it's because she has too many ways to get money. It's hard for her not to get rich. After some research, the three decided to hold an auction for the qualifications for the North and South Talent Competition, the day after tomorrow. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen laughed evilly at the thought of a large amount of spiritual stones coming into their account. Jing Yan, haven't you ever thought that although these people submitted a challenge, they may not be willing to pay a high price? Maybe they have all discussed it, and when the time comes, they will all be on the same page, and no one will raise the price for anyone else. Fang Shi raised the corners of her lips. Senior brother Shi, what you said makes some sense, but there are 5 peaks in the Changsheng sect, and they're at odds with each other. If the time comes, as long as you provoke them a little, they will no longer care about the agreement. Besides, don't we have an internal agent? Jing Yan looked confused. Internal response. Zhang Wen was also a little confused. They had no relatives in the Changsheng sect. Where did they come from? Fang Shi smiled and said, if you mention it tomorrow when you give Elder Huai 200,000 spirit stones, he will naturally help us secretly. Zhang Wen blurted out, is he so worthless? Fang Shi. But Jing Yan guessed a little bit and said, Sect Master Sima wants to use the help of junior sister to mess up the situation in the Changsheng sect. Elder Huai is his confidant, so naturally he will not miss the opportunity of the auction. Fang Shi nodded approvingly. Senior brother Shi is right, Elder Huai hopes that the auction will be as lively as possible. Besides, Elder Huai had benefited from helping us persuade Elder Pan before, so he naturally hopes to gain some benefits from the auction. After the three of them finished dinner and discussed the details of the auction, Zhang Wen and Jing Yan left. After they left, Fang Shi began to meditate and practice. At this time, Shen Zhilin was ejected from the Wanfu Liangxin cave. Not only did she not light up a single talisman this time, but she was also tortured in the illusion. She thought there would be many people outside, but found that except for the disciples on duty, there was no one there. Even Lu Xiaocheng and others were not here. She was filled with resentment. Sure enough, there are no good people in this world, they are all snobs who follow the trend. They must have seen that Fang Shi was now in power, so they all turned to please her. She calmed down and walked to the entrance of Elder Duan's cave. Elder Duan, disciple Shen Zhilin has a question that I would like to ask you for advice. Elder Duan said coldly, I've been very busy recently and don't have the energy to answer your questions. There are many elders in the peak who are proficient in making talismans. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Disciple on duty. That's not what you said to Fang Shi before. Something has happened, so the update has been postponed to 11 o'clock. I estimate that I can only update 1,000 words today. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 809 8 Snow Foxes. Shen Zhilin suppressed her dissatisfaction and responded respectfully. On the way back, she heard some disciples chatting. Elder Duan doesn't value Fang Shi very much. Not only was he willing to help her pay the entrance fee to enter the Wanfu Liangson cave, but he also said that she could go to her at any time if she had any questions. It's not surprising. Fang Shi has lit up 1,888 talisman lamps. Who wouldn't like such a genius? I see, if it weren't for Fang Zai's special status, Elder Duan would definitely have accepted her as his disciple. Ellipsis. Shen Zhilan's hatred for Elder Duan became even stronger. I asked you a question and you asked me to find someone else, but you invited Fang Shi to find you. What a blind old man. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. At this time, the few chatting disciples saw Shen Zhilan and felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, they had praised Shen Zhilan before, but now they were praising Fang Shi so much that they didn't even go to wait for Shen Zhilan outside Wanfu Liangson cave. However, Shen Zhilan was as usual, smiling and chatting with them for a few words before leaving. Those disciples had a better impression of Shen Zhilan. It has to be junior sister Zhilan. In terms of magnanimity, there is no way Fang Shi can compare with her. As everyone knows, after Shen Zhilan returned to her residence, she smashed everything in the house. This did not allow her to eliminate the resentment in her heart, so she summoned the eight-tailed snow fox from the spirit beast bag. The eyes of the eight-tailed snow fox were full of fear and prayer, but this did not stop Shen Zhilan from leaving bloody wounds on its body with her sword. The long hair as white as snow was dyed red with blood. You useless thing. Fortunately, you are still an immortal beast, but your cultivation has stagnated at the 9th level of the golden core. What do I need from you? You are just as disgusting as that bitch Fang Shi. Ellipsis. Shen Zhilan became angrier as she talked. She originally thought she was lucky enough to get a fairy egg, but it turned out to be a waste. If Yi hadn't found a suitable spirit beast, she would have made the eight-tailed snow fox into a fox fur cloak. Thinking of the spirit beast, she resented Fang Shi even more. Because in her opinion, if Fang Shi hadn't interfered, she might have conquered Qiongqi. The eight-tailed snow fox curled up into a ball, its body trembling constantly. It did not dare to make a sound, because doing so would lead to a more serious beating from Shen Zhilan. It doesn't understand why its owner treats it like this. The reason why its cultivation has stagnated is because in the polar ice field, Shen Zhilan catalyzed the fairy beast egg in advance, which led to its inherent deficiencies. It was precisely because of it that Shen Zhilan left the polar ice sheet unharmed. However, she now despises it as useless and takes it out on it whenever things don't go well, which means it is physically strong, otherwise it would have been tortured to death. In fact, it's okay to die, because if you die, you don't have to suffer any more torture. If it had been found not by Shen Zhilan but by Fang Shi, perhaps its animal life would have been different. Although it doesn't know Fang Shi very well, she can never leave a wooden sword, and she must be very good at spiritual pets. But what if? It is destined to be Shen Zhilan's spiritual pet, and she can only hope for early death and early relief. Ah sneeze, ah sneeze. Fang Shi, who was practicing, sneezed twice. Grandma is a bitch. Which bastard is secretly scolding me? It's probably Shen Zhilan's bad guy. I guess I got angry with the formation spirit for being cowardly, so he scolded me behind my back. That's all for today. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 810 Baby Koi. Fang Xi practiced until midnight before going to sleep. Mu Jian secretly poked at the little fat bird and said, although our master relies on taking risks most of the time, he is unparalleled in terms of diligence. He can be regarded as a role model for our generation. The little fat bird was too lazy to pay attention to it as always and just thought it was puffing. Mu Jian didn't care and continued. Actually, I'm quite diligent. I practice when I'm not talking. The little fat bird said calmly, then you go to practice now. Wooden sword. If you want me to shut up, just say so. When the little fat bird saw that Mu Jian finally shut up, a trace of ridicule flashed in his round mung bean eyes. Most of the time the owner relies on taking bad water. If the owner does not have the strength to risk the puddle, it will be no one else but herself. Just say that in the Wanfu Liangson cave, if she didn't have the strength, where would she get the slap or the seal? If she didn't have the strength, she might not even be able to withstand the illusion, let alone trap the formation spirit. Those who have the ability to take bad risks are called smart, and those who have no ability to take bad risks are called stupid and bad. The little fat bird put away his thoughts and continued to practice. Although it looked mediocre among the spiritual pets and its combat power was at the bottom, it was not discouraged at all. It is a phoenix, and the most stable thing is the mentality. At the time of nirvana, the dust falls. After nirvana, the phoenix soars to the 9 heavens. Early the next morning, the first thing Fang Shi did when she got up was to come to the wishing pond to collect the spiritual stones. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the fish pond, Fang Shi was shaken so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. There is a layer of spiritual stones inside the fish pond. Although the thickness is about the same as usual, most of it is filled with high-grade spiritual stones. Fang Shi. This wishing pool is really worthy of its name. While collecting the spirit stones, she praised the red smoke carps to the sky. What kind of baby koi carp? What kind of fish is beautiful and kind? What kind of fish looks like a fish leaping through a dragon gate? What kind of fat and lucky fish? All you need to do is hold the red smoke carp and kiss each one. The red smoke carp sneered inwardly, but they kept glowing pink bubbles on their surfaces to show how flattered they were. Woohoo, if things go on like this, they won't have schizophrenia, right? As soon as Fang Shi put away the spirit stones, Elder Huai came. He mainly came to care about Fang Shi, not to seek benefits. Right, that is it. After the meeting, after the two parties exchanged some sincere greetings, Fang Shi said, Elder Huai, I heard from 5th senior brother that Elder Pan is willing to guarantee the bet thanks to your words of help. This is a small favor from the 3 of us senior brothers and sisters. You must accept it, otherwise you will look down on us. Elder Huai looked embarrassed. Originally I shouldn't accept this money, but you mentioned this, it would be disrespectful if I didn't accept it. Okay, I'll accept it then, but it's just this once and it won't happen next time. Neither he nor Fang Shi took the last sentence seriously. Once something started, there was no way it would be repeated. Because of the bond of the Spirit Stone, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Xiao Beidao comes, he still feels like an outsider. Fang Shi said while pouring tea for Elder Huai. Elder Huai, I have received a lot of challenge letters during this period. As of this morning, there are a total of 286 letters. Some of them challenged me on an individual basis, and some challenged me on a group basis. Although there may be some people here just joining in the fun, most of them should still sincerely discuss things with me. Who do I compete with? Who do I not compete with? Who do I compete with first, and who do I compete with later? It's all a question. If I don't do it well, I'll make people angry. I'm very scared. Elder Huai. As if you haven't caused public outrage. Fang Shi continued, so, I plan to hold an auction for the qualifications for the North and South Talent competition. What do you think? Elder Huai. It's outrageous enough to ask someone to pay you to compete with you. In the end, you still want to hold an auction. You might as well call her Fang Pixiu from now on. While he was cursing, Fang Shi sighed. Elder Huai, actually I don't want to do this. If I hold an auction, I guess all the 5 Peaks disciples of our Changsheng sect will have to get involved. The battle will be too big. But I am a face-saving person, and even if I say harsh words, I can't be timid, can I? So we can only come up with this strategy to make some people quit because they're afraid of money. Elder Huai, this is the first time I have heard the term, retreat for fear of money. However, something moved in his mind. The sect leader brought in Fang Shi, a wolf cub, because he wanted her to muddy the waters of the Changsheng sect. Wouldn't her holding this auction be in line with the sect leader's wishes? When the time comes, he adds more firewood, and the fire will start burning. Elder Huai thought of this and said, although our Changsheng sect has no such precedent, what you said is not unreasonable. There are too many people challenging you. It is indeed a problem who comes first and who comes last. If not done well, there will be internal strife. For the sake of the unity of the sect, it is better to have an auction as a friendly method. Of course, the matter is so important that I dare not make the decision. I will give you an answer after consulting the sect master. Fang Shi 3 people. For the sake of sect unity. You sure? I guess you're trying to unite them, not make them fight. Either you are old or you are old. Elder Huai is better than them when it comes to telling lies with your eyes wide open. After chatting for a few more words, Elder Huai left. Elder Huai was really efficient in doing things and quickly gave Fang Shi and the others a reply. After talking a lot, the central idea is that the auction can be held, but it should be as low-key as possible and not too ostentatious. Fang Shi, got it. This makes me work hard. Sect leader Sima is really a good and competent leader. Fang Shi immediately asked Jing Yan and Zhang Wen to spread the news about the auction that will be held tomorrow. The more people who know about it, the better. It's best if even the rats in the rat hole know about it. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were a little embarrassed. The Changsheng sect was so big and the time was so short. It was not easy for everyone to know the news. Fang Shi immediately said, as the saying goes, money can make all the difference, so why don't we just spend money to hire some handymen to help us spread the news? Jing Yan frowned. Even if you hire a few handymen to help us spread the news, they won't be able to talk to the direct disciples. Fang Shi said with a smile, what I'm talking about spreading the news is not asking the handymen to talk to the direct disciples, but asking them to help us distribute leaflets. Come on, let's come up with some explosive words to make sure that everyone who sees the flyer wants to tear us into pieces, and we're not afraid that they won't come to the auction. Jing Yan. Zhang Wen. Junior sister is indeed a junior sister. There is no bad move that she can't think of. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 811 3 Sword Immortals from the Northern Territory. The 3 of them got together and began to study the explosive flyers. In fact, it was mainly due to Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's research. The most Jing Yan could do was correct a typo. He really couldn't think of words that would make people hate him. After some polishing, the most hated leaflet in the history of Changsheng sect was released. The auction for the qualifications for the North-South Tianjiao competition will be held tomorrow, the 28th of this month. The venue will be in the square in front of the forum. Everyone is welcome to come on time. Friendly reminder to the following people not to come. If you submitted the challenge letter just to stick a green onion in a pig's nose, don't come here, lest you show your cowardice and be embarrassed later. Don't come here if you don't have any real skills and can only brag. If you don't think you're being rude, I think you're taking up space. People who value spiritual stones more than your face, don't come here, lest you be blinded by the spiritual stones and lose your face. The last one is also the most important one. If you're afraid of our 3 senior brothers and sisters, don't come. Lest we sneeze and scare you to death. Our slogan is, punch the blue dragon, kick the white tiger, split the black basalt with the palm, stab the red bird with the sword, and sweep across the enlightenment peak. If anyone refuses to obey, I will beat you all over the ground. Close black lens bracket. Signed, 3 Sword Immortals of the Northern Territory. Jing Yan looked at the flyer in his hand. He was a little worried that the 3 of them would be besieged before the auction started. This writing is too arrogant. So hated. In terms of attracting hatred, his brother and sister are definitely the top beings in the northern and southern regions. The 3 people from Fang Shi came to Elder Huai with leaflets to help them print them. Not to mention, Elder Huai really did his job and printed thousands of leaflets in just 1 hour. We also specially used colorful colored paper for printing to make it eye-catching. Fang Shi is very satisfied. Elder Huai can handle this person. Fang Shi hired 20 handymen at each peak and asked them to distribute leaflets. In addition, the 3 of them also pasted leaflets in the library, Dao Forum, etc. at Wu Dao Peak. What's even more outrageous is that the 3 of them even went to the Dao Forum to sprinkle leaflets. Although there are basically mountain streams and canyons below, some flyers were blown to other peaks by the wind. It is said that one of the leaflets slowly fell from the Taoist Forum, and by chance it was hung on a crooked tree on the cliff. What a coincidence that there is a cave behind the crooked neck tree. A bony hand stretched out from the cave and picked up the flyer. A hoarse voice sounded. Punch the blue dragon, keep the white tiger, split the black basalt with your palm, pierce the red bird with the sword, and sweep across the Enlightenment Peak. Has our Changsheng sect actually fallen to this level? To be humiliated to this extent by the Northern Territory? 3 sword immortals from the Northern Territory. When did this big shot come out? I do not know how. It seems that since I, the elder of the Guardian sect, have not shown up for a long time, things have changed in the Changsheng sect. I wanted to meditate for another 1,000 years, but it seems I have to leave the retreat early to take a look. After a moment, a scrawny old man walked out of the cave, and disappeared in a flash. Fang Shi knew nothing about this. After scattering leaflets on the forum, he went back to prepare for the auction with his 2 senior brothers. The leaflet quickly spread throughout the Changsheng sect. The world of cultivating immortals is different from the secular world. Gossip spreads faster than the wind. Even before the flyers were distributed, many people already knew about the auction. Many people were filled with indignation and cursed Fang Shi and the other 3. How unpleasant it is to hear. Some of them were so angry that they even formed a group outside Fang Shi's courtyard to curse. When they were scolding in full swing, the disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived. Who is Wang Dazhao? Someone reported that you violated the provisions of Article 16, Paragraph 8 of the Sect rules, and your use of words was suspected of insulting the sect leader and the sect. You come with us. Wang Dazhao was stunned. Me? When did I use words that were suspected of insulting the sect? The next moment, Fang Shi stuck out her little head. You just said that the 3 of us are useless people who can't stand up on the stage. Only the Shabi sect will accept direct disciples like us. The 3 of us were admitted personally by sect leader Sima. Are you not insulting the sect leader and the sect? Wang Dazhao said anxiously. I am criticizing the Xuanshan sect, not our Changsheng sect. Fang Shi didn't say anything, and silently took out the identity token of the Changsheng sect's direct disciple and waved it. The law enforcement disciples knew clearly that Fang Shi was making excuses, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, Fang Shi had rendered their whole master speechless before, and they did not dare to get into trouble with this. They were about to take Wang Dazhao away when Fang Shi pointed at a few people. Take them with you by the way. They have also violated the rules of the house. You take them away first, and I will tell you which rules they violated later. Don't worry, there is irrefutable evidence. The disciples she pointed out. Do you want to accuse us of a few crimes? Of course they were not convinced, but they did not dare to argue with the disciples of the law enforcement hall, so they had no choice but to follow with their heads down. After such a commotion, everyone at the door dispersed, and no one dared to block Fang Zai's door and curse. Whatever. Let the 3 of them look good at the auction tomorrow. Fang Shi closed the courtyard door, hummed a little tune and went back to the house, swallowed the core of a black beast, and continued to meditate. The core of the black beast had been divided by 5 spiritual roots at this time, but they did not dare to go too far, so they only divided half of it, and the other half was absorbed by Fang Zai's golden elixir. They are also doing it for Fang Zai's good. The energy contained in the black ruin beast's core is too great, and Fang Zai's golden elixir cannot bear it at all. Fang Shi, haha. Just wait, sooner or later she will figure out what these 5 dog spirit roots are. At that time, the new and old accounts will be settled together. Fang Shi also gave New Jian and the others beast cores. After all, their increased strength would only benefit her and not bring any harm. Jing Yan is also meditating and practicing. In fact, except for Fang Shi looking for him, he spends almost all his time on practicing. Again, as long as you don't die from practicing, practice. Zhang Wen did not practice, he was studying the sword formation. After the sky darkened, he summoned the spirit sword phantoms sent by Fang Shi to practice the newly learned sword formations. The spirit sword phantoms were very excited. Compared to guarding the house like dogs, they certainly prefer practicing sword formations. Zhang Wen was also very excited, but felt a little pity. Most of the sword formations are composed of 5 people. The 3 of them, brother and sister, cannot form a sword formation. Otherwise, during the competition, there will be a sword formation versus a sword formation, and those people's jaws will be shocked. But even if they can't form a sword formation, they can just find the flaw in the sword formation first. Then they will have the upper hand when the time comes to fight. Thinking of this, he practiced even more enthusiastically. What he didn't know was that the skinny figure was standing in the dark watching this scene intently. Even the ghost of the spirit sword could not spot this person. The old man looked surprised. This young man actually subdued the spirit sword phantom. How did he do that? Judging from the clothes he is wearing, he should be a direct disciple of Wu Dao Peak. I don't know which junior disciple he is, but he has a good eye. Although it is not convenient for me to show up, I can give him some tips. When the competition between the North and the South is held, he can add glory to the Changsheng sect. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 812 Children can be taught. The old man thought for a moment, then raised his hand and pointed at one of the spiritual sword shadows. The spiritual sword shadow left the sword formation and began to practice sword skills. At first, Zhang Wen thought that the phantom of the spiritual sword was not obeying his orders, and he planned to report it to Fang Shi the next day. As a result, his eyes widened when he looked at it. Although the moves look similar to the Eternal Life Sword, practiced by the disciples of the Eternal Life Sect, there are subtle differences. Although there is only a subtle difference, the swordsmanship is several times more exquisite. Others might have to watch it several times to appreciate the essence of it, but Zhang Wen is a swordsman wizard, so he noticed the subtleties after just watching it once. By the time he saw it for the 3rd time, he had memorized the sword moves in his mind. When he saw that the Phantom of the Spiritual Sword had stopped practicing, he picked up the Jingxian sword and began to practice the sword technique just now, and he actually practiced it well. The old man in the dark couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught. If the Changsheng sect is full of young talents like this, not to mention the Northern Territory human race, even if the demon race gets involved, there is nothing to fear. The old man demonstrated the sword technique several times with the help of the Phantom of the Spirit Sword. After Zhang Wen fully mastered it, he left in a daze. Zhang Wen didn't sleep all night. It started with sword practice, and once he became proficient in sword moves, he began to think about it. It's impossible for Spirit Sword Phantom to teach him swordsmanship for no reason. Could it be that the Spirit Sword was used by his father during his lifetime? Bah. How could he, an unfilial son, curse his father? His father must be alive and kicking for such a big boy like him. It should be said that this sword may have some connection with his father, maybe it is the spiritual sword of his ancestor. Correct. That must be what happened. Thinking of this, he began to try every possible means to get the truth from the mouth of the Spirit Sword Phantom. Unfortunately, the Spirit Sword Phantom had limited intelligence and he gained nothing. However, this did not affect his good mood. As soon as it dawned, he couldn't wait to come to Feng Shi to share the good news. Little junior sister, I have news about my father. Feng Shi. Zhengwen immediately recounted what happened last night, and then said, I can guarantee that the Phantom of the Spiritual Sword that taught me the swordsmanship must be related to my life experience. As long as we start from it, we will definitely be able to solve the mystery of my life experience. Feng Shi. Feng Shi asked Zheng Wen to point out the Phantom of the Spiritual Sword that appeared. Feng Shi looked at it for a long time but couldn't see anything surprising. Could it be that fifth senior brother is looking for his father to find a demon? Zheng Wen saw that she didn't believe it, so he practiced the sword skills he learned last night. Feng Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately took out the wooden sword and practiced it as it was, and it was not bad at all. Zheng Wen. Which one of us is the swordsman genius? But when he thought that his junior sister had not mastered any sword skills so far, his confidence came back. Junior sister just has a better memory. When it comes to swordsmanship, I am the best swordsman in the world. The more Feng Shi practiced, the more excited she became. Fifth senior brother, this swordsmanship is really exquisite. It is more exquisite than any swordsmanship I have learned before. Zheng Wen looked proud. That's it, don't look at whose sword technique it is. This is the unique sword technique of our Lao Jun family. Feng Shi. Anyway, for the sake of swordsmanship, let the fifth senior brother daydream. After a while, Jing Yan came. Zheng Wen did not hide his secrets and took the initiative to teach Jing Yan this sword technique. Jing Yan's talent in swordsmanship is not as good as that of Zheng Wen, but he is still much better than others. Although he won't be able to learn it after just watching it a few times, it is still quite rewarding. Feng Shi looked at the clock. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, the time for the auction is coming soon. Let's learn this swordsmanship after the auction is over. The three of them simply packed up and headed to Lundau Hall. Zheng heard that people are in high spirits during happy events, and when they walk, they wish they could jump. Feng Shi couldn't bear to look down. She felt that there must be something fishy about the spiritual sword's phantom transmission. It couldn't be some ancestor appearing. It would have appeared a long time ago. Why wait until now? It's a pity that the spiritual intelligence of those spirit sword shadows is too low, and they can't ask anything for a while. However, since the other party took the initiative to teach swordsmanship, there should be no hostility. By the time they arrived at the square in front of the Taoist Forum, the place was already completely surrounded and packed with people. There are even people on the roofs and trees. Feng Shi regretted a little. If he had known this, he would have set the location in the main square of Wudao Peak. The people of Changsheng Sect are so enthusiastic. It was really unexpected for her. She didn't even think about how much people hated the flyer she wrote. It was the Changsheng Sect's rules that saved her. Otherwise, someone would have blocked the door and beat her up. Zheng Wen said loudly, Give way, everyone, give way, our three sword immortals from the Northern Territory have arrived. There was a commotion in the crowd, and all eyes fell on the three of Feng Shi. Feng Shi greeted everyone with a smile, and Zheng Wen even showed 8 teeth, with a smile that was as bright as the sun. Jing Yan nodded expressionlessly, showing enough courtesy to the crowd. Although everyone looked at Feng Shi and the three of them with unfriendly eyes, they still made way for a passage. The three of them from Feng Shi walked up to the Taoist discussion stage as if they were not acquainted with their relatives. Feng Shi raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Not to mention, these people were really obedient and immediately became quiet. Feng Shi was very satisfied. Everyone, I won't say anything unnecessary, so as not to waste both of our time, let's get to the point first. The rules of the auction are simple and crude. The starting price is 300,000 spirit stones. The order of challenging us will be decided based on the high bid. There is no upper limit on the quota, which means that even if 10,000 people challenge us, as long as you can afford 300,000 spirit stones, we, the three sword immortals of the Northern Territory, will not reject anyone. However, if you don't pay as much as others, you will have to be ranked at the back. Get started now. There was a lot of discussion at the scene, but no one bid. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Apparently many people had reached a consensus and just wanted to embarrass Feng Shi and the others. After a while, Feng Shi sighed, since none of you bid, I can't continue the auction. Then I will decide the order of the challenge first. I heard that among the 5 peaks of the Changsheng Sect, the direct disciples of Xuanwu Peak have the highest cultivation level. I heard that among the 5 peaks of the Changsheng Sect, the direct disciples of Xuanwu Peak have the highest cultivation level, so let the direct disciples of Xuanwu Peak compete with us first. After I defeat them, it won't matter if the X-Feng's direct descendants compare. As soon as these words came out, many people immediately said angrily, who said that Xuanwu Peak has the highest cultivation level? We at White Tiger Peak are obviously the number 1 among the 5 peaks. That's right, Xuanwu Peak is not number 1, they are the bottom among the 5 peaks. You White Tiger Peak, don't be so arrogant, we at Enlightenment Peak are the well-deserved leaders. Ellipsis. At this time, someone in the crowd raised his voice and shouted. Fang Shi, since you have organized an auction, then you should act according to the rules. It doesn't matter if you decide on your own. I realized that Huai Ming framed 310,000 spiritual stones at the Peak of Enlightenment. Let me compete with you first. When Fang Shi heard that his surname was Huai, and saw that his appearance was somewhat similar to that of Elder Huai, he thought to himself, maybe this person is not a relative of Elder Huai, right? Elder Huai really does not shy away from relatives when he promotes talents. The first thing I did was ask my relatives to act as childcare. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 813. Without her, the Changsheng sect would have to disperse. Elder Huai actually arranged several shills, some of whom were responsible for adding to the atmosphere, and some of whom deliberately provoked hostility among Wufeng. However, it was difficult to find shills forbidding. If he were just an inner disciple, there was no way he could inspire the fighting spirit of the other direct disciples of several peaks, so he thought of his nephew Huai Ming frame. At this time, he no longer cares about avoiding suspicion. He doesn't care about reputation anyway. Besides, it's normal for young people to be competitive, and others may not suspect him. Huai Ming frame 120 are not happy. He couldn't stand Fang Shi very much, especially after seeing the flyer. He wished he could kick her back to the Northern Territory and use her as a sitter. Is she worthy? However, he did not dare to disobey Elder Huai's words, so he reluctantly came over to let him take care of him. I have to say that Elder Huai is very discerning in selecting people. Huai Mingzhen's words immediately attracted the attention of other direct disciples of Exafeng, and someone immediately said, Xuanwu Peak Zhenggong has 320,000 yuan. The king of Suzaku Peak has 330,000. White Tiger Peak Lu Xiao climbed 300,000 yuan. Qinglong Peak Pei Tianya 350,000. Ellipsis. Fang Shi couldn't help but curl her lips. You have to increase the price by 10,000 or 10,000. Can't you be more generous and add more? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Huai Mingzhen grit his teeth and say, It seems you want to fight with me. Okay, I'll go out to the west for 100,000 yuan. Fang Shi was very satisfied. He must be a relative of Elder Huai, so grand. As soon as the price of Huai Ming frames was raised, the subsequent prices continued to rise. At first, Huai Ming frame was motivated by the professional ethics of being a sitter, but later it was all about the battle of emotions. He was originally angry with the people from Exafeng, but now that he saw them bidding against him, he was naturally unwilling to be outdone. Elder Huai in the crowd couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Mingjin's acting skills are getting better and better. Even more than my uncle. Soon, the bidding price climbed all the way to 680,000. Fang Shi felt that the heat was almost there. No matter how high it was, it would be easy to miss the shot. Wang Da of Duke Peak once offered 680,000, twice for 680,000, and 3 times for 680,000. Deal done. She spoke very fast and did not give others a chance to increase their prices, so many people just felt like they were holding back a ball of anger and were very dissatisfied. Fang Shi said with a smile. Although the first person to challenge me has been auctioned off, I just calculated that Wang Da you will definitely be my loser, so the order of the next competition is also very critical. The auction for the second place entry begins now. Just now, many people failed to compete for the first place. They were angry and raised their prices one after another. Huai Ming frame's support was somewhat useless. However, he couldn't care less about whether he was being trusted or not. His eyes were red now. Mainly because of the current atmosphere, anyone who is a little bit competitive at heart can't help it. Is this competition about spiritual stones? Do not. This is their face. It is the face of the mountain where it is located. Ellipsis. Fang Shi can't bear it anymore. Why are the people of the Changsheng sect so easy to fool? But yes, they're rich, so naturally they don't care much. If Zhengwen and others were standing here, even if she told Wire, they would only be able to produce a few hundred spirit stones at most. When the auction came to an end, there was a fight among the disciples below. The reason is simple, just argue about which peak is stronger. Fang Shi personally did the mediation work for them. You guys should stop fighting. No matter which peak you're on, they're no match for our 3 sword immortals from the Northern Territory. I don't even need my senior brother Shi and my 5th senior brother to come on stage. I can defeat you all by myself. Now those disciples will stop fighting. Grit your teeth and start bidding. Even if he borrows money, he still has to go on stage to deal with this Fang Shi. It's so hateful. Fang Shi sighed silently, it was too difficult for her. As a temporary disciple, she is also responsible for maintaining the unity of the Changsheng sect. Without her, the Changsheng sect would have to disperse. In the end, a total of 85 places were sold in the auction, which was much less than the number of challenge letters received. This is because many of the challenge letters received were just to join in the fun and to get real, especially when they had to pay a high qualification fee. Despite this, the auction volume reached more than 33 million. Fang Shi was afraid that these people would fail the auction, so he asked them to pay 1/10 of the deposit first. Even if they don't play by then, she will definitely make a profit without losing anything. Someone asked Fang Shi the date of the first competition. Fang Shi said with a smile. Because we still have to do some preparations, let's do it the day after tomorrow. Wang Dayu, do you have any opinions? Wang Dayu snorted coldly. Of course I have no objection, I just hope you won't give in when the time comes. Many senior officials of the Changsheng sect were paying attention to the progress of the auction, and they couldn't tell what it was like for a while. Could it be that life is too easy, so the disciples are all simple-minded? Fang Shi and the other 3 just held an auction, and they contributed more than 30 million spiritual stones to others. It would be fine if he won the hegemony competition. After all, he would be fighting for face. But what if you lose? We're losing people and money, so we might as well send them all to dig for spiritual stones. But what comforted them was that the top disciples of the sect did not participate in this farce. They were either practicing in seclusion or going out to practice. Furthermore, although Fang Xi and the others defeated Ji Junsheng's 8 men some time ago, it was because they underestimated their opponents. It is not certain who will win in the competition for hegemony. This is what most people think, and a few people have other ideas. For example, Master Han of Suzaku Peak, who hates Fang Xi and the other 3, will naturally not miss this opportunity and will definitely make some fuss about it. As for the disciples who made bids, they were not short-sighted. The Strud Stones were certainly important to them, but if they gained fame through this competition, the benefits they would get were far more important than the Strud Stones. All I can say is that there are no fools in this world, but everyone values different interests. After Fang Xi and the others returned to their residence, Jing Yan said, "Junior sister, Wang Dayu and the others are direct disciples of Suzaku Peak. They might do some tricks under the instructions of Master Han. We have to be extra careful." Zhang Wen also said, "Yes, that Peak Master Han wants to kill us. He will definitely not miss this opportunity. We really need to be more vigilant." Fang Xi nodded. "We really have to guard against it. Let's do this. I will fight alone the day after tomorrow." Before Fang Xi could finish speaking, Zhang Wen said, "Little junior sister, are you looking down on senior brother Xi? Although he is a bit short-sighted, he is not incapable of taking action, right?" Fang Xi. Jing Yan. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 814 Jun's sword technique. Fang Xi was speechless. Fifth senior brother is getting more and more off track. I don't know who I learned it from. Of course she knew that Zhang Wen was deliberately making jokes and didn't want her to take risks alone. Jing Yan also knew this and was aware of Zhang Wen's virtues, so he didn't bother to argue with him. When Zhang heard that Fang Xi and Jing Yan were not talking to each other, he said, "Little junior sister, I know you are doing it for our own good, but you can't do everything by yourself. Although Jing Laoshi and I are not as good as you, we are not useless. It's time for you to let us exercise." Jing Yan also said, "Wang Dayu and his group have 8 people. Junior sister, you are alone. You might fall into their trap. It would be safer for the 3 of us to go together." Fang Xi said with a smile, "Senior brother Xi, 5th senior brother, you have misunderstood me. I wanted to say that I will fight alone. I am not sure, so we should go together." Zhang Wen. Jing Yan. Is it really? Why don't we believe it? In fact, Fang Xi really wants to fight alone, because she is immune to all poisons and has many ways to save her life. Even if the opponent uses some underhanded tactics, she can still deal with it. But because Zhang Wen and Jing Yan had talked about it, she couldn't do it alone. Senior brother Xi, senior brother 5th, if the 3 of us just simply cooperate with each other, we may not be able to achieve very good results. It is best for us to use the sword formation to deal with it. Zhang Wen immediately said, "Junior sister, I have thought about this problem, but the level of sword formations with less than 5 people is relatively low. If the 3 of us form in formation, the effect will be very limited." Fang Xi raised her lips and smiled. "5th senior brother, you are a sword formation genius, can't you just slightly improve the existing sword formation? Coupled with our newly learned swordsmanship, our 3 sword immortals from the Northern Territory will definitely be invincible." Zhang Wen was stunned and fell into deep thought. If it were before, he really didn't have much confidence. After all, the time was too short. But if his father taught him swordsmanship, maybe he can actually do it. It doesn't matter whether it was the swordsmanship taught to him by his father. Anyway, he thinks it was the swordsmanship taught to him by his father. He has already named that set of swordsmanship. It is called Jun's swordsmanship. When Fang Xi and Jing Yan saw that Zhang Wen was concentrating on the sword formation, they went to the courtyard, and Fang Xi began to teach Jing Yan Jun's sword skills. Even if part of Jing Yan's soul was swallowed by the soul-eating pearl before, he was still a genius in the Northern Territory. Now that his soul has been completely restored, his qualifications are even better. Therefore, by evening, he had mastered Jun's swordsmanship, but it was still a bit unfamiliar and needed time to get familiar with it. Fortunately, the competition will not be held until tomorrow, and there is still 1 day of practice time. Zhang Wen on the other side also ran out with a roar. "I have improved 3 types of sword formations, let's try which one is more effective." Fang Xi and Jing Yan both looked at Zhang Wen in surprise. 3 improvements were made in such a short period of time. Zhang Wen saw their surprised expressions and immediately said, "I am no longer the person I used to be. After receiving the guidance from my father, not only did my swordsmanship improve by leaps and bounds, but I also gained a little more understanding of sword formations." Fang Xi and Jing Yan looked at each other. This guy misses his dad like crazy. In any case, Zhang Wen is indeed very talented in sword formation, there is no doubt about this. How long has he been exposed to the sword formation? Not only can it be learned quickly, but it can also be mastered, and it can even be improved in a short period of time. It is almost unprecedented, if not unprecedented. After Zhang Wen fussed for a while, he began to explain the sword formation to Fang Xi and Jing Yan. Both of them were able to figure it out immediately, and immediately summoned the Strud Sword Phantom to conduct actual exercises to compare which one was more effective. I don't know whether it was because Zhang Wen was too talented, or because the newly learned swordsmanship of Fang Xi and the others was so exquisite, all 3 sword formations were effective. Fang Xi then said, "Anyway, we have many competitions, let's take turns." After Zhang Wen heard this, he rolled his eyes. "We have auctioned off 85 places, so I still have to improve a few sword formations. Not only are there 3-person ones, I will also improve some 2-person ones, and then we will have even greater choices. It's a pity that senior brother and the others are not here. Otherwise, if I improve a 6-man sword formation, I would be able to sweep across the Southern Territory, not to mention dominating the world." Jing Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. "Little junior sister, it's already this hour, why are there no stars in the sky?" Fang Xi curled her lips, because it was blocked by the herd of cattle. Zhang Wen. This chapter is short and the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 815. You bet 1 million for me, I bet Fangxi will win. The three of Fangxi practiced together until midnight, and then they each returned to their residences. Before Fang Shilin entered the house, he remembered that he had forgotten to make a wish last night, so he ran to the edge of the fish pond and asked the red smoke carp to bring out today's share tomorrow morning. Red smoke carp. Otherwise, you can just pay for it on a monthly basis. Let's pay it all in one lump sum, so don't you stop coming here to torture us every day. Zheng Wen did not rest after returning to his residence. Instead, he summoned the Strud sword phantoms to practice the sword formation. There was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe his father would still come to teach him swordsmanship tonight. The father, whom Zheng Wen was thinking about, the old man who claimed to be the elder of the Hu sect, was currently meditating in the cave. He walked around the sect last night and learned the truth of the flyer through the few words he heard. It was just a farce caused by 3 Northern Territory disciples who overestimated their abilities. In this case, there is no need for him to get involved. As for Zheng Wen, he was just a young junior he was optimistic about. Teaching him swordsmanship was already an exception, so there was no need to continue to pay attention to him. Rather than wasting this time, it would be better to use it for cultivation. If the sect is in trouble, he, the guardian elder, will be able to turn the tide. Zheng Wen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he didn't see his father until dawn. However, he was in good spirits and ran to Fangxi courtyard to continue practicing the sword formation. Elder Huai did not come today because Fangxi sent him a message in advance saying that the three of them had to prepare for war. This day was extremely long for many people because they couldn't wait to see the competition between Fangxi and Wang Dayu. Finally, the time has come for the North-South Prodigy competition. Eye-catching banners were hung on the forum, and colorful flags were placed around the square. If nothing else, the atmosphere is definitely enough. It's just that people waited and waited, but they never saw the 3 people from Fangxi appear. It's almost time for the competition, why haven't they come yet? Isn't it because you were timid? Just when everyone was talking about it, they suddenly heard the sound of music playing, and everyone couldn't help but turn around and look at the source of the sound. I saw hundreds of handymen heading this way, most of them beautiful female servants. They were holding musical instruments and playing and singing. When the crowd approached, the servants lined up on both sides and stopped playing music. The 3 sword immortals from the Northern Territory have arrived. With a shout, the sound of music sounded again. Not only that, but handymen also laid a red carpet on the ground and even started throwing flower petals. After all the preparations were made, the 3 of Fangxi stepped onto the red carpet, walking like they didn't recognize each other. Everyone. Can you pretend any more? Even Sima sect leader is not as grand as you. The saucy moves of Fangxi and the others once again attracted a wave of black fans. Even talking in sleep is scolding the 3 of them for showing off. In fact, many people can't eat grapes and say they're sour. Why didn't they think of this way of showing off before? However, even if they thought about it, they might not be able to gather so many handymen. Although the status of handyman is low, they belong to different peaks after all, and you can't call them just because you have money. The reason why Fangxi was able to do it was because she took care of Qiongqi, and in a sense, rescued these handymen who performed songs and dances for Qiongqi. Out of gratitude, they came to help Fangxi. Of course, Elder Mei also helped. But this time, Elder Mei was busy debugging the teleportation wall. Qiongqi, the ancestor, wanted to watch the North-South Tianjiao competition, so he had no choice but to do so. In fact, many places in the Changsheng sect have turned on the teleportation wall, and everyone is paying attention to this competition. Seeing the appearance of Fangxi and the others, many people were speechless. This Fangxi likes to make some fancy things. If you have the ability, you can show your ability in competitions. Wang Dayu and others on the stage had long been impatient and shouted. Fangxi, don't waste time there, hurry up and compete on stage. Fangxi said with a smile, don't worry, I'll place a bet first. Lundaotang has been waiting to make a big profit for a long time, so it set up a gambling game early, and even set up several gambling tables to facilitate the disciples betting. Fangxi randomly chose a gambling table. I'll bet 100 million on the 3 of us to win. The scene was completely silent at first, and then it exploded. 100 million. Is this Fangxi crazy? What is the difference between this and pie in the sky? Hurry up and bet on Wang Dayu and the others to win. Even Wang Da, 8 people on the stage, wanted to get off the stage and bet on themselves to win. After all, money moves people's hearts. Qiongqi inside the barrier rolled his big eyes and said to Elder Mei. You bet 10 billion for me, I bet Fangxi will win. Elder Mei. I think you look like 10 billion. He advised earnestly. Now everyone doesn't know that you were given by Fangxi. Well, what's the matter? If you pledge so much, it might arouse others' suspicion. Otherwise, let's forget it. Qiongqi. What do you mean? What did Fangxi do to me? Didn't she just see through that I didn't want to leave the barrier? When it comes out of your mouth, it sounds like something happened to me. You are quite a grown-up person, don't you even know how to speak? However, when it thought about it, Elder Mei was right. If it rashly bet on Fangxi to win, it might arouse unnecessary suspicion. Forget it, just watch the excitement. Those 8 idiots on the stage couldn't possibly be Fang Zai's opponent. If nothing else, that stinky girl's bad water could drown them all. After Fangxi placed his bets, he took Zheng Wen and Jing Yanxi into the competition platform. The referee of this competition was an old acquaintance. It was Elder Du who only bet on 1 straight stone from Fangxi last time. He wanted to learn the lesson from last time and bet all his wealth on Fangxi to win, but out of suspicion, he did not place the bet. I have to say that although the elders of Lundao Hall are a little poorer, they are still very principled. Elder Du began to announce the rules of the competition, which roughly included the following 3 points. First, although there is no life or death on the Taoist Forum, we still have to stick to the point and try to avoid death or injury. Second, if one of the two sides admits defeat, or all team members fall off the discussion platform, the competition ends. Third, the use of talismans, formation discs, poison pills and spiritual pets is not allowed during the competition. Elder Du also took out a pre-written life and death certificate and asked both parties to sign it and take their fingerprints. Before pressing the fingerprints, Feng Shi asked, Elder Du, are there no other restrictions as long as I abide by what you said? Elder Du nodded, yes. Feng Shi nodded, then I'll be relieved. For some reason, Elder Du had an ominous premonition in his heart. The 8 members of Wang Dayu were also a little anxious, but thinking about their preparations, they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts, Feng Shi, you will definitely lose today. Not only will you lose, your lives will also have to stay here. Everything is ready, Elder Du announced that the competition has begun. Wang Dayu's 8 men quickly formed in formation, and it took almost no effort to surround Feng Zai's 3 people in the formation. Many people shook their heads. Feng Shi and the others knew clearly that Wang Dayu and the others were going to form a formation, but yet they were so easily trapped in the formation. It seemed that they were not prepared at all. Wang Dayu and the others did not expect that it would go so smoothly, and they were even more confident. They launched attacks frequently, but Feng Shi and the other 3 could only parry but not fight back, making the situation one-sided. Elder Mei couldn't help but shake his head. Feng Shi is such a smart kid, why is he so passive right from the start? Qiongqi looked at him as if he were an idiot. I'm just putting out bait. I'm here to catch idiots like you. Elder Mei. He wanted to see if what Feng Shi put there was fishing bait. The 3 of them in Feng Shi were forced into a dangerous situation, and the 3 of them staggered almost at the same time. Naturally, Wang Dayu and the others would not miss this good opportunity and moved in one after another, not even caring about the sword formation. At this moment, Feng Shi and the other 3 seized the opportunity and started to fight back. Although Wang Dayu and others were a little surprised, they did not panic and used their swords to defend themselves. But what shocked them was that the 3 of Feng Shi actually used a suicidal attack method, only attacking but not defending. Are they desperate for their lives? It was at this time that they discovered that Feng Shi and the other 3 had a lot of defensive weapons on their bodies. Feng Shi only wore more than a dozen hairpins. Zhengwen wore more than 20 rings on 10 fingers. Jing Yan restrained himself a little, just hanging a bunch of jade plaques around his waist. Wang Dayu and the other swords were blocked by these defensive weapons, but because they missed the opportunity, they were hit by the sword one after another. Feng Zai's Shenshi Bastard also hit them. All 8 of Wang Dayu fell into the ring. Wang Dayu was so angry that he shouted, "You are cheating." The other 7 people also said angrily, "Yes, you are cheating, you are violating the rules." Feng Shi looked innocent. Where did I violate the rules? The rules mentioned by Elder Du did not say that the use of spiritual weapons is prohibited. If the use of spiritual weapons violates the rules, your spiritual swords are also considered spiritual weapons. We broke the rules, and so did you. Since everyone broke the rules together, what qualifications do you have to criticize us? Is it because you are thick-skinned? Wang Da has 8 people. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 816, Friendship number 1, Competition number 2. Wang Dayu and the others were almost angered to death by Feng Shi. Is this human language? Why does a spiritual sword count as a spiritual weapon? Are spiritual swords and your defensive spiritual weapons the same thing? The first sentence is a strong statement. Before they could refute, Feng Shi snorted coldly. Actually, we can use attacking spiritual weapons. In that case, you will not only be slightly injured. But Elder Du said, well, friendship first, competition second, try your best to achieve it, so we only use defensive spiritual weapons. Unexpectedly, not only did you not appreciate our kindness, you actually falsely accused us of cheating. You are a white-eyed wolf who repays kindness with hatred. Wang Da has 8 people. If you dare, we have to thank you for showing mercy. You are really good at confusing right and wrong. Elder Du was thinking, friendship comes first and competition comes second. Have I ever said something so meaningful? What the people who eat melons are concerned about is, how come Feng Shi and the others have so many defensive weapons, and the levels are all very high? Isn't it said that Transhan Sect is the most poor sect in the Northern Territory? However, they soon thought that Feng Shi had just entered their Changsheng Sect and got a lot of jade boxes at the threshold. 2 days ago, he had passed 1,888 levels in the Wanfu Liangson cave. What a reward for this. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. However, when they thought of the 100 million that Feng Shi had bet, they no longer cared about the red eyes, and all 8 people pulled their necks to support Wang Dayu. Senior brother Wang and the others are right, Feng Shi and the others are just cheating. Even if they're not cheating, they're taking advantage of the rules. This competition cannot count. Yes, it can't be counted, Jungbi. Jubi. Ellipsis. The voices demanding heavy ratios got louder and louder, and Elder Du couldn't make the decision, so he discussed it with several other elders at the Dao Forum. From the bottom of their hearts, the elders of Landata are naturally partial to Feng Shi. After all, this is the grandma of the god of wealth. But after all, they are the elders of the Changsheng sect. Considering the interests of the sect, they still hope that the disciples of their sect can win. Furthermore, they also have to consider the impact of public opinion. Now that Chongbi's voice is so loud, it's hard for them to ignore it. So, after deliberation, we decided to try again. This time Feng Shi quit. We didn't break the rules, so why don't the results of the competition count? To whom are the promises made and the promises made worth 1,000 pieces of gold given? What's the matter? These 2 words are not accepted by the Changsheng sect. Everyone. Is this how acclimatization is used? Elder Du's face was a bit confused. Although he knew that Feng Shi was speaking arrogantly, it seemed that there was some truth in it if he really took a closer look. They asked specifically before the competition, and he personally agreed, but now he refuses to admit it, which is indeed a bit unreasonable. Just when he was at a loss, Feng Shi took a deep breath. Elder Du, I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to you, to this unfair fate. To me, this is a world that confuses right and wrong. People who eat melon. If nothing else, you still have the nerve to say the word, confuse right and wrong. Isn't this synonymous with you? Fang Shi continued, I also understand the difficulties you and the elders of Landau Hall have. Let's do this. We can also do a heavy comparison, but there are 8 people in Wangda who must compensate for our losses. First of all, there was property damage. The hairpin on my head, the ring on my 5th senior brother's hand, and the jade plaque hanging on my senior brother's eyes waist were all damaged. These are all money. I did a rough calculation and found that it would cost at least 1 million spiritual stones. The second is our mental loss. Obviously we all won, but in the end we were splashed with dirty water, which caused huge harm to our innocent little hearts. I don't want much, just give me 1 million spiritual stones. Finally, they just jumped up and down on the stage, which caused wear and tear on the platform of the forum and wasted your precious time. They must compensate the forum for at least 1 million spiritual stones. That adds up to exactly 3 million. As long as they are willing to pay 3 million in compensation, we will match them. 8 of Wang Da's people were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Aren't you blackmailing people? Unless we get kicked in the head by a donkey, we won't give you 3 million. Qiongqi's eyes were burning as he watched the competition through the teleportation wall. It really likes Fang Zai's little character. This tune is really in line with its intentions. It just likes bad people like her. People are obviously bad. There's nothing you can do against her. It immediately said to Elder Mei. When the competition is over, call me Xiao Shishi. I want to reward her. I want to give her all my wealth. I want her to experience the feeling of being rewarded for bad things. Elder Mei. Although he knew that Qiongqi's mind was abnormal, it seemed to be even more abnormal recently. On the other side, the situation is a stalemate. Wang Dayu and the others asked for a heavy comparison, while Fang Shi and the others demanded compensation from the other party, otherwise there would be no comparison. But this time, the childmind was arranged by Elder Huai played a key role. Someone in the crowd said, actually, what Fang Shi said makes some sense. Since the rules don't say anything, it's because they're smart who took advantage of the loopholes, so why doesn't it count? That's right, I think Wang Dayu and the others are just making excuses for their incompetence. If they were really capable, even if Fang Shi and the others used defensive spiritual weapons, they wouldn't be defeated in one move. If you refuse to admit defeat, you are really losing both the opponent and the team. If I had known this earlier, I might as well have given the first place to others to compete. Ellipsis. Several elders at the forum were worried about not having a ladder. Now they saw someone handing him a ladder, so they quickly gathered together to discuss it. After the discussion was completed, Elder Du came back to the stage and said, we, Lundaotang, are also responsible for what happened just now, so we don't want compensation from Wang Dayu and them. Wang Da has 8 people. Elder Du, won't your conscience hurt when you say this? Elder Du continued, Fang Shi and the others' defensive spiritual weapons are indeed damaged. 2 million is too much. Let's give them a fair price, 100,000 spiritual stones. Wang Dayu, you will compensate Fang Shi and the other 3 people with 100,000 spiritual stones, and the competition will start again. What do you both think? Fang Shi sighed, okay, Elder Du, then I'll sell you to Landau Hall, otherwise I won't say 100,000 spiritual stones, even 1 million. 8 of Wang Da's people were so angry that their faces were livid. They were about to speak when Fang Shi raised her lips and said, I have to kindly remind you that if you say something I don't like to hear, 100,000 spirit stones will not be enough. Wang Da has 8 people. Of course they are not willing to take the 100,000 spirit stones, but if they don't take the money, Fang Shi won't agree to retry the competition. Wouldn't their promise to the Peak Master be ruined? Thinking of this, Wang Dayu gritted his teeth and said, okay, then 100,000 spiritual stones. As a result, Fang Shi received another 100,000 spirit stones. People who eat melons are suffering from pink eye again. Fang Zai's money came too easily. If they had this ability, they would have become rich long ago. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 817. A wicked person must have strange abilities. Elder Du re-announced the rules of the competition, specifically emphasizing that the use of any spiritual weapon other than the spiritual sword was prohibited. Any violation would result in a loss. After both parties resigned and pressed their fingerprints, Elder Du announced the start of the competition. 8 of Wang Da's eyes were red at this time. As soon as they came up, they used all their strength, wishing they could smash the 3 of Fang Shi into a sieve. Fang Shi and the other 2 made no progress, and were still easily trapped in the sword formation. But the expressions of the 3 of them were exceptionally relaxed, and they were even chatting leisurely. 5th senior brother, we have participated in many competitions, but this is the first time I heard that nothing is allowed to be used. Little junior sister, you don't know something about this. Some people like to use their own strengths to deal with the weaknesses of others. Knowing that we people in the Northern Territory are not good at sword formations, they use sword formations to deal with us. I know you are good at making talismans and alchemy, and I know you have a spiritual pet, so I won't let you use these. Isn't that right? I originally prepared more than 10,000 spiritual weapons, but I wasn't allowed to use them. Do you think it's irritating or not? Ellipsis. A few people's noses in Wongo were so angry that they were so angry. But I don't know how to refute it. It turns out that what Fang Shi said was true. He could only step up his offensive angrily. The winner is a prince and the loser is a bandit. As long as they can win the competition, no one will care about what Fang Shi and the others say. The 3 people in Fang Shi were forced into a dangerous situation, and many people were sure that they would lose. Just when everyone thought the overall situation was decided, Fang Shi said slowly. Senior brother Shi, 5th senior brother, although we only know a few rudimentary sword formations, it should be enough to deal with these few, let's form a formation. Wang Da and 8 others were angry and funny. What makes Fang Shi angry is that he refers to them as 8 heads. Is this a human comment? What's funny is that the three of them actually want to form a sword formation. Not to mention that all sword formations with 5 people or lesser level sword formations, but the three of them have only been exposed to sword formations for a few days. Are they still bragging about forming an alliance? It's really overpowering. Many people have the same idea as them, and Huai Ming Frame is one of them. He was standing next to Elder Huai at this time, and the uncle and nephew were more reluctant to avoid suspicion than the other. Their idea is very simple. Even if they avoid suspicion, others will not know that they're uncles and nephews. Don't you still know it well? In this case, there is no need to bother with that. Huai Ming Frame curled his lips. Uncle, how's it going? I just said Feng Shi and the others can't do it. You have to let me bet on them to win. We agreed before that if I lose, you have to pay for it. Elder Huai ignored him and focused on the stage. He didn't know why, but he was a little nervous. Feng Shi and the others couldn't really learn the sword formation, right? If he really learned this, wouldn't the Sect Master really be luring the wolf into the house? But then I thought about it, the 3-man sword formation is actually not a secret, and it is normal for people in the Northern Territory to know how to do it. Just when his mind was swinging back and forth, the situation on the stage had undergone a shocking reversal. Feng Shi and the other 3 have gained the absolute upper hand. The sword net composed of 3 people firmly trapped 8 of Wang Dayu's people in the formation. Wang Dayu and the others were like a group of trapped animals, unable to escape despite the desperate struggles. There was dead silence, everyone stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Many people are even rubbing their eyes because they think they're dazzled. Huai Ming Frame looked incredulous. Uncle, they seem to be using the immortality sword technique of our immortality sect. No, that's not right. Their swordsmanship is not exactly the same as the eternal life sword, it is more powerful than the eternal life sword. Also, their sword formation looks very similar to the 3-star moon watching formation, but it is far more powerful than the 3-star moon watching formation. Where did they learn it from? Elder Huai still didn't say anything. His eyes were much more sinister than Huai Mingzhen's, and he could naturally see the subtleties of formations and swordsmanship. Especially swordsmanship. The Changsheng sword technique is only the basic sword technique of the Changsheng sect, and the direct disciples don't even bother to practice it. They all choose more advanced sword techniques. But the longevity sword used by Feng Shi and the other 3 was far more sophisticated than those so-called advanced sword techniques. Where did they learn it? Not only Elder Huai, but also many of the big guys who were paying attention to this competition had expressions of surprise on their faces. Qiongqi inside the barrier was so excited that he burst into laughter. That is to say, the territory inside the barrier is large enough, otherwise it would not be enough for it to deal with. Old man Mei, what do you think? I just said that Xiao Shishi is a capable person. Has it come true? This means that wicked people must have weird abilities. Elder Mei. Please, stop talking, it will delay my mood to watch the competition. Regardless of whether he wanted to listen or not, Qiongqi continued. It's not that I look down on those losers of your Changsheng sect, none of them can beat me. Even when I came on stage, I was giving spiritual stones to Xiao Shishi. That is to say, Xiao Shishi and the others are small. If they can gather 8 people, even if you elders go up, it will be in vain. If I am in a good mood one day and go out to fight with her, I can even dig up the ancestral graves of your Changsheng sect. Elder Mei can't bear it anymore. If you keep making noise, I will close the teleportation wall. Qiongqi rolled his eyes. Who are you threatening? Do you think I'm afraid of you? But my mouth is dry when I talk, so I need to drink some water to moisten my throat. Elder Mei. Who says that ferocious beasts are all free and easy? Isn't this person very good at finding steps for himself? He turned his attention to the teleportation wall again. But this time, 8 of Wang Da's people were out of breath, and their bodies were also stained, but they were not serious. There was a cold flash in Wang Dayu's eyes. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi and the others had hidden a secret. Not only did they know the sword formation, but they also mastered sword techniques that were more advanced than them. The Peak Master had the foresight and asked them to prepare in advance, otherwise they would really be embarrassed this time. He immediately winked at the other 7 people. 8 people started forming seals almost at the same time. Elder Du frowned, as did Elder Huai in the audience. Others may not know, but they know that Wang Dayu and the others want to use a secret technique called Suzaku Crying Blood. This secret technique can burn essence and blood, improving one's cultivation level by a large amount in a short period of time. But the side effects are also obvious, that is, within the next 3 months, the cultivation level will drop to the chi refining stage. In addition, this secret technique can only be performed by taking the bird's soul powder in advance, and the bird's soul powder is very precious, and Wang Dayu and the others should not be eligible to obtain it. The answer is obvious. Peak Master Han made an exception for them. He wanted to get rid of Feng Shi and the others with the help of Wang Dayu and others. Calling it a conspiracy is actually a conspiracy. There is no prohibition on the use of secret techniques in the competition rules, so Wang Dayu and the others do not violate the rules. Elder Huai didn't want anything to happen to Feng Shi and the other 3, but it was too late for him to come to power now. Elder Du was hesitating whether to intervene. Wang Dayu and the others did not violate the rules. Logically speaking, he should not get involved, but their methods were a bit cruel, and they were risking the lives of Feng Shi and the others. The moment he hesitated, a ray of red light struck at the 8 people. Mujian, who was so scolded that he was so scolded, was already going crazy. The ancestor of 10,000 swords. Cut, cut, cut. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 818. This is the swordsmanship inherited from my Jun family. Wooden swords never fight unprepared battles. Even if it may not be needed, adequate preparations must be made. This time too. Although Feng Shi and the other 3 have learned very powerful swordsmanship, and Jun Wen has also improved the sword formation, no matter how powerful the swordsmanship and sword formation are, isn't it still the sword that competes in the end? Therefore, Mujian felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and let the little fat bird scold him when he got up early in the morning. However, its scolding of the little fat bird was a bit tired of aesthetics, and it didn't make much sense after being scolded. So, it started to mess around, and after irritating him, it successfully attracted a steady stream of scoldings. Even the lost rabbit in the wilderness, who fell asleep from time to time, cursed it in his sleep. Mujian felt like he was full of infinite power. It's a pity that Feng Shi doesn't let him show off too much, lest other fat sheep don't fall into the trap, so he can only endure it. It originally thought that it had no use today, but it didn't expect that 8 of Wang Da's people would actively seek death. He actually wants to use a secret technique. This is really sleepy and someone gave me a pillow. Thank God, thank Earth, thank Wang Da Yu. I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, am finally going to make a name for myself. With excited hearts and trembling hands, let's have a celebratory drink together. The sword light of the wooden sword slashed towards Wang Da Yu's 8 people with thunderous force. Other people's sword light may only be able to kill one person, but a crazy wooden sword can kill a whole person. Wang Da Yu and 8 other people were frightened and froze on the spot. Under the light of this sword that destroyed the world, they could not even think of escaping, because they knew that they could not escape at all and could only wait for death to come. To be honest, although Feng Shi knew that Mu Jian had accumulated strength, she never expected that it would go crazy. At this time, she had no way to control the power of the wooden sword, so she could only let the sword light slash towards Wang Da Yu's 8 people. She has already begun to think of eulogies for Wang Da Yu. It's not that she is very philanthropic, the key is that she has to excuse herself. These are 8 direct disciples. They were all split into 2 halves. Master Han hated her to the core, so he would definitely use it as an excuse. I have to say that Feng Shi and Mu Jian are a perfect match. One started cursing before the fight started, and the other started thinking of excuses before he even killed someone. Elder Du was originally hesitant to intervene to save Feng Shi and the others, but he did not expect that the situation would change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Feng Shi and the others were safe and sound, but 8 people in Wang Da Yu were in danger. Does Elder Du want to save Wang Da Yu's 8 people? To be honest, he didn't even have time to think about this problem, because Feng Zai's sword light was too fast. Even if he wanted to intervene, it would be useless. Even Elder Du on the stage had no time to stop him, let alone others. Just when everyone thought that 8 of Wang Da's men would definitely die, the red sword light disappeared without any warning. Yes, it just disappeared. Although Feng Shi didn't know what happened, it didn't delay her performance. She stood with her sword behind her back and said calmly, I said friendship comes first and competition comes second. Although I can kill you easily, there is no need for that. You can go now, I hope you will take care of yourself in the future. Wang Da Yu and 8 other people had not yet recovered from the shadow of death just now. It took them a long time to digest what Feng Shi said. They looked at Feng Shi in disbelief. Wang Da Yu even blurted out, why? Feng Shi chuckled lightly, I have made it very clear just now. I am competing with you just for the purpose of learning and making progress together, not to kill you. Although some people may think that I am a bad person, I have my own principles. I have to be merciful to others, and there is no need to kill them all. By the way, I have to remind you that it is better to use things like secret techniques sparingly, so as not to backfire on you. Of course, if you think I'm nosy, just pretend I didn't say anything. In addition, if you are not convinced, you can challenge me again after I finish all the remaining games. Wang Da Yu and the other 8 people all had complicated expressions. After a long while, they hugged Feng Shi and hurriedly left after getting off the stage. Elder Du hurriedly announced the results of the competition. The 3 from Feng Shi won. Feng Shi saluted to Elder Du, thank you for your hard work. Elder Du felt a little ashamed. What a polite and good boy. He shouldn't have hesitated just now, he should have intervened first. No, there was no need for him to intervene. He couldn't stop the sword light just now. It's strange, this little girl is not even a nascent soul, how can she use such a powerful sword light? Not only is he strange, many people are also strange. In addition to the sword light, they were also curious about the sword techniques and sword formations used by Feng Shi and the others. No, someone in the audience immediately pulled their necks and asked. Feng Shi, what sword technique did you use just now? Before Feng Shi could speak, Zhang Wen said proudly. This is the swordsmanship inherited from my Zhang family, Zhang swordsmanship. There's a commotion down there. It turned out to be Zhang Wen's family swordsmanship. Didn't you say that Zhang Wen was an orphan? Is this rumor wrong? Zhang family. I haven't heard of any big family named Zhang in the northern and southern regions. Is it the kind of big family that stays hidden from the world? Many people look at Zhang Wen now and feel that he is very different from before. It seems that he has a little more nobility, such a handsome noble man. At this time, someone asked again, what sword formation are you using? Zhang Wen's back straightened up even more. This is the sword formation inherited from my Zhang family, the 3-star and moon formation. There was another boil below. This Zhang family is really amazing. Not only does he have a unique sword technique, but he also has a unique sword formation. No wonder Zhang Wen was able to defeat Ji Junsheng's sword formation in the sword pavilion before. It turned out to be the origin of his family knowledge. Didn't you hear Zhang Wen tell you about the origin of his name? He is called Junzi Yijin and the whole world hears it. Junzi here is not just a literal meaning, it refers to their Zhang family. I don't envy anything else, I mainly envy Feng Shi and Jing Yan for having such good classmates as Zhang Wen. Even the swordsmanship and formations inherited from their families were taught to them. This camaraderie is really touching. Ellipsis. Everyone was talking animatedly, and the scrawny old man in the dark almost lost his temper. Zhang's swordsmanship. Fuck your motherfucker. That is obviously the immortal sword technique that I have improved after many years of meditation. Why did it become your family? I have seen such a shameless person before, but this is the first time I have seen such a shameless person. If I hadn't come out on a whim, wouldn't I have allowed you, a brat who deceives the world and steals your reputation, to succeed? The old man became angrier as he thought about it, and immediately wanted to make the truth known to the public. But he took back his step. How did he say? Should I tell the disciples of the Changsheng sect that I, the elder of the Hu sect, taught the improved immortal sword technique to a kid from the Northern Territory because I recognized the wrong person? Let him deal with you on stage. So am I an elder of the Guardian sect or a black sheep? Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 819, growing up after stumbling along the way. After much thought, the old man felt that he could not tell this matter. He can't afford to lose this person. But seeing Jun Wen blustering on the stage, he was really upset. He waved his sleeves casually, and Jun Wen, who was trying to show his style on the stage, fell off the stage. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. Not to mention others, even Fang Shi and Jing Yan were stunned. Fifth senior brother, which song are you singing? Jun Wen fell so badly. I choked and almost fainted. If he hadn't raised his handsome head the moment he landed, he would have been disfigured. Could this be called extreme happiness leading to sadness? If it had been him before, and such an embarrassing thing had happened, he probably wouldn't have appeared in front of others for 3 to 5 years. But he has been transformed. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. He stood up calmly, dusted himself off, and said calmly, I'm sorry, I got homesick when I got excited, and my consciousness fell away in a trance. This also sounded the alarm for me. I must guard against arrogance and impetuosity at all times. Only by being down to earth can we go further. I would like to encourage everyone with this sentence. After saying that, he went back to the discussion stage very naturally. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face, as if he was not the one who fell. Fang Shi was very satisfied. True to her words and deeds, the fifth senior brother successfully ran away from home. The people who eat melons really appreciate Jun Wen's upright appearance. This is the style of a gentleman. People from big families are really different. I have to say, their filters for Jun Wen are really thick. The old man was really angry when he heard everyone's discussion. You idiots. Why don't you have the ability to distinguish right from wrong? Can't you see that his so-called Jun sword technique is very similar to the sword of eternal life? Fortunately, there are still smart people. Huai Mingzhen frowned and asked, Jun Wen, you said this is your Jun family's ancestral swordsmanship, so why is it so similar to the longevity swordsmanship of our Changsheng sect? The old man couldn't help but nodded. This boy was quite smart and asked the question. Jun Wen curled his lips after hearing Huai Mingzhen's words. I just ask you, which one is better, Jun's sword technique or Changsheng sword technique? Which one is more perfect? Although Huai Ming Frame was reluctant, he still said, you guys are superior in swordsmanship. Jun Wen spread his hands. That's it. It's probably that you people from the Changsheng sect saw our Jun's swordsmanship a few years ago, so you figured out the Changsheng swordsmanship after you came back. It's just that I only learned the form and not the essence, so that's why it's like this. The bottom suddenly exploded again. What? Did we learn the longevity sword technique from the Jun family? It's nice to talk about learning, but maybe it's stolen. This is so embarrassing. The old man's nose in the dark was so angry that he was so angry. With a wave of his sleeves, Jun Wen flew out on the stage and hit the fence behind the discussion stage. Sitting behind the fence are a group of elders from the discussion platform. They sit there to watch the competition on the field, and they can get on the stage immediately if something goes wrong. They really didn't expect Jun Wen to come at him, so they all dodged out of instinct. Jun Wen, who was still flying in the air. After all, my junior sister has generated so many spiritual stones for you, so why can't you pick me up? Have your consciences been eaten by dogs? He wanted to adjust his posture and do a handsome cloud flip, but his body was stiff and he couldn't move at all. When I fell off the forum just now, I could still move my neck, but now I can't move anywhere. Once is a coincidence, twice is definitely not an accident. Someone must be harming him secretly. Who? Could it be that his father thought he was too flamboyant, so teach him a lesson? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was so. It seems that the junior sister is right, you can't float. Otherwise, even his own father would teach him a lesson. Just when he thought of this, he finally landed. It fell too hard this time. The first one fainted. Fang Shi and Jing Yan rushed over to rescue him and were relieved when they saw that Jun Wen was not seriously injured. Jun Wen woke up after taking the elixir. The impetuousness and arrogance just now were gone, and the whole person's temperament became much more stable. It's like wine that has accumulated over time, becoming less spicy and more mellow. Fang Shi couldn't help but marvel. Did you grow up after just one fall? No wonder they say they grow up after stumbling along the way. Jun Wen has calmed down here, but the old man's anger has not gone away yet. The more he thought about it, the more he held his breath, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. All his wisdom in this life was ruined by that little brat named Jun Wen. He was the same, why didn't he pass on the immortal sword technique to him without investigating at that time? By the way, there is also the little girl. She is obviously only in the golden core stage, so how can she use such a sharp sword light? However, it seems that she is not yet able to control it freely and is obviously out of control. It was probably an extraordinary performance under desperation. Even so, it is quite remarkable. On the other hand, those biographies from Duke Peak are beyond stupid. Let's not talk about whether it is appropriate to use secret techniques during the competition. The key point is that the secret technique of Suzaku crying blood is to drink poison to quench thirst. Although it can burst out its potential in an instant, the consequences are endless. The consequences are far more serious than losing a game. The irony is that even if they lose their heads and use Suzaku cry blood, they still can't defeat each other. If he hadn't neutralized Fang Zai's sword light in time, they would have died. But when he thought that the reason why Feng Shi and the other three were so powerful was his fault, he felt bad. What should we do now? Kill all three brats. It's really hard to give up. On the one hand, he is afraid of the Northern Territory, and on the other hand, he cherishes his talents. Although he wished he could slap Junwen to death, seeing that he not only mastered the immortal sword technique in a short period of time, but also improved the sword formation suitable for the immortal sword technique, it shows that he is very talented in the way of swordsmanship. The other two cubs are also good, and they're both well trained. In particular, Feng Shi can burst out such powerful potential at the critical moment of life and death, which shows that her upper limit is very high. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Why is such an outstanding kid from the Northern Territory and not a disciple of their Changsheng sect? If they were disciples of the Changsheng sect, he would not have these worries. No matter what, we can't just let these three brats get away with it. By the way, they should have many more competitions. Aren't you jealous? I won't let you win a game. Although the old man thinks this is childish, it's okay if he can vent his anger. Just as he was thinking about it, the Jade identity card that had been silent for several years began to tremble. After he put his consciousness into it, Sima Sect leader's cautious voice came from inside. Elder Yin, I shouldn't have disturbed your retreat, but this junior has encountered a difficult matter. If it's convenient for you, can you help me clear up my doubts? The old man's already ugly face became even more ugly. He remembered. This is what Sima Shao did. Got 3 wolf cubs into the Changsheng sect. Do you want me to explain it to you? I wish I could get rid of you. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 820 Little Junior Sister, please save Senior Brother 5. The more Elder Yin thought about it, the more he felt that Sima Sect Master was the culprit of the whole thing, and he was innocent. That's what it is. Anyone who sees someone wearing the clothes of a direct disciple of Wudao Peak and living in the compound of a direct disciple will think that this is a direct disciple of Wudao Peak. What's more, he has been meditating all year round. Isn't it normal for him to make a mistake? Therefore, Sima Xiao should be responsible for all this. If he hadn't led the wolf into the house, what happened today wouldn't have happened at all. What a fool who succeeds more than fails. The more Elder Yin thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately replied to Sima Sect Master. Come to see me at the Enlightenment platform in 2 hours. When Elder Yin replied to Sima Sect leader, Junwen was already alive and kicking. Feng Shi and the others returned to the Tao discussion platform. Everyone's eyes were all on Junwen, because they wanted to know what happened just now. Why did this person fly out? It was said that he fell off the stage because he was in a trance. He couldn't fly out while in a trance, right? Junwen didn't think of any excuse for a while. He couldn't tell everyone that he might have been taught a lesson by his father, right? He had no choice but to look at Feng Shi. Little junior sister, please save the 5th senior brother. My lifelong reputation depends on you. Feng Shi guessed that Junwen might have been taught a lesson by the master who taught him swordsmanship. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Also, the sword light that disappeared for no reason before was probably caused by that person. This person can do this without showing up, which shows that his cultivation is unfathomable. The 5th senior brother has undoubtedly offended someone. If he doesn't find a way to straighten things out quickly, there will probably be no good consequences later. She thought again, since the other person was unwilling to listen to what Junwen said, then he was probably from the Changsheng sect. The most outrageous thing that the 5th senior brother said was probably to imply that the immortality sword technique was stolen from the Jun family, and she had to find a way to make up for it. Feng Shi thought for a moment and then said to everyone in the audience. Everyone, my 5th senior brother is witty and likes to joke. In fact, Jun's swordsmanship was not created by his Jun family, and it was just a coincidence that we were able to learn this swordsmanship. As for the 3-star parallel moon chain formation, it was indeed created by the Jun family, and there is no adulteration on this point. The reason why my 5th senior brother fell off the stage just now and flew out again later was because his elders were teaching him to talk nonsense and exaggerate. As for other things, I can't say anything about it. The audience immediately went crazy. What they are concerned about is not that Jun's swordsmanship was not created by the Jun family. What they are concerned about is that the elders of the Jun family are here. Where? They were actually able to sneak into the Changsheng sect silently, and were they able to teach Junwen a lesson? What a high level of cultivation this is. I didn't expect the Jun family to be so powerful. No wonder Junwen is crazy. If they had such a family background, they would be crazier than him. Junwen originally thought that his reputation was completely ruined when he heard Feng Shi expose him. Unexpectedly, everyone in the audience thought he was even more awesome. While Junwen was happy, he couldn't help but admire Feng Shi even more. She must be a junior sister. Any unfavorable situation, as long as she opens her mouth and speaks, she can turn the tide. Confusing right and wrong is not enough to describe her awesomeness. She makes you colorblind for the first time. Not to mention Junwen, even Elder Yin in the dark was amazed. This little girl named Feng Shi is really good at talking. Not only did Junwen's words come true, but it also made people sound like the Jun family was even more powerful. In addition, he was very disappointed with the group of disciples in the audience. Everyone only cares about the so-called Jun family. Shouldn't you pay attention to the connection between Junwen's swordsmanship and the longevity swordsmanship? They are all idiots. It's all rubbish. They're not worthy enough to carry shoes for those 3 brats on the stage. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 821 He still has to be the sect leader. Elder Yin suddenly felt that it would not be a bad thing if he taught the immortal sword technique to Junwen. At least he would know the virtues of the current immortal sect. The 5 peaks are not in harmony, and the direct disciples are useless. The disciples are more interested in Bhagavad than in cultivation. They're a bunch of bastards. You should let the 3 brats on stage beat you all down before you get pretentious. At this time, Fang Shi on the stage said again. Today's competition ends here. The next competition between us and the senior brothers from Baihu Peak is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone will come on time. Of course, if the senior brothers at Baihu Peak change their minds and don't want to compete with us, it doesn't matter, they just need to speak to me. The same goes for other people. If they want to be with us, if they don't want to be better than us, they won't force it. Again, friendship comes first, competition comes second, winning is never the goal, I just want to promote exchanges between the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. Fang Zai's words made many Black Iron fans have a slightly better impression of her. In fact, Fang Shi is not particularly bad. Not to mention anything else, if she was willing to spare the lives of Wang Dayu's 8 people, she was not a cruel person. However, the good impression quickly dissipated without a trace. Because Fang Shi happily took away the spiritual stone she won after getting off the forum. In addition to the principal, he won more than 50 million spiritual stones. Fang Shi was not satisfied. She invested 100 million, and she only won this little. Unfortunately, due to the rules, the winner can only share the money bet by the loser, excluding the commission for the banker. Forget it, mosquito legs are also meat, just eat less. When everyone saw Fang Shi sighing there, everyone almost vomited blood. They've got pink eye welded on them. They feel that here in Fang Shi, the measurement unit of spirit stones has changed. Others are worth 1 piece, but she is worth 10,000. No, now it's worth tens of millions. Although the vast majority of people lost, there were also a few who won. Among them is the Wyming Frame. He originally didn't want to bet on Fang Shi to win, but Elder Hua insisted on forcing him, so he had no choice but to obey. Unexpectedly, I won money. Although it is not as good as Fang Shi, the free spiritual stone is fragrant. However, what he was more concerned about was why the sword technique used by Junwen and the others was so similar to the Changsheng sword technique. Why does Fang Shi use such a powerful sword light? What kind of existence is the Jun family? He Jian was so curious. He kept urging Elder Huai to hurry up and find Fang Shi and the others to find out. Elder Huai glanced at him. I'm very familiar with them, but I'm not familiar enough to dig out their secrets. But you, I remember your auction order was 5th, right? Are you still planning to compete with Fang Shi and the others? Huai Mingzhen looked at Elder Huai in surprise. Competition. Why not compete? Although Fang Shi and the others are very powerful in swordsmanship and sword formation, we are not bad either. Besides, even if you really lose, it's not a big deal. Elder Huai couldn't help but feel very comforted. Although his nephew's cultivation was not particularly top-notch, he was still worthy of it, especially because he had a very good character. Not only do you dare to take challenges, but you are also not arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat, and your future is limitless. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Huai Ming Frame say. Even if we lose, then we still have Luo Chen and the others. When they come back, I will ask them to revenge me. Then they will definitely beat the 3 of Fang Shi to pieces. Elder Huai. When I just said nothing. But if Luo Chen and the others fight against Fang Shi and the others, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Of course, if Fang Shi could still use the powerful sword light before, even Luo Chen and the others would be in vain. But he always felt that there was something fishy about Fang Zai's sword light. It didn't look like she took the initiative to cancel the spiritual power dissipation, but rather seemed to have been interfered with by some outside world. Could it be that it was also done by someone from the Jun family? The more Elder Huai thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was a possibility. The Jun family might not want the 3 of Fang Shi to become enemies with the Changsheng sect, so they took action to neutralize Fang Zai's sword light. In this way, the strength of the Jun family is really unfathomable. It would be okay if there was no malicious intent, but if there was malicious intent. Elder Huai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't care less about Huai Mingzhen, so Sayazi went to find Sima Sect Master. Sect leader Sima is taking a shower and changing clothes. It's not that he has a mysophobia, it's mainly because he has to see Elder Yin later. To show his respect, he takes a shower and changes clothes. As the only elder of the Changsheng sect to protect the sect, Elder Yin has a transcendent status, and he must be given sufficient respect. As for the only other guardian elder, well, let's not mention it. Just think that their Changsheng sect only has an elder who protects the sect like Elder Yin. Speaking of which, he and Elder Yin have not seen each other for hundreds of years. I wonder how advanced his cultivation has become. He had just changed into a brand new sect leader uniform when Elder Huai arrived. Elder Huai's eyes wandered over the new clothes on Sima sect leader, and he thought to himself, could it be that the sect master wanted Jun Wen to invite the members of the Jun family to come out to meet them? Also, everyone has come to the Shangsheng sect, so I have to show my friendship as a landlord no matter what, and maybe I can win over the Jun family. He has to be the sect leader. This is a long-term perspective. Sect leader Sima felt that Elder Huai was a little abnormal today, but thinking about what happened on the forum, it was understandable. He coughed lightly. Elder Huai, what do you think of what happened today? Elder Huai said hurriedly, I think the same as you, we really should meet and have a chat. Sect Master Sima was very surprised. Only the previous sect leaders knew about the elders of the protecting sect. How did Elder Huai know? Not only did he know about the existence of the elders of the Hu sect, but he also knew that he was going to see the other party. Can he pinch her and count? Although he was very surprised in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and asked, what do you think we should talk about? Elder Huai said with a smile. There's a lot to talk about. For example, the sword techniques used by Jun Wen and the others, the sword formations they used, Fang Zai's sword light, and our Changsheng sect's next arrangements for Jun Wen and the others. Of course, I am not as far-sighted as you, and you must be thinking further. Sect Master Sima interrupted his rainbow fart and asked, have you known about his existence before? Elder Huai was confused. His old man. Sect Master, are you so polite to the people of the Jun family? If you say that, I can't help but make me suspect that our longevity swordsmanship was indeed stolen from the Jun family. Seeing his confused expression, Sect Master Sima frowned. The matter of protecting the elders of the sect is very confidential. How did you know about it? You might as well tell the truth. Elder Huai blurted out in shock. You said the Jun family members are the guardian elders of our Changsheng sect. No wonder the sword technique used by Jun Wen is very similar to our Changsheng sword technique. It turns out he is one of ours. Sect leader Sima's head was buzzing. He finally understood that what he and Elder Huai were talking about were not the same thing at all. Elder Huai didn't even know about the existence of the elders of the Hu sect. It was also because what happened today was so strange that it made him a little confused, otherwise there would not have been such a misunderstanding. This is good, he personally told the sect's top secret. Fortunately, Elder Huai is his direct descendant, so he is not worried about him leaking it. Thinking of this, he said sternly, forget what you just heard, you know. Elder Huai was frightened by Sima Sect Master's pressure and immediately became excited. The heated head quickly cooled down. He thought about the conversation he had just had with Sima Sect Master, and then he was shocked to realize that he knew a big secret. It turns out that their Changsheng sect actually has elders who protect the sect. He originally thought that the Supreme Elder of the West, who had been in seclusion all year round, was already the top being of the Changsheng sect, but he didn't expect that there were even elders of the protecting sect. Never heard of it before. He felt a little stretched. Mainly because I ate too much melon today. And they are all big melons. He was like a melon in the melon field. He took a bite of one melon and showed off a bite of that melon, and before he knew it, he became dizzy. However, now he couldn't care about anything else and said quickly, Sect Master, I didn't hear anything, I don't know anything, I lost my memory. Sect Leader Sima. Elder Huai is a very stable person, but why has he started to go off the rails since he was assigned to take care of Feng Shi and the others? However, he still trusted Elder Huai, and he sent him away after repeatedly telling him to keep his mouth shut. Elder Huai was also very knowledgeable. Although he was extremely curious about the elders of the Hu sect, he did not dare to ask a question. After he left, Sima's sect leader went to the enlightenment platform. After passing the path of refining the mind, I climbed onto the stage of discussion. As soon as he went up, he saw Elder Yin with his back turned to him. Looking at Elder Yin's skinny back, Sima Sect Master felt a little sour in his heart. After giving a deep bow, he said, Elder Yin, you have paid too much for the Changsheng sect. Without you, there would be no Changsheng sect today. You are tired. Elder Yin was already holding back his anger, but when he heard what Sima Sect Master said, he suddenly felt that he was insinuating and mocking him. What does it mean that without me in charge, there would be no Changsheng sect today? Are you mocking me for teaching Junwen sword technique and causing the Changsheng sect to make a fool of themselves today? Am I still tired? Are you trying to say that you've been implicated by me? Elder Yin turned around and kicked Sima Sect Master. Sect Master Sima never thought in his wildest dreams that Elder Yin would come like this, and he was immediately kicked in the ass. That was him. If it had been someone else, he would have been kicked down the mountain first. Sect Master Sima was stunned. Especially seeing Elder Yin's furious look. He issued 3 questions of the soul. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Continue tomorrow at 9 p.m. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 822 Elder Yin, you have gone too far. Sect Master Sima was at a loss. He has great respect for Elder Yin and uses honorifics every time he is summoned. He even bathes and changes clothes before coming to see him. Logically speaking, Elder Yin cannot find fault with him. But why was Elder Yin so angry and even fought against him? Could it be that something went wrong while Elder Yin was meditating and went crazy? Or is he going crazy from being alone all year round? Elder Yin saw Sima Sect Master sitting on the ground without any movement for a long time, and he became more and more displeased with him. You are a sect leader after all, but don't you even have the ability to handle emergencies? Look at that Feng Shi. He took Jun Wen out with just a few words and built momentum for the so-called Jun family. Look at you again, you look like a fool. I should have used more force just now. I could have kicked you to death. Sima Shao, do you know your mistake? Sect leader Sima. Elder Yin, you have gone too far. After all, I am the leader of a sect. Even if you insist on your identity and refuse to call me sect leader, you can still call me by my name. How can you call me Sima Xiao? Although Sima sect leader was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. After standing up, he said respectfully. Elder Yin, I am stupid by nature. I don't know what mistakes I have made. Please give me some advice. Elder Yin snorted coldly. Are you stupid by nature? I think you are too smart. Why did you let the 3 of Feng Shi enter the Changsheng sect? Don't think that I don't know what your plan is. Don't you just want to use Feng Zai's hand to muddy the pot of soup? Then you take the opportunity to gather the power of the other Exafeng, right? Although your move was not entirely motivated by selfish desires, you should never have brought the 3 Feng Shi people into the Changsheng sect, let alone give them the status of disciples of the Changsheng sect. You are inviting a wolf into the house. You also saw the sword formation that Jun Wen used today. It was clearly improved on the basis of the 3-star moon watching formation. It must have been created by him in the past few days. This shows how amazing his talent in sword formation is. All the wealth of our Changsheng sect was imitated by him. Maybe it has spread back to the northern territory. This is all the result of your cleverness. You don't reflect on yourself, and you're still here licking your face and asking me what's wrong with you. You really disappoint me. Sect leader Sima was so trained that he was sweating coldly. He didn't even dare to look at Elder Yin. He drooped his head like a quail. He said nonchalantly, Elder Yin, I heard that the 3-star moon chain formation they used may have been developed before coming to the Changsheng sect, and it may not have been developed by him. Before he could finish his words, Elder Yin said angrily, didn't you see that the 3-star moon chain formation was improved based on the immortal sword technique? They had just learned the immortal sword technique. How could this sword formation have been improved before? Sect leader Sima was surprised. You said they just learned that set of swordsmanship. Then how can they use it so skillfully? Elder Yin sneered coldly. Do you think they are all pig-headed like you? Those three brats are more talented than the last. Is it any wonder that they learn quickly? Sect leader Sima. You praised me as a genius before, but why have I turned into a pig's head in your mouth after not seeing each other for hundreds of years? Wrong. And many more. Immortal swordsmanship. How could he remember that the sword technique that Elder Yin devoted himself to studying was called this name? Also, how did Elder Yin know that Jun Wen and the others had just learned this sword technique? When I think of Elder Yin's resentful appearance with a nose that is neither a nose nor a face, an earth-shattering guess is born. Jun Wen heard that their swordsmanship was taught to them by Elder Yin, right? Because he mistook Jun Wen and the others as direct disciples of Wudao Peak. Then, today I found out I had made a mistake, so I got angry with him. The more Sima sect leader thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was the truth. He didn't know what he was feeling for a moment. The joy, anger, sorrow and joy are not enough to express. Elder Yin, the guardian elder of the Changsheng sect, has studied swordsmanship for hundreds of years in the cave, and as soon as he came out of the cave, he passed it on to the people in the Northern Territory. Are you an elder of the Changsheng sect or a spy from the Northern Territory? I even doubt that Elder Huai is right. Are you from the Jun family? At this time, Elder Yin realized belatedly that he was talking nonsense. He wished he could slap himself on the ear. But having said it all, there is no way to take it back. How to come back now? Just as he was racking his brains to think of countermeasures, Sima Sect Master looked at him with admiration. Elder Yin, you are right, I am indeed smart and stupid. Although my intention was good and I wanted to change the status quo of the Changsheng sect's fragmentation, I should not have hastily brought the three Fengshi people into the Changsheng sect, let alone let them become direct disciples. Fortunately, you took action and taught the immortal sword technique to the three of them. On the one hand, you can use their hands to train the direct disciples of the sect. If the disciples are defeated by these three outsiders, they will definitely work hard and concentrate on their cultivation. This is much more useful than our old-fashioned preaching. On the other hand, when they see your swordsmanship, they will be shocked. They will definitely be impressed by your advanced cultivation, and will probably abandon the Xuanshan sect and join our Changsheng sect. In this way, we gained three talented disciples for nothing, and also defeated the arrogance of the Northern Territory. You can kill two birds with one stone with this move. High, really high. Elder Yin was stunned for a moment, then stroked his beard and said, King Hong, what I just said was a bit harsh. In fact, you have done very well over the years and you are a qualified sect leader. I was not wrong about you at the beginning. Sect leader Sima, that's not what you just said. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 823. What if that girl Fang Shi were the leader of the clan? Sect leader Sima finally understood. If he helps Elder Yin shift the blame, he will be a qualified sect leader. If he doesn't help, he will be Sima Shire. I didn't expect you to be such an Elder Yin. You said you shouldn't just meditate in a cave. Why do you have to run out? You can run out, just go back for a walk. You have to wander around the courtyard of your direct disciples, or wander around. Why did you teach the swordsmanship to Fang Shi and the other three? Is there no one in our Changsheng sect? You specifically pick out outsiders. Besides, you can't ask before you teach. Are you stupid for spreading the word? You still call me a fool, you have no idea at all. Of course, he dared to think about these words in his heart and never dared to say them out loud. Otherwise, Elder Yin's temper would be as simple as kicking him in the butt. The elders of the Guardian sect have absolute privileges and can even change the sect leader. Therefore, let alone helping Elder Yin pass the blame, even if Elder Yin asked him to take the blame, he would not dare to say no. Elder Yin's mood improved, and he began to clear his name with his own hands. King Hong, what you said is absolutely correct. I also taught the immortal sword technique to Jun Wen in order to train my direct disciples. After all, it would be difficult for them to win with their original strength. If they lose, those little brats will be even more aggressive. Looking at it today, I made the right decision. Let's not talk about others, let's just talk about the ones at Suzaku Peak. Even though they are not as skilled as others, they actually want to use the secret technique of Suzaku crying blood. Using such a secret technique that exceeds the upper limit of your cultivation just for a competition is extremely stupid. Sect Master Sima's heart moved and he immediately said, Elder Yin, you are absolutely right, a few people in Wangda are indeed too short-sighted. It stands to reason that with their status, they are not qualified to obtain the bird soul powder at all, so I guess. Speaking of this, Sima sect leader was hesitant to speak. Elder Yin frowned. If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have anything to say it quickly. Sect Master Sima, let me start by saying that it was probably Master Han of Suzaku Peak who made an exception and rewarded them with bird soul powder. What he did was somewhat a form of revenge. You may not know that there is a grudge between Peak Master Han and Fang Shi, and it starts with the Wang Fu family. Sect Master Sima told the whole story about Master Han and his niece, and then said, if he hadn't done such a destructive thing, our Changsheng sect would not have been passive, and I would not have proposed to let the three of Fang Shi enter the Changsheng sect. At that time, in addition to wanting to use Fang Shi and others to gather power, I was mainly worried that you would instigate the West Great family to join forces with the Northern Territory, which would put our Changsheng sect in danger. Elder Yin, I really have no choice but to do it. After hearing what Sima Sect Master said, Elder Yin immediately came to a conclusion. If Master Han hadn't broken the shoes, Sima Xiao wouldn't have let Fang Shi and the other three people join the Immortality sect, and he wouldn't have passed on the Immortality sword technique to Jun Wen. Therefore, the culprit is Peak Master Han, that bastard. I thought that bastard Han Jide was unreliable at the beginning, but he did as I said. He actually got together with his niece, he was worse than a beast. Even if he has lost his moral integrity, he actually involves our Changsheng sect, even sacrificing his direct disciples under the peak to avenge his personal revenge. This person cannot be kept. Sect Master Sima's heart was filled with joy. How much he disliked Elder Yin just now, now he loves Elder Yin so much. But he couldn't show it, otherwise Elder Yin might accuse him of something else. He quickly said, Elder Yin, what you said is absolutely true. Not only did Master Han have bad personal ethics, but in his eyes, the interests of the sect were nothing more than a tool for his own personal gain. However, he has many members and the forces in Suzaku Peak are intricately connected. If he were to be touched now, it would probably cause turmoil in the sect. This matter must be dealt with slowly. Elder Yin glared at him, you are just too indecisive. If that girl Fang Shi had been the sect leader, you would have defeated the bastard Han Jide. Sect leader Sima. What does it mean to change to Fang Shi as the sect leader? Is she comparable to me? Let's just say, how could you have such dangerous thoughts? He once again suspected that Elder Yin might actually be from the Jun family. Otherwise, why do we always do things that harm ourselves and benefit others? In fact, Elder Yin just said it casually. He is used to doing his own thing and saying what he wants without thinking about what others will think. But he also knew that Sima's sect master was right. Now was indeed not a good time to touch Peak Master Han, and he had to wait a little longer. I'm too lazy to care about these nonsense, you can weigh it yourself. The most important thing for Sima Zong is Elder Yin's attitude. With the support of this ancestor, his next journey will be much easier. Fang Shi and the others are really his mascots. He probed, Elder Yin, Fang Shi and the others probably don't know your identity yet, right? If they knew about it, Jun Wen wouldn't dare to say anything about Jun's swordsmanship on the Taoist forum. Although Elder Yin did not want to repeat the process of passing the sword at all, he had no choice but to tell what happened in order to let Sima's sect master help him clear his name. Sect leader Sima was surprised. Jun Wen actually subdued many spiritual sword shadows. How did he do it? Elder Yin said angrily, you ask me, who should I ask? You are still the leader of a sect, and you don't even know about such things. If my old man hadn't come out, you would still be kept in the dark. And that Fang Shi, who is not even a nascent soul, but can use such a sharp sword light. If I hadn't taken action, those 8 idiots would have been split in half. You must not have known she was so capable, right? You don't know this or that, you said you were busy all day long. Sect leader Sima felt weak, pitiful and helpless. He knew that Elder Yin was just venting his anger, but he couldn't point it out and could only accept it. Elder Yin scolded Sima's sect master and finally said, okay, I guess I can't count on you for this matter. From now on, I will secretly keep an eye on those 3 little brats and make sure they're kept in good order. As for the matter of the immortal sword technique, you don't need to worry about it for now. It won't be too late to talk about it after I finish dealing with them. Sect Master Sima nodded hurriedly, complimented Elder Yin a few more words, and then said, then let me briefly introduce you to the 3 of them. Elder Yin waved his hand impatiently. They're just 3 little cubs with better talents. I don't need to know so much. I can make them eat away with just a few moves of my fingers. Okay, I'm going back to meditate, so you can do whatever you need to do, and don't bother me if you have nothing to do. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. I don't know why, Sima's sect master feels a little uneasy, always feeling that things are not as simple as Elder Yin expected. Forget it about Jun Wen and Jing Yan. That Fang Shi is full of bad intentions. Don't let Elder Yin deal with them by then. She will fool Elder Yin again. He wanted to remind Elder Yin a few words, but he was afraid of being scolded, so he gave up the idea after thinking about it again and again. Forget it, although Elder Yin has a bad temper, he has eaten more salt than Fang Shi. How can he be fooled by a yellow-haired girl like her? He is also unfounded. At this time, Fang Shi, who was talked about by him, was about to go to meet Qiongqi. Because Elder Mei sent her a message saying that Qiongqi was anxious to see her and wanted to give her a big surprise. Fang Shi was not looking forward to it at all, because Qiongqi's brain circuit was different from that of normal people, and the surprise he was talking about might be fright. On the way, Fang Shi asked Mu Jian, why did the sword light dissipate midway? Is it your own fault or someone intervened? Mu Jian said hurriedly, of course someone intervened. I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, can the sword light I send out disappear midway? Isn't that a joke? Fang Shi, oh, is it due to your insufficient cultivation or some other reason? Wooden sword. Didn't you understand what I said? I already told you it wasn't me. Can't you just pretend to be confused and give me some face? Continue tomorrow at 9 p.m. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 824 From now on, I will be the best in the world with you. Mu Jian did some mental construction and then said. The main reason is that someone intervened, and the rest is so trivial, and not worth mentioning because I don't have that much stamina. In fact, the main reason is that I am too impatient. If I calm down a little, it will definitely be fine. However, these are not important. Let's just ask, will my sword light scare people? Before Fang Shi could speak, the Mu Jian's scolding friends began to speak one after another. Yao Zhu, you are really good at putting gold on your face. You have to hold back a little, surely it will be okay. I see, even if no one intervenes, your sword light will not be able to hit those people. Golden Pig, that's right. Your sword light is just like a flower stand. It looks very intimidating, but in fact it can't even cut a piece of tofu. Honey Badger Ruins Beast, let's not talk about whether you have stamina or not. The key is that you lost control of the sword light, so our master is lucky, otherwise it may not have serious consequences. Ellipsis. Anyone else would have been furious after hearing these words, but instead of being angry, Mu Jian was actually very proud. These little scumbags must be jealous of me. That's why you say these harsh words. Ah. The more you say this, the more it means I am excellent. Besides, I don't care what you say, only the opinion of the unscrupulous master is the most important. At this time, Fang Shi said calmly, the inability to fully control the sword light must be related to the loss of the scabbard, right? If you don't want to be hidden by me, tell me the whereabouts of the scabbard. Mujian, Master, my spiritual power may be overdrawn, I'm going to faint. After Mujian finished speaking, there was no movement. Fang Shi. She didn't say anything else. According to Mujian's virtue, even if she forced it, it would probably find other reasons to excuse it. Anyway, she wasn't in such a hurry, maybe Mujian would figure it out on his own after a while. She understands Mujian's thoughts. No one wants multiple shackles, even if the shackles are good for you. Fang Shi was thinking about the wooden sword when Zhang Wen said mysteriously. Little junior sister, who do you think knocked me out? Could it be my father? Fang Shi, fifth senior brother, if you really lack father's love, then you can just find someone to accept as your father. Otherwise, if time goes by, I'm afraid you will go crazy. Zhang Wen. Junior sister, are you talking in human language? Can dad be recognized casually? Of course, if the other party is powerful, such as Sima Sect leader, and he says he is my father, I will definitely have no objection at all. Jing Yan was much clearer than Zhang Wen and said. It's probably the fault of the person who taught you swordsmanship. You made such nonsense on the stage, and the other party just beat you away and they were already polite. Zhang Wen did not dare to say anything to Fang Shi, but he was not afraid of Jing Yan, so he immediately snorted coldly. What do you mean by talking nonsense? How do you know what I say is not true? Maybe the person who taught me swordsmanship is a member of our Zhang family, or even my father. My biological father. Jing Yan was speechless, too lazy to talk to Zhang Wen, so he said to Fang Shi. Little junior sister, I think the person must be from the Changsheng sect, otherwise he wouldn't be angry because of what the fifth junior brother said. Do you have any guesses about his identity? Fang Shi shook her head. It's really hard to guess, after all, we don't know much about the Changsheng sect. And I am very confused. If this person is from the Changsheng sect, why doesn't he teach the swordsmanship to the disciples, but to the fifth senior brother? Zhang Wen immediately said, no need to ask, it must be that other people's swordsmanship talent is not as good as mine. Of course, it may also be the bond of blood. Fang Shi automatically ignored the last sentence, thinking, is it really because the other party took a fancy to the fifth senior brother's talent in swordsmanship? If this is the case, the other party really has a big picture. The people of the Changsheng sect are really more generous than the others. They either teach sword formations for free or give gifts. Now they even teach swordsmanship for free, which is really touching. While talking, the three of them arrived at the back mountain of Wudao Peak. At this time, Qiongqi was cursing at Elder Mei. Didn't I ask you to call Xiao Shishi quickly? Why haven't you seen her cute figure yet? You must not have understood what you said. You said that you have lived a long time and you can't even learn to speak. What's the point of living? You might as well disgust yourself to death. Mei, my patience is limited. If I can't see the creek within a quarter of an hour, I won't be done with you. If nothing else, give me back all the things I gave you before. Otherwise, I will tell others about this and ruin your reputation. Ellipsis. Elder Mei was so angry that he was almost as angry as Elder Cheng Mumei. He asked why Qiongqi was so kind and rewarded him with something every now and then. He thought this guy was trying to bribe him, but it turned out he was trying to blackmail him. You said you are a ferocious beast, why do you have so much bad water? Fortunately, the disciples guarding the barrier had been dismissed by him long ago. Otherwise, how could he see anyone else if this word spread? He was about to give Qiongqi a few words, when Qiongqi said excitedly. Shishi is here, my Shishi is finally here. For the sake of Xiao Shishi, I will spare you this time. If you fail to do things well in the future, I will shake off all your bad things. Elder Mei gave Qiongqi a hard look. It's a pity that Qiongqi's attention was all on Fang Shi and he didn't see it at all. In fact, even if it sees it, it is not afraid. What does it have to be afraid of? A piece of meat from the world of ferocious beasts. At worst, it's shameless. It kept waving its claws at Fang Shi. Shishi tilde, Shishi tilde, look here, look here. Fang Shi. What kind of evil style does this Qiongqi smoke? Wasn't it taken away by something? Yaoju and Jinju also looked surprised. They're already familiar with Qiongqi, and they have never seen it look so flattering. Even if Qiongqi encounters bad guys, they will only be less vicious at best. Where is it like now? It doesn't look like a ferocious beast, but looks like a little local dog. Fang Shi and the others came over to salute Elder Mei. Elder Mei stabilized his mind, smiled and asked the three of them to excuse themselves. Just as he was about to ask about the competition, Qiongqi said anxiously. Old man Mei, stop chattering there and delaying my love affair with Xiao Shishi. Elder Mei. Fang Shi, three people. Fang Shi's spiritual pets. This world is so crazy that Qiongqi wants to be a groom. Fortunately, Qiongqi immediately said, what I'm talking about love is not what you think. What I'm talking about is friendship, and what I'm talking about is the great love that my ferocious beast Qiongqi has for those he recognizes. Xiao Shishi, are you willing to be friends with me? Although Qiongqi acted very flatteringly, Fang Shi still saw the calculation that he thought he had hidden well. Fang Shi didn't criticize her face was full of surprise. Qiongqi, are you telling the truth? Do you really want to be friends with me? Qiongqi's big head clicked the melon seeds like a chicken. Of course it's true, I, Qiongqi, always mean what I say. When I say I'm willing to be friends with you, I mean to treat you as a life and death friend. Fang Shi looked touched. In that case, from now on, you and I will be the best in the world. You should share the blessings and the hardships. I don't want to be born in the same year, the same month, and the same day, but I just want you to be able to walk in front of me. Qiongqi. Are you and I the best in the world? You don't expect me to be well. One chapter first, next chapter around 11:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 825. Qiongqi's brain circuit is really enlightening. Elder Mei sweated for Fang Shi and felt that Qiongqi had to get angry. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan also felt that Qiongqi would definitely be angry, but they were not too worried because they felt that since Fang Shi said so, there must be a way to deal with Qiongqi. As a result, the next moment, Qiongqi was grinning with joy. Xiao Shishi, I really dislike your habit of telling the truth at all times. It's not like some people who clearly don't think so in their hearts, but they say it in a high-sounding way. For example, that ugly guy last time made people sick just looking at him. Xiao Shishi, we have agreed that from now on I will be your number one and the best in the world. Elder Mei. From now on, you might as well stop calling me Qiongqi, just call me a bastard. Fang Shi smiled brightly. Okay, we will be best friends from now on. Are you anxious to call me here? Apart from making friends with me, is there anything else? Qiongqi said with great pride. It's not a big deal, the main thing is that I want to make you a friend, so naturally I have to show some sincerity. I am going to give you all my wealth. Let you experience the feeling of flying when bad guys are rewarded with good things. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan. Apart from anything else, Qiongqi's brain circuit is really insightful. Seeing that Fang Shi was speechless, Qiongqi said again. Don't be mentally burdened. Since I told you, just keep it. Fang Shi said with a smile. Since we are friends, it's normal for you to give me all your wealth, so why should I have any psychological burden? Not to mention all your wealth, even if you give me your life, I will accept it with peace of mind, of course. Qiongqi, you don't have to be so invisible. Xiao Shishi, I just like your crisp and clear energy. We can be regarded as bastards looking at mung beans. Since you can accept it with peace of mind, I will give you all my wealth now. Qiongqi said, starting to throw things out from inside the barrier. Spiritual weapons, elixirs, talismans, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Elder Mei's eyes were wide open. He originally thought that Qiongqi was just talking, maybe even teasing Fang Shi, but he didn't expect that it would actually come true. He had served this ancestor for so long and only got so few things. But just because he liked Fang Shi, he gave her so many good things. Why is there such a big gap in treatment between this person and other people? Zhang Wen and Jing Yan didn't expect that Qiongqi would actually give Fang Shi so many good things, and for a moment they were a little confused about Qiongqi's thoughts. It is a ferocious beast but not a stupid beast. How could it give so many good things to the little junior sister just because it likes it? No matter how you look at it, it feels abnormal. But the two of them weren't too worried. After all, anyone who plotted against Fang Shi would eventually fall into the trap. Fang Shi refused to accept anyone who came, and she accepted whatever Qiongqi gave her. She even gave some spiritual fruits to Zhang Wen, Jing Yan and Elder Mei to eat together. Qiongqi didn't mind either, and said, Xiao Shishi, I just like how generous you are. You're not like some people who are digging around and staring at my little things all day long. Elder Mei, who do you mean? After half an hour, Qiongqi finally stopped throwing things out. Xiao Shishi, these are only part of my total wealth. I will give you the rest in a few days. It's not that I can't part with it, it's just that there are a few things that I still need to use, and I'll give them to you when I'm done. Besides, I'm afraid that if I give you too many things at once, some people will get pink eye and it will be detrimental to you. Old man Mei, am I right? Elder Mei, yes. He didn't know what it felt like. It was bitter, spicy, sour, sweet and salty, all mixed together. However, his impression of Fang Shi was very good, so he didn't get pink eye. Out of good intentions, he said to Fang Shi. This matter should not be publicized, and must not be leaked, otherwise it will definitely cause trouble. Fang Shi knew that Elder Mei had good intentions and quickly said. Elder Mei, I understand, I must keep my mouth shut. Qiongqi said carelessly. What if others find out? If anyone dares to be rude to Xiao Shishi, I will make him a meat pie. Xiao Shishi, don't worry, I will support you from now on, you can walk sideways anywhere. Even if you want to be the leader of the Changsheng Sect, I can help you achieve it. Elder Mei was speechless. Just blow it here. If you really had that ability, why would you hide in the barrier and not come out? Fang Shi blinked. Qiongqi, I am not interested in the position of the leader of the Changsheng Sect, but I heard that your meat is very delicious, can you cut a piece for me and let me try it? It doesn't take much, just 10 pounds. I use 2 kilograms to braise, 2 kilograms to stew, 2 kilograms to stir fry, 2 kilograms to make meatballs, and 2 kilograms to make dumplings. Let's have a wonderful feast. Qiongqi, let me ask you, which one of us is the ferocious beast? Why are you more wicked than me? If you don't know better, you'd think you're possessed by Tao, but you actually want to show off even to me. Elder Mei also looked stunned. He seemed to know why Qiongqi liked Fang Shi. Neither of them had normal brain circuits. Qiongqi was silent for a moment, then grinned happily. Xiao Shishi, if you want to eat my flesh, I should cut it off for you. But you may not know that I ate the wrong thing recently and got poisoned. If you eat my flesh, you will definitely be poisoned. We are the best in the world, how can I harm you? Well, if you are really greedy, take off the 2 legs named Mei and stew them. Elder Mei. Who did I offend? I have had the bad luck of guarding your living ancestor for 8 lifetimes. At this time, Fang Shi smiled slightly. Qiongqi, since you have been poisoned, write me an IOU. Just write that you owe me 10 pounds of Qiongqi meat. 10 pounds of interest a month. Qiongqi. I don't seem to like bad guys that much anymore. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 826 We are a match made in heaven. Qiongqi likes bad people only if they are not as bad as him. If it's worse than that, it won't be so pleasing to the eye. However, although Qiongqi was a little angry in his heart, it didn't show on his face at all, and he even laughed with a big grin on his face. Xiao Shishi, what you say is so interesting. I know you were joking with me. We are the best in the world. How could you want to eat my flesh? Besides, my meat doesn't taste good, it's sour and hard. You'd better eat old man Mei's, his meat is so delicious. Elder Mei. It's like you've eaten it. But he didn't dare to say this, because he knew that if he did, Kyongchi would definitely ask him to cut a piece off and give it a taste. Fang Shi smiled brightly and said to Kyongchi, "Either the two of us are throwing temper tantrums. Others won't be able to tell that I'm joking. Maybe they'll actually give me an IOU. Kyongchi, I am not throwing a tantrum with you, and I'm not stupid. Only a fool would give you an IOU." It discovered that since meeting Fang Shi, its psychological activities have become richer than before. Because it used to say whatever it thought, but now it has to hide it and play tricks at any time. This feeling is really interesting. It's fed up with the boring life of a hegemon, and it would be fun to experience this kind of intrigue life once in a while. It's not too late to deal with the stinky girl after she's had enough fun. Kyongchi thought this in his heart, but said on his face, "That's right, didn't I say it before, we are bastards who have eyes for each other. We are a match made in heaven. Even if the earth falls apart, we can't be separated." Fang Shi yawned. "Next time, please use some new words, these clichés don't sound interesting. I woke up too early this morning, I have to go back and catch up on my sleep. You hurry up and use up the few things I have, and then return them to me quickly, do you hear me?" Kyongchi. "That's my thing, mine. You really don't regard yourself as an outsider, why are you so thick-skinned? Do not. You have no shame at all." Fang Shi did not wait for Kyongchi to respond and said to Elder Mei, "Elder Mei, I won't say any more. In short, I will keep your kindness to me in mind. If you can use me in any way, just ask, and I will do my best." Seeing the sincerity on Fang's eyes face, Elder Mei felt warm in his heart. In his opinion, he and Fang Shi were just tied together because of Kyongchi's affairs, and there was no friendship at all. Unexpectedly, the little girl is a person who repays kindness. Regardless of whether she will actually do anything to help him in the future, at least these words make people feel comfortable. Elder Mei also said a few polite words, and then Fang Shi took Junwen and Jingyan away. As soon as Fang Shi left, Kyongchi curled his lips and said, "Old man Mei, if you still don't admit it when I say you're stupid, do you think Xiao Shishi is treating you well? Didn't you analyze what she said? She said she would always remember your kindness to her. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Do you know whether she remembers it or not? So what if I keep it in mind? It's as common as remembering her to eat and drink today. And in the following sentence, if you ask her for help, she will do her best. The Chinese word, go all out, means she can do whatever she wants. If it's good for her, help her. If it's not good for her, just pretend. Anyway, you don't know if she is using her full strength. Just like you, Xiao Shishi sold you 8 times and you didn't even hate her. Elder Mei. You, a ferocious beast, are still doing word analysis here. See what you can do. If you are really capable, don't hide in the barrier, come out." Of course, Elder Mei said these words from his heart as always. He has developed this skill since taking charge of guarding Kyongchi. Fang Shi and the other two strolled back to their residence. As soon as she entered the house, Fang Shi scolded the founder of the Changsheng sect several times for being a stingy old man. Junwen and Jingyan looked confused. Is the junior sister crazy? After Fang Shi scolded him and saw that there was nothing unusual, he said, "The person who taught the swordsmanship to the 5th senior brother is extremely advanced. Not only can he avoid the shadow of the spread sword, he can even use the shadow of the spread sword to teach him the swordsmanship. It is estimated that the formation cannot stop him. Therefore, before we talk about confidential things in the future, let's curse the ancestor of the Changsheng sect. If he were here, he would definitely not be able to help but teach us a lesson." Junwen and Jingyan. Although what you said makes sense, why do you think it is still mixed with personal grudges? Junwen suddenly trembled. Little junior sister, your words have reminded me. Do you think my father is still angry with me? Will he go to my yard to deal with me in the middle of the night? Otherwise, I'll sleep here with you at night. Before Fang Shi could speak, Jingyan said slowly, he is your father, what are you afraid of? Isn't it normal for a father to teach his son a lesson? Junwen. Jing Laoshi. You used to seek death at every turn, but now you seek death at every turn. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 827 The number 1 pit king in the world. Junwen glared at Jingyan, then looked at Fang Shi. Little junior sister, I really don't know what to do. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I will sleep at your place today. Fang Shi smiled and said, okay, then you can just stay here for one night. Junwen said hurriedly, this is not just a makeshift, it is what I want. After speaking, he gave Jingyan a demonstrative look. Jingyan was speechless and too lazy to pay attention to his childish behavior. He thought for a while and said, little junior sister, then I will sleep with you tonight. If something happens, more people can help. Fang Shi nodded, okay. When Junwen saw that Jingyan still knew how to stay and help, he was more pleased with him. But this time, Jingyan said, little junior sister, although Kyongchi likes and hates good, he is not to the extent he is today. It must have a plan, but I can't figure out what it is planning at the moment. Do you have any clues? Fang Shi shook his head, I can't guess its true purpose for the time being, but it must be related to the fact that it is hiding in the barrier and dare not come out. However, even if it doesn't look for me, I still want to look for it, and it's not yet certain who will trick whom. Junwen said hurriedly, yes, 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 when it comes to digging holes, no one in the northern and southern regions can surpass my junior sister. A big pit is a small pit is a trap, a pit is a fire pit, the pits are different. The number 1 trap in the world is none other than our junior sister. Fang Shi. If you don't know how to praise, don't praise. The best trap in the world. Say it yourself, does this sound good? Those who didn't know better thought it was the pit in the latrine. Junwen saw Fang Shi glaring at him and laughed, little junior sister, I just said that casually, we are the best in the world, you will definitely not be angry with me, right? Fang Shi, are you possessed by Kyongchi? After dinner, Fang Shi took out the things Qiongqi gave her and looked through them one by one. Jiang Wen and Jing Yan also watched together. If you had arthritis in the foreground before, you might avoid suspicion, thinking that this is my junior sister's thing and it's best not to get your hands on it. But after spending time with Fang Shi for a long time, he became less restrained. When Fang Shi was happily looking through the gifts, she frowned and felt like someone was staring at her. With a twinkle in her eye, she put everything into the storage ring, and then said, "Alas, even though I am so generous, the founder of our Changsheng sect gave me a bunch of empty boxes. It really makes me speechless." Before Fang Shi finished speaking, Jiang Wen interrupted. "It's not that I'm being harsh. He, the founder, is not as generous as Qiongqi, a ferocious beast. Isn't he worse than a beast?" The next moment, Jiang Wen flew out from the roof. "That's right, it's the roof." Jiang Wen knocked a big hole out of the roof of Fang Shi. Fang Shi couldn't help but hold her forehead. Fifth senior brother, can't you see that I'm talking to myself? Why are you rushing to chime in? You can interrupt, but just take it easy. What you said is so unpleasant, aren't you making it difficult for yourself? Even if you scold you for being stingy, the other party will at best throw you off. How are you doing? It's already very generous of you to scold someone's ancestor for being worse than a beast first and not to slap you to death first. Besides, didn't we all agree before that this is the test method? Have you forgotten? Jiang Wen didn't forget. The key was that he didn't want his junior sister's words to fall to the ground, so San Woshi just answered the words in a hurry, not thinking about it at all. At this time, Jiang Wen, who was flying freely in the air, jeered in his heart. Wow, my dad is really here. Although his head was hit so hard that stars were flashing, it couldn't stop his burning heart of wanting to see his father. But before meeting his father, he had to find a way to land smoothly. Unfortunately, just like during the day, he couldn't control his body at all, let alone wield a sword. Fortunately, several spiritual sword shadows guarding outside flew up and caught him. Of course, these Strid sword phantoms did not take the initiative to pick him up, but were ordered by Fang Shi. On the one hand, Shi and Jing Yan were too late, on the other hand, if they made a move, Jiang Wen, his dad, would probably stop them. Fang Shi was very curious, who was the person who taught Jiang Wen the sword technique. How come you have such great ability? But the other party didn't show up, so she could only pretend to know nothing. She looked at the hole above her head in shock and said to Jing Yan, "Senior brother Shi, is fifth senior brother practicing T2 Kung Fu?" Jing Yan, maybe he has a hot head, so he wants to cool down in the sky. Fang Shi, I didn't expect you to be such a kind brother Shi. Elder Yin, who had hidden his aura, suspected that there was something wrong with his vision of people. Each of these three brats is more abnormal than the last. Why did he think they were geniuses before? However, the one that flies out is the most abominable. If I had known that he had this kind of virtue, I would rather pass my sword skills to a pig than to him. How dare you dare to choreograph the patriarch? I'm really tired of life. If it weren't for your talent, I would have killed at least half of your life today. Apart from being angry, he was also very confused. What did that girl Fang Shi just say? She said that the pile of things on the ground was given to her by Qiongqi. He knew that the Changsheng sect had captured Qiongqi. Sect Master Sima had told him about it before. Didn't it mean that Qiongqi was very arrogant in the barrier? How could it give Fang Shi so many good things? Having a convulsion. When he was puzzled, the Strid sword phantoms carried Jiang Wen in, who was hit with blood on his head. In fact, Jiang Wen is fine, the main thing is that he can't move now. His current appearance is really miserable. Not to mention the blood on his head, there were also a lot of debris from the roof on his face and body. It was really horrible to look at. Fang Shi and Jing Yan hurried forward and found that Jiang Wen's spiritual power was imprisoned. Jing Yan helped unlock Jiang Wen's spiritual imprisonment, while Fang Shi helped him heal his wounds and then sprinkled him with powder to stop the bleeding. Jiang Wen groaned and wanted to say something about his father, but Fang Shi had said before that he should not pierce the window paper for the time being, so he had to endure it. But it doesn't seem normal to say nothing. So, he said in a panic. Jing Laoshi, junior sister, do you think I am possessed by evil spirits? It was fine that I was punished for my nonsense talk on the Dao Forum. Why would I still suffer disaster at home? Fang Shi glared at him. Do you still need to ask? It must be the ancestor of the Changsheng sect who has appeared. If you speak ill of his elder in his sect, of course you will be punished. Fifth senior brother, I know you are talking without meaning, but others don't know that. You should be more careful in the future and don't talk nonsense again. Jiang Wen, it's like you stopped talking. I've heard you scold me at least hundreds of times for being stingy. Ugh. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to back off? His father happened to hear him when he was scolding. Initially, Elder Yin had some regrets and was worried that his secret would be revealed if he acted rashly. When Fang Shi said this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he felt that even if his secret was revealed, it would not be a big deal. With the cultivation level of Fang Shi and the others, there was no way they could detect him. What he didn't know was that Fang Shi seemed to be busy around Jiang Wen, but he was carefully sensing the surrounding situation with his spiritual consciousness. Since she had been vaguely aware of someone looking at her before, if she used her spiritual sense to investigate carefully, she should be able to find some clues. Sure enough, when her spiritual consciousness probed near the bookshelf, she noticed something strange. However, she was afraid of being discovered by the other party, so she quickly withdrew her consciousness. At this moment, the auspicious cloud hairpin on Fang's eye's head trembled slightly. After returning from the prison of darkness, Jilei spent most of his time sleeping, only occasionally waking up for a period of time. What a coincidence, I woke up now. Although Jilei can communicate with Fang Shi verbally, the two had been working together for a long time, and Fang Shi could roughly guess some of the meaning it wanted to express through the emotional changes conveyed by Jilei's divine consciousness. What Jilei is probably saying at this time is, you don't have to worry about that. As long as I'm here, I can still find him even if he's hiding in the mouse hole. Fang Shi immediately used his spiritual consciousness to praise Jilei. Jilei suddenly felt a little carried away. Let's just say, without me, Master Jilei, Fang Go, this little spiritual pet, would be nothing. For the sake of her and me being the best in the world, I will try my best to help her. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 828. Are you here? Fang Shi was very pleased. Although she picked up a bunch of tattered spiritual pets that no one wanted, they were still useful occasionally. Naturally, the spiritual pets don't know what Fang Shi is thinking, otherwise they wouldn't be arguing with her that she is the best in the world. But this time, Zhang Wen said, "Little junior sister, you are right. What I just said is indeed inappropriate. If nothing else, we have received so many favors from the Changsheng sect. We should not be disrespectful to the founder of the Changsheng sect in any case." Elder Yin thought to himself, "You are a wise boy." Then, he heard Zhang Wen say, "Little junior sister, who is the master who taught me that unparalleled swordsmanship?" Fang Shi shook his head. "I can't guess. Anyway, he must be a great person, and he is also a person who is indifferent to fame and wealth. I guess he must have a deep meaning in teaching you the swordsmanship. In short, all we can do now is practice this set of swordsmanship well and live up to his hard work." Zhang Wen nodded. "Little junior sister, you are right. Instead of guessing here, we should practice hard. Anyway, he definitely has no ill intentions towards us, otherwise with his level of cultivation, trying to kill us would be like stepping on an ant. By the way, through today's actual combat, I found that the Samsung moon watching chain formation still needs improvement. Let's study it." Elder Yin couldn't help but nodded when he saw Zhang and Wen, three people concentrating on improving the 3-star moon watching array. Although each of these three brats was more abnormal than the other, they did have merits. If it were anyone else, he would have already forgotten about his great victory at the Lundao platform today and won so many spiritual stones. How could he still think about improving the sword formation? Elder Yin felt regret again in his heart. If only these three brats were disciples of the Changsheng sect. If they're disciples of the Changsheng sect, he can use his free time to teach them some skills, and they will become pillars in the future. What a pity, what a pity. They happen to be the direct disciples of Xuanshan sect in the Northern Territory. But then he thought about it, Xuanshan sect and Changsheng sect are not comparable at all. As long as these three brats see the huge gap between the two sects, and use some coercion inducement methods, they will worship the Changsheng sect. The door is down. While Elder Yin was thinking about this, Fang Shi and the others had already come up with an improvement plan for the sword array. In fact, the main opinions were put forward by Zhang Wen, and Fang Shi and Jing Yan only added a few words. Elder Yin nodded again. Although this boy Zhang Wen had a bit of a bad mouth, his talent in the sword formation was truly astonishing. At this time, Fang Shi and the others arrived in the courtyard and began to fight with the Strud Sword Phantom. At first, he only fought 8 Strud Sword Shadows, and then gradually increased the number of Strud Sword Shadows. Elder Yin's eyes were filled with tears. He wasn't surprised at how powerful Zhang Wen's improved sword array was. The key was why there were so many ghost swords. Although he glanced around when he came in and found a dozen spiritual sword figures, now there are many more spiritual sword figures popping up from every corner. At a rough count, there must be hundreds. Is this where the Strud Sword Phantom was stabbed? What he didn't know was that this was only part of it. Fang Shi understands humanistic care very well, and even the Strud Sword Phantom is on duty in shifts. What appears now is only the phantom of the Strud Sword that was on duty tonight, and the rest has not been released at all. At this time, Elder Yin also discovered that the phantom of the spiritual sword was not Zhang Wen's, but Fang's eyes. At first, he thought it was Zhang Wen's amazing talent in swordsmanship that was why he subdued these spiritual sword shadows, but it turned out to be that little girl Fang's eyes. But thinking about the sword light that Fang Shi used before, it doesn't seem very strange. Elder Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of this. If he had heard in the past that someone could conquer the Strud Sword Shadow, he would definitely not believe it. Now that he saw Fang Shi conquering so many spiritual sword shadows, didn't he find it strange? I don't know if he's drifting away or if the 3 little cubs in front of him are too weird. Originally he was most interested in Zhang Wen, but now more eyes are on Fang Shi. How could a little girl, Ida, be rewarded by the patriarch? Even if it is just a pile of empty jade boxes, it is still a great honor. Also, even Kyongchi came to give her good things. What's so surprising about her? Is it just because she has a good mouth? Fang Shi didn't need any spiritual perception or Jilei to remind her, she could sense that Zhang Wen's father was looking at her. It might have been uncomfortable for others, but she didn't take it seriously at all. She just drew her sword as she wanted and moved as she wanted. When the song was over, the 3 of them went back to the house to rest. Of course, Fang Shi slept in the bedroom, while Zhang Wen and Jing Yan made the floor in the outer room. Elder Yin is not sleepy at all. At his level, eating and sleeping are no longer necessary. However, he did not continue to wander around the house. After all, Fang Shi was a little girl, and it would be too shameless for an old man like him to wander around someone else's bedroom. He thought for a while and ducked to the back mountain of Wudao Peak, where Kyongchi was imprisoned. At this time, Kyongchi was sleeping soundly inside the barrier. Leng Budding moved his ears, his eyelids trembled slightly, and then calmed down again. Although Elder Yin was curious about why Kyongchi gave Fang Shi so many things, he didn't want to expose his whereabouts or wake up Kyongchi. Therefore, he wandered outside the barrier for a while and then returned to the cave under the tower's platform to practice. As soon as he left, Kyongchi opened his eyes. TSK, it seems that not all the Changsheng sect is just a loser, there are still some who are powerful. Early the next morning, Fang Shi received a message from Elder Huai while still sleeping. Are you there? Fang Shi. You big-headed ghost. No need to ask, Elder Huai is here in a hurry to get benefits. I guess it was too early to bother coming, so I sent such a message. Although Fang Shi was a little angry when she got up, considering that Elder Huai was still quite interested in her, she replied. Elder Huai, as long as you give orders, I will be here at any time. The next moment, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Fang Shi. You're already at the door, are you asking me if I'm there? She cursed while calling Zhang Wen and Jing Yan in the outer room. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, the debt collectors are here, get up quickly. Zhang Wen asked sleepily, debt collector, who is so ignorant that he just came to you to collect debt? Does he think he has too much money? Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 829. Elder Yin's vest fell off. Fang Shi and the others simply tidied up and opened the courtyard door. Although Elder Huai was a little surprised when he saw Zhang Wen and Jing Yan, he didn't pay much attention. This place is different from the secular world, there is not much protection between men and women, not to mention that he also believes in the character of Fang Shi and the others. Elder Huai said with a smile. The performance of the three of you yesterday was really amazing. I originally wanted to come over yesterday, but considering that you might have rested early, I didn't come over. By the way, you may not know that Huai Mingzhen from Wudao Peak is my nephew. I will introduce you to him someday. Elder Huai is reminding Fang Shi that the biggest sitter was arranged by me. I even gave up my own nephew, can you draw some blood? Fang Shi is easy to understand. In fact, she doesn't need to be ordered by Elder Huai to do anything. She never kills donkeys. After all, donkeys are quite valuable. Wouldn't selling them be better than killing them? Fang Shi said with a smile. The auction today was really thanks to the lively atmosphere of senior brother Mingzhen, otherwise it would not have been so successful. Originally, with your relationship, we should be as close as possible. This time he helped us a lot. We will get to know each other better someday. By the way, Elder Huai, you spent a lot of spiritual stones on printing flyers for us, right? How can I let you put money in it? You keep these spiritual stones. Fang Shi said and gave Elder Huai 500,000 spirit stones. Elder Huai was the first to be knocked unconscious. He thought that Fang Shi would only give him 200,000 to 300,000 at most, but he didn't expect that the little girl would be so generous. Elder Huai felt that the spirit stone in his hand was a little hot. Is this little girl Fang Shi planning something wrong? But then I thought, even if she had some crooked ideas, it was up to me whether she agreed or not. Therefore, Elder Huai gave in without any sincerity and accepted. He really only gave in once, but he was afraid that Fang Shi wouldn't give it to him if he gave in twice. Fang Shi took out breakfast, and the Westerners chatted while eating. At first, Elder Huai was even more vigilant, fearing that Fang Shi was up to something bad. But all Fang Shi talked about was some gossip about the Changsheng sect, so Elder Huai relaxed. While chatting, Fang Shi said, Elder Huai, do you want to know who we learned our sword skills from? Elder Huai said in his heart, I know it without asking. I learned it from the elders of our Changsheng sect's protective sect. I really didn't expect that our Changsheng sect would have elders from the Guardian sect, let alone that the elders from the Guardian sect would actually pass on such exquisite swordsmanship to you. This is not an elder from the protecting sect, Jianshu is an elder from the trapping sect. I was thinking this in my heart, but on my face I asked curiously, who did you learn this from? Fang Shi was observing the changes in Elder Huai's expression. Although Elder Huai did not reveal any flaws, Fang Shi still guessed that he knew the answer. Because if you don't know, you must be very, very curious. After all, who doesn't want to know the source of such exquisite swordsmanship? But the curiosity shown by Elder Huai was only average, and he didn't even show any excitement. It seems that the person who passed on the sword is indeed a member of the Changsheng sect. Who is it? Sect Master Sima. Will not. On the one hand, as the leader of the sect, he would not do such a thing that would cause people to get caught. On the other hand, if he knew such exquisite swordsmanship, there would be no reason why he should not make it public. The West Peak Master. That's even more impossible. They wished that the three of them would lose to the direct disciples. How could they teach them swordsmanship? Elder. It is basically impossible that their cultivation level cannot reach this level. If they're none of these people, is it possible that there is a hidden boss in the Changsheng sect? Fang Shi thought about it and said with a smile. His old man won't let us talk about his identity. After all, his identity is, well, a bit special. But you are not an outsider, so it's okay for me to reveal a little bit. Elder Huai suddenly began to think. It seems that Fang Shi and the others know the identity of the elder of the Hu sect. Also, since the sword is to be passed on, it is natural that we have to meet each other, otherwise how can we pass it on? Now that they have met each other, the elders of the Hu sect told them that his identity was normal. I don't know what the elders of the Guardian sect thought, why did they think of passing on such exquisite swordsmanship to them? Fang Shi, please tell me quickly. Don't worry, I will keep it secret. His curiosity at this time became more sincere. Seeing him like this, Fang Shi confirmed her guess that the person who passed the sword was a big shot in the Changsheng sect, and he was quite mysterious. Is it like the Supreme Elder of Langyan Yuan? That's probably the case. Fang Shi immediately started telling lies like a textbook. Normally, he shouldn't have passed down his sword skills to the three of us from the Northern Territory, but he had a deep meaning in doing so. On the one hand, our southern and northern regions have reached a friendly agreement. As the pillar of the southern region, the Changsheng sect naturally has to show a certain degree of sincerity. This set of swordsmanship is of sufficient weight. On the other hand, his old man told us that the current Changsheng sect. Fang Shi lowered her voice when she said this. The Changsheng sect today is almost the same as it is divided into two parts. Each peak has its own little clan, and Sima sect leader can only control the Enlightenment peak. The disciples' minds are not focused on cultivation. They are more diligent than playful. It's a damn thing if they can improve their cultivation. Therefore, he was very worried and wanted to use our hands to spur the direct disciples and muddy the water by the way, so that Sima sect master could consolidate his power. To put it bluntly, we are just a knife in his old man's hand. Of course, we also benefit from it, and naturally we are willing to do so. Elder Huai, I dare to tell you this. After all, our friendship is here. You must not spread it to others, otherwise the old man will blame him, and neither we nor you will have to live with it. Elder Huai nodded frequently. He had no doubts about Fang Zai's words. It's not that he is easy to fool, but what Fang Shi said is reasonable and well-founded. The most important thing is that he knows that Sima's sect leader brought Fang Shi in just to gather power. Of course, the elders of the Guardian sect will stand by the sect leader, and it is normal for them to help add more fuel. It's just that the firewood was added too much. If you don't get it right, you might have to set the house on fire. While he was thinking about this, Fang Shi asked abruptly, Elder Huai, have you seen him before? Elder Huai said subconsciously, I don't have that blessing. I didn't know that our Changsheng sect had elders from the protecting sect before. The words were spoken out loud, and the words were spoken loudly. However, he felt relieved when he saw Fang Zai's calm expression and Zhang Wen and Jing Yan not showing any special expressions. The three of them have already met the elder of the Hu sect, and it doesn't make any difference if he says it or not. As everyone knows, it goes without saying that Fang Shi is a good actor. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan followed Fang Shi, and the first skill they learned was expression management. When the junior sister deceives others, even if they can't help, they will never hold them back. Fang Shi thought to herself, the elder of the protecting sect. An elder from the Hu sect that even Elder Huai doesn't know about. Then why did he teach the fifth senior brother the swordsmanship? As for the reasons she mentioned, they are all nonsense. Unless the elder of the Guardian sect is the fifth senior brother's father, otherwise they are completely untenable. After all, any normal elder of the Guardian sect would not pass on his swordsmanship to outsiders. As she was thinking about it, she had an idea. Judging from Elder Huai's words, this elder of the Hu sect should meditate all year round, and may not even come out for many years. And so, could it be, maybe, probably, that he admitted the wrong person? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 830 His little vest is strong. The more Fang Shi thought about it, the more reliable her outrageous guess became. The three brothers and sisters wore the clothes of the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak and lived in the courtyard of the direct disciples. The elders of the Hu sect were not familiar with the direct disciples of the sect, so it was not surprising that they admitted their mistake. If this is really the case, will this amiable and respectable elder of the Guardian sect be filled with regret? I guess I want to shoot all three of them to death. Looking at it this way, it's not unfair at all for fifth senior brother to be photographed flying 3 times. Although there was a storm in her heart, it didn't show on her face at all, and she said to Elder Huai. Elder Hu sect has a special status. It's normal that you haven't met him. It was just a coincidence that the three of us got his favor. Please also help us keep the secret so that he will not be blamed. Elder Huai nodded. Don't worry, I know what's appropriate. Fang Shi felt funny in her heart. You only have so much sense of proportion, and you were able to tell the truth in just a few words. Mu Jian said to Little Fat Bird in a helpless tone, do you think our master is stupid? Why doesn't she let Rabbit Head read Elder Huai's voice? The Little Fat Bird glanced at it. The mind-reading ability of the lost rabbit in the wilderness is very useful for people with low cultivation levels. The success rate is low for people with high cultivation levels. Otherwise, it will damage its consciousness and fall into a trap. Prolonged drowsiness. In addition, our master and Elder Huai have a good relationship now. If he discovers that master has used mind-reading skills on him, do you think we can still get along with him in the future? The identity of the person who gave the sword was not an urgent matter, and there was no need to take the risk. It's best if you can use words to trick it out, but it doesn't matter if you can't trick it out. Mu Jian suddenly realized. In the final analysis, the rabbit is still too weak. If it had the ability of me, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, not to mention Elder Huai, even Sima sect leader's voice could be easily read. The little fat bird was too lazy to pay attention to it, closed his eyes and continued practicing. Mu Jian felt a little embarrassed, so he ran to the sleeping lost rabbit in the wilderness and stabbed it with his sword. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Get up and practice. The lost rabbit in the wilderness who was having a sweet dream. Damn, you're a loser. I have to kick you to death today. Ellipsis. Because Fang Shi and the others had a competition the next day, Elder Huai didn't stay long before leaving. He left with a lot of secrets. He decided to bury this matter in his heart. After all, Sima's sect master asked him to forget about the elders of the sect. After he left, Fang Shi and the other three continued to practice the sword formation. Not only the 3-star moon watching chain formation, but also the other 2 sword formations improved by Zhang Wen. During the break, Zhang Wen looked at Fang Shi. Little junior sister, do you think the patriarch of the Changsheng sect will still appear today? Fang Shi. Of course she knew what Zhang Wen meant. Did she want to know whether the elders of the Hu sect were here? Zhang Wen saw her shaking her head and immediately said excitedly. Little junior sister, why do you think this elder of the Guardian sect passed down the swordsmanship to me? Do you think he is really my father? Although the age gap is a bit big, it's normal to be old. Fang Shi, 5th senior brother, I think Elder Huai is quite good. Otherwise, you can use local materials to identify him as your godfather. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will recognize him as your father when you meet someone in the future. Zhang Wen, then why do you think he taught me swordsmanship? Is it just because my bones are a good material for practicing swordsmanship? Fang Shi curled her lips. I guess he recognized the wrong person. He thought you were a direct disciple of Wu Dao Peak, and since you were very talented in swordsmanship, he passed on the swordsmanship to you. Zhang Wen. Jing Yan. Can. Is it possible? This is too outrageous. But when the two of them touched each other, it seemed that it was really possible. Zhang Wen couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing so hard. Little junior sister, if this is really the case, this is even more outrageous than if he is my father. Fang Shi. You really never leave your father. When he had laughed enough, Fang Shi warned. Although we know each other's identity, we still have to pretend not to know, lest the other party becomes angry. Needless to say, Fang Shi also knew what to do, Jing Yan and Zhang Wen. Especially Zhang Wen, who has been photographed 3 times. If he doesn't have a long memory, he will have a pig's brain. Fang Shi also agreed on code words and gestures with the two of them. If the elders of the Guardian Sect came, she would remind them. That night, Zhang Wen and Jing Yan still didn't return to their yard. Jing Yan didn't care, mainly because Zhang Wen didn't want to go back. The reason is simple, he is afraid of being photographed again. While the three of them were meditating, Elder Yin came swaggeringly. The old man was full of confidence and felt that it was impossible for Fang Shi and the other three to discover him. His little vest is strong. As the saying goes, if you want to know the truth behind your back, you must listen to what is behind your back. He first listened to what these three brats had to say, and then decided what to do next. Fang Shi opened her eyes. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, we have been practicing for a long time, why not practice swordsmanship? Zhang Wen and Jing Yan glanced at her right hand, and when they saw her right hand clenched into a fist, they knew that the guardian elder with bad eyesight had arrived. The three of them arrived at the courtyard and started practicing sword practice. Each of them summoned several phantoms of spiritual swords to fight. Their swords were like swimming dragons and their bodies were like lightning. Elder Yin couldn't help but nodded. These three boys were not only talented but also very diligent. They were indeed good. The three of Fang Shi practiced sword practice for an hour before they stopped. Fang Shi took the lead and said, the more you practice, the more you will understand the subtleties of this sword technique. It can be said to be the strongest sword technique in the northern and southern regions. Fifth senior brother, the senior who taught you the swordsmanship is almost as accomplished in the art of swordsmanship as it is unprecedented if not unprecedented. Zhang Wen immediately said, that's right. No matter whether it is the human race or the demon race, no one can match that senior's attainments in swordsmanship. His old man's swordsmanship can be said to be at its peak, superb. I, Zhang Wen, am also a proud master, but now I am convinced and admire the senior. Jing Yan felt that he needed to say a few words, but he couldn't think of words for a moment, so he finally choked out. You two spoke from my heart, and that's what I think too. In the darkness, Elder Yin couldn't help stroking his beard, feeling a little drifting under the night wind. Although he often heard flattery, it was because the other party knew his identity, which greatly reduced his credibility. But the three little brats in front of him are different. They don't know his identity at all, and what they say must be from the bottom of their hearts. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 831 This guardian elder of Changsheng sect is really helpful. The three of Fang Shi blew rainbow farts for a while and continued practicing their swords. Elder Yin was in a good mood, but his hands were itchy. I endured it, but I couldn't hold it back. He raised his hand and pointed at one of the spiritual sword shadows. The moves of the spiritual sword shadow were obviously much more powerful. Fang Shi, who was fighting against him, noticed it immediately, but pretended not to know and continued to fight. Elder Yin stroked his beard and looked at it. Seeing that Fang Shi was dealing with it very calmly, he couldn't help but point at the phantom of the spiritual sword again. The offensive of the spiritual sword phantom became even more fierce. Fang Shi remained calm and unhurried. When she was in a weak position, she used her flexible body skills to dodge. After thinking of ways to break the attack, she turned from defense to offense. Fang Shi was secretly happy. Although the sword technique used by Spread Sword Shring was not as good as the previous one, it was still good. We can definitely use this set of swordsmanship in our competition with Baihu Peak tomorrow. Catch him off guard. This guardian elder of Changsheng sect is really helpful. How could Elder Yin know what Fang Shi was thinking? He was now bent on making things difficult for Fang Shi. When I see a good prospect, I can't help but want to test the other person's qualifications. As a result, after many tests, Fang Shi was not troubled, but she was able to learn the entire set of swordsmanship. Not to mention Fang Shi, even Zhang Wen who was on the side had learned a lot by taking a few peeks. Although Jing Yan is not as good as the two of them, he has learned a bit. Fang Shi felt that it was almost done, so she stopped fighting. Senior brother Shi, senior brother 5, we have a competition tomorrow. Let's stop practicing today and get some rest early. As she spoke, she waved her hand at the ghost sword figures, gesturing for them to return to the distant place and watch. Those Spread Sword phantoms were really obedient and all floated away. Only the phantom of the spiritual sword that had been tampered with by Elder Yin was left, motionless like a fool. Elder Yin was afraid of revealing his secret, so he quickly pointed again, and then the phantom of the Spread Sword floated away. When he saw Fang Shi and the others going back to the house to rest, he didn't follow them and walked away. After Fang Shi made sure he was gone, she pursed her lips at Zhang Wen and Jing Yan, and the two relaxed. Zhang Wen said hurriedly, little junior sister, there are still some things I don't understand about the sword technique just now. The three of them immediately began to study the sword technique just now. After Zhang Wen learned it, he began to improve the existing sword formation, while Fang Shi continued to teach Jing Yan. By the time Zhang Wen got the sword formation out, Jing Yan had almost learned it, and the three of them started practicing the sword formation again. Didn't sleep all night. In fact, with the current level of cultivation, it would be no problem to stay up all night, but to be on the safe side, Fang Shi gave Zhang Wen and Jing Yan 2 refreshing pills and asked them to swallow them. She doesn't need to, her consciousness is strong, and she usually goes to bed at midnight just because of keeping in good health. While having breakfast, Fang Shi remembered something. I have been so busy these past 2 days that I forgot to go to the wishing fountain to make a wish. But it doesn't matter, just save it for now. After breakfast, Fang Shi and the other two meditated and adjusted their breath for a while, then strolled to the discussion platform. This time I didn't look for those handymen to build momentum, because they have now established a reputation and no longer need those extraneous things. The 8 direct disciples of Baihu Peak are already waiting on the stage. Although Wang Dayu and others from Duke Peak lost miserably before, they still have confidence. Because the elders of Baihu Peak gave them some advice and proposed many solutions to the 3-star moon watching chain formation and Jun's sword technique. In addition, the highly targeted 8 Wastelands demon destroying formation was specially selected. As long as Fang Shi does not use that powerful sword light, Baihu Peak has a great chance of winning. In addition, the elders of Baihu Peak felt that Feng Shi was performing beyond his level and it would be difficult for him to use that kind of sword light again. The three of them from Feng Shi strolled up to the forum. This time, Feng Shi did not place a bet. It's not that she doesn't have confidence in herself, the key is that she is worried about the elder of the Guardian Sect having a seizure. If he intervened, the three of them would never win. Besides, people can't be too greedy, just win a few points, so as not to scare the fat sheep out of their wits and avoid falling into the trap in the future. She didn't bet, but many people bet on her to win. Because the performance of the three of them last time was so amazing. Of course, there are many people because of Zhang Wen's shocking family background. The Zhang family has a rich heritage, so there must be some good stuff at the bottom of the box that they haven't brought out yet. Those people at Baihu Peak gave it to them for free. Huai Mingzhen asked Elder Huai, "Uncle, which side do you think I should bet on to win?" Elder Huai thought to himself, is there any need to ask? The three of them, Feng Shi, have obtained the true inheritance from the elders of the Hu sect. They will be damned if they don't win. Seeing that he remained silent, Huai Mingzhen bet on Feng Shi and the others to win. Of course, there are still many people who are betting on the people from Baihu Peak. After all, they seem quite confident. Besides, Wang Dayu and the others underestimated the enemy, otherwise they wouldn't have lost so miserably. As long as the people of Baihu Peak learn their lesson and play steadily, there is still a high chance of winning. There was a lot of noise below, and Feng Shi on the stage was greeting people from Baihu Peak one by one. Although there were names on the challenge letter, she had to identify who was who. Several people at Baihu Peak were a little impatient, and one of them said, "Hurry up and start. Why do you ask our names?" Feng Shi said with a smile, "That's wrong. I need to know who my defeated generals are. When others ask about it in the future, I can help you become famous." 8 people from White Tiger Peak. Are you helping us become famous? Are you helping us embarrass ourselves? This Feng Shi is so abominable. The elders of Baihu Peak who were watching the battle in the audience frowned. This little girl Feng Shi was really full of bad intentions. Before the competition even started, she started to disturb the opponent's mind. After Feng Shi asked the names of the 8 people from White Tiger Peak, Elder Du began to announce the rules of the competition and asked Feng Shi and the others to take their fingerprints. The rules are basically the same as last time, with the only addition that no secret techniques are allowed. Elder Du raised his hand. The competition begins. The two sides immediately fought together, with Feng Shi and the other 3 still using Zhen's sword technique and the 3-star moon watching formation. The Tiangang sword technique and the 8 wilderness demon destroying formation are used here at Baihu Peak. Although the swordsmanship of the 3 people from Feng Shi was very exquisite, the 8 people from Baihu Feng used the advantages of numbers and formation to make up for the gap in swordsmanship, and the two sides fought a draw. The 8 people at Baihu Peak couldn't help but feel confident. It seemed that the elders were right. No matter how powerful their swordsmanship was, there were only 3 of them. As long as you use a targeted sword formation, you can restrain them. Huai Mingzhen, who was watching the battle in the audience, felt a little unsure. "Uncle, although they are now tied, as time goes by, Feng Shi and the others may be at a disadvantage. If I had known this, I would have bet less." Elder Huai looked confident. "Don't worry, Feng Shi and the others can win." Although Huai Mingzhen didn't know where his uncle had the confidence, he felt a little more at ease after hearing what he said. God knows, he invested almost all his wealth in it. If Feng Shi and the others lose, he will have to eat chaffee vegetables in the next few years. At this moment, the swordsmanship of Feng Shi and the others changed. The sword array has also been changed. Although the swordsmanship used now is not as good as Zhen's swordsmanship, the 8 people in Baihu Peak have never seen it. I've never seen a sword formation before. For a time, they were in a hurry and retreated steadily. Sima Sect leader, who watched the competition through the teleportation wall. "Elder Yin, my living ancestor, isn't it enough for you to teach the immortal swordsmanship to Feng Shi and the others? And also passed on your own Liangyi Wangxiang swordsmanship to them? Is this what you mean by keeping them in order? I think you are posting backwards. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 832 Elder Yin has an idea. Sect Master Sima was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Let's just say, Elder Yin, you recognized the wrong person before, which is somewhat excusable. After all, you never came out, and Zhang Wen was wearing Wudao Peak's clothes. But now that you clearly know that Zhang Wen and the others are from the Northern Territory, why did you still teach them your own Liangyi Wangxiang swordsmanship? What's going on? Are you buying one and getting one free?" The more Sima Sect Master thought about it, the angrier he became. What evil had their Changsheng sect done? The 2 elders of the Guardian sect were originally used as trump cards, but it turned out that it was okay not to mention them. The other one was thought to be reliable, but it turned out that he was an enemy. It's really annoying. The previous head also told him that with these 2 elders protecting the sect, the Changsheng sect would be able to sit back and relax, but this is the result. Sit back and relax. Oh, you are giving pillows to the enemy. Of course, even though he wanted to slap Elder Yin twice, he only dared to complain in his heart and did not dare to curse out loud. Who knows if the living ancestor will come to him and eavesdrop. If he hears this, he will be the leader of the clan for the rest of his life. In fact, Elder Yin was quite regretful at this moment. Why couldn't he hold it back yesterday? It was probably because the wind was too cold last night and he might have caught a cold, so he was not very clear-headed. However, he then thought that the 2 Yi Wangxiang sword techniques were far inferior to the immortal sword technique. It would be useless to teach Feng Shi and the others. The only reason to blame was that the 8 direct disciples of Baihu Peak were too useless. The ability to adapt is too poor. Yesterday, Feng Shi was alone, and she was still able to do it with ease. Correct. It's not his fault, it's their stupidity. Too stupid, so useless. Besides, even if he didn't teach Feng Shi and the others the Liangyi Wangxiang swordsmanship, they would still be able to win. Others couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly. When the three of Feng Shi used the immortal sword technique before, they didn't use their full strength at all. As for why they did this, LD Yin really couldn't guess for a while. When LD Yin was thinking about this, the defeat of the 8 people from Baihu Peak became even more obvious. In half an hour at most, defeat will be inevitable. LD Yin had an idea. He taught Feng Shi and the others the self-made Liangyi Wangxiang sword technique. Sima Xiao would definitely be very dissatisfied and he would have to take some remedial measures. Otherwise, would he use some tricks to make Feng Shi and the other 3 lose this competition? It can not only prevent the 3 of them from raising their tails, but also block Sima Xiao's mouth. The more LD Yin thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible, so he raised his hand and flicked the wooden sword in Feng Zai's hand from the air. He only used a little force because he just wanted to expose Feng Zai's weakness. As long as the 8 people from White Tiger Peak seized this opportunity, they could temporarily stop the decline. When the time comes, if he continues to play a few more times, the 8 people from Baihu Peak will win. Just when LD Yin's spiritual power was about to touch Feng Zai's wooden sword, Feng Shi suddenly changed his position. LD Yin's spiritual power did not hit Feng Zai's sword, but instead hit the head of the White Tiger Peak disciple opposite. The White Tiger Peak disciple was concentrating on the competition, but when he felt a dull pain in his forehead, he became a little distracted. Feng Shi had quick eyes and quick hands, and could just fly up with a kick. The disciple was standing next to the fence behind, and Feng Shi kicked him out one after another. Sitting behind the fence were several elders from Landau Hall, and they moved away in perfect agreement. They didn't catch Zhang Wen when he fell before. If they catch him now, wouldn't they be treating one favorably? Therefore, it cannot be accepted. The main thing they focus on Taoism is fairness. The disciple of White Tiger Peak fell backwards, with a big bump on his forehead. He was completely confused. Then comes anger. Feng Shi, you're really going too far. It's a competition, why are you playing so hard on me? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 833 LD Yin is temporarily unavailable. When Sima sect leaders saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost crawled over from the screen to settle the score with LD Yin. Others can't see the way out, but he can. Feng Shi and the others had no chance to attack the White Tiger Peak disciple, so where did the bag on his forehead come from? Do you even need to ask? It must be LD Yin's good deed. What's going on? Now you are no longer satisfied with teaching the swordsmanship to Feng Shi and the other 3, but you are also secretly and sneakily helping them launch cold arrows. Unacceptable. It's too much. I'm just wondering, why are you so nice to the 3 of Feng Shi? Could it be that you are a spy from the Northern Territory who broke into our Changsheng sect? Have you been struggling to survive these years? At this time, LD Yin was very upset. He had already calculated the position and time difference, so why couldn't he get it right? It's all thanks to that little brat Feng Shi, why don't you move in the normal position? He didn't doubt that Feng Shi was aware of it, because he had absolute confidence. It's probably just a coincidence. The situation on the stage is even more unfavorable to Bai Hufeng. Originally, the few people from Baihu Peak were at a disadvantage, but now that there's one less person, they can no longer hold on. Being forced by Feng Shi and the others, they could only parry but had no power to fight back. They were all sweating profusely, wheezing and panting, not to mention in a state of utter embarrassment. In order to make up for his mistake, LD Yin decided to take action again. Feng Shi is a slippery little kid, and it's not easy to aim. Let's find someone else. Just listen to it. This time he didn't aim the sword, but flicked it toward Zhang Wen's right arm. Seeing that the spiritual power was about to touch Zhang Wen's right arm, Zhang Wen suddenly stumbled and accidentally avoided the spiritual power. That spiritual power hit the White Tiger Peak disciple behind him on the nose. The nose is much more fragile than the forehead. The disciple screamed and his nose bleed. Jing Yan happened to be right next to him and kicked him away, landing right next to the disciple whose brain had been shattered by the bullet just now. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at each other and saw indignation in each other's eyes. The 3 of Feng Shi are so outrageous. Either his head is broken or his nose is slapped. He is a scoundrel. Sect Master Sima was so angry when he watched the teleportation wall that stars appeared in his eyes. Good, okay, let's do that, right. I would rather not give up the position of the sect leader today, and I would also like to fight with you. As everyone knows, LD Yin is also very helpless. He didn't expect that Zhang Wen would stumble and stagger. I can only say that the 3 little cubs are very lucky. He wanted to continue taking action, but in just a moment, Feng Shi had already used his divine consciousness busted, and while the few people in Baihu Peak were in a daze, he kicked them all off the stage. Mainly because the remaining 6 people in Baihu Peak were all shocked by the sudden change. They didn't see Feng Shi and the other 3 take action, so why were the 2 fellow disciples injured? Let alone him, even Elder Du didn't see what the secret was. Could it be that the elders of the Jun family were helping secretly? Logically speaking, they couldn't. They were all respectable people, and they wouldn't use unsavory tricks just to win. It's probably because Feng Shi and the other 3 took action too quickly, and his eyes didn't follow. He calmed down and said loudly, Feng Shi, Zhang Wen, Jing Yansheng. There was a commotion in the audience. Feng Shi and the others won again. And he won with new sword techniques and new formations. How many abilities do they still have that they haven't used yet? The Jun family really has a profound foundation. Someone pulled his neck and asked, Feng Shi, what sword technique did you use today? What formation technique? Feng Shi slightly raised her lips, no comment. After saying that, the first one led Zhang Wen and Jing Yan off the stage. The helpful elder of the Hu sect must be in a bad mood at this time. If she stayed any longer, he might shoot her away. Even though she was able to dodge his spiritual power during the competition just now, it was because he didn't use much strength and there were many people on the stage, so he had some scruples. Now that everyone from Baihu Peak has gone down, the 3 of them are living targets standing on top. The auspicious cloud hairpin on Fang's eye's head trembles and trembles. Fang Go, praise me. Praise me now. If it weren't for me, would you be able to avoid that old thing's spiritual power? If it weren't for me, you three would have lost. Fengu, how can you live without me? This time it was indeed thanks to Jilei that if Elder Yin was close, Fang Shi would be able to detect it a little bit, but at such a distance, she would not be able to detect him at all, let alone avoid his spiritual power. Fang Shi really praised Jilei, for being worthy of being the future Lord Thunder God, for being able to see in all directions, and for being able to show his skills in times of crisis. Jilei is so beautiful that she almost faints. It feels as if it is going to ascend to heaven. If nothing else, Fang Dog is indeed a good dog who knows how to repay kindness. Fang Shi didn't know that Jilei called her Fang Dog. If she knew, Jilei would never want to say the word, dog, in his life. Jilei is quite beautiful, the wooden sword is almost sour and bubbling. What's so great, isn't it that you can, see, the old man? I, the ancestor of all swords, don't even care to see it. I'm afraid it will hurt my eyes. The three of Fang Shi passed through the crowd and happened to see Elder Huai standing behind the crowd. They hurried over to say hello. Elder Huai smiled so amiably. Originally, in his eyes, Fang Shi and the other three were just the Sect Master's tools. Not anymore. The three of them are the top secretaries of the Guardian Sect Elders. There are only advantages and no disadvantages to maintaining a good relationship with the three of them. Elder Huai exchanged a few words with Fang Shi and the others, and wanted to introduce Huai Mingzhu to Fang Shi and the others. Unfortunately, Huai Mingzhen ran to the gaming table to settle his bets, so he had no choice but to give up. After the three people from Fang Shi said goodbye to Elder Huai, they strolled away. Elder Yin looked at the cheerful backs, not to mention Duohuo. Just when he was about to give Fang Shi and the others some clues, the Jade identity card began to tremble. Elder Yin probed his consciousness into it, and the voice of Sima's Sect Master came from inside. Elder Yin, I want to talk to you. Elder Yin, well, I'm not free for the moment. Although Sima's Sect Master is a junior and his status is not as high as his, he is in the wrong. He doesn't want to see Sima shower at all now. Sima's Sect leader was furious to death after receiving the reply. You are not free. You are busy teaching Fang Shi and the other swordsmanship. You are busy helping them shoot cold arrows. However, he then thought about it, Elder Yin's troubles made the water even muddied. This is in line with his original intention of luring Fang Shi into the house. Forget it, let's take a look and talk about it later. If Elder Yin doesn't know how to restrain himself, he will go to the cave where he meditates to block him. Fang Shi and the other three returned to their residence to review today's competition. Jing Yan said. The people at White Tiger Peak must have received guidance from the elders in the peak. The formation they chose is very targeted, and it can also neutralize some of our sword moves during the fight. Zhang Wen curled his lips and said, so what? If Junior Sister hadn't been afraid of scaring away the people behind them, if we didn't stop fighting, they would have definitely been defeated. Jing Yan shook his head. Although that is the case, it also reminds us that there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the world. No matter how brilliant the swordsmanship is, someone will find a way to break it. We must always remain humble and cautious. Fang Shi nodded. Senior brother Shi, you are right, you can't drift at any time. Having said this, she looked at Zhang Fifth senior brother, what do you think? Zhang Wen. Why are you asking me alone? Do you think I'm drifting? Okay, it seems I'm back to my old habits. He chuckled and said, I'll pay attention in the future. So what, you two practice swordplay, and I will improve a few more formations to prevent the people of the Changsheng sect from aesthetic fatigue. Fang Shi asked Jing Yan to practice by herself first. She remembered that she hadn't fed the fish for several days, so she went to the edge of the fish pond. Little Koi, I have been too busy these past 2 days to come and see you. Do you miss me all the time? Red Smoke Carp, get out. Disappear as far as you can. With this thought in mind, each one of them rushed to blow out pink bubbles in flattery. Fang Shi was very satisfied and took out steamed buns and pancakes to feed them. The Red Smoke Carp didn't want to eat at all, but they didn't dare not to eat. The only good thing is that there are enough water pipes in the fish pond to avoid choking. Fang Shi also said, don't grab it, there is plenty. I guarantee you will have enough to eat. The Red Smoke Carps ate with tears in their eyes. They were full. Fang Shi added, I'm too busy these days, so I won't make a wish for now. I'll save a few days to make one. Red Smoke Carps, what's going on? Are you really here for a monthly subscription? You wait. Our patience has its limit. When we can't bear it anymore, you will be there to see us. Fang Shi naturally didn't know what the Red Smoke Carp were thinking, and even if she knew, she didn't care. When she was about to leave, she never expected that the thunderbolt above her head jumped into the water. Jilei Jansha was so excited. Fun. So fun. The phoenix dog is so interesting. In order to make it happy, I even prepared a pond of small fish for it. Fang Go is indeed the best and best in the world. It was actually happy, and the Red Smoke Carps were chased by it, so they jumped all over the pond. I wish I could grow legs. Fang Shi can't stand it anymore. Although these Red Smoke Carp are not her spiritual pets, they are the koi carp in the wishing pond after all. So, she said to Jilei, it's almost done, come up after playing for another half hour. Red Smoke Carp. No wonder you can get together, you're more like a dog than the other. Fang Shi stared at the Red Smoke Carp, she wanted to see how long these gadgets could endure. I have to say, they're really tolerant. In addition, she knew that Jilei was measured and would not really harm the Red Smoke Carp, but was just teasing them. Jilei actually stopped playing after playing for half an hour. It's not that it's afraid of phoenix dogs. The key is that it keeps its promise. Half an hour is half an hour. Lord Thundergod is not a bastard who breaks his word. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 834 They lost based on their strength. Even though Fang Shi and the others didn't sleep all night, they were still very energetic. They didn't enter the house until it got dark. Junwen improved 3 more sword formations, and even started to play tricks. Jing Laoshi, junior sister, my sword formation is called the Mist Flower Water Moon formation. It is easy for people to mistakenly think that it is improved from the Chunhui light splitting array, but in fact, only the appearance is the Chunhui light splitting array, and the core is the Chu's demon subduing array, which guarantees accuracy in every pit. When Jun Wenzheng was playing, Elder Yin came under the moonlight. When he heard that Jun Wen actually performed a formation within a formation, he felt more and more that Jun Wen was a rare swordsman prodigy. Therefore, the 8 people at Baihu Peak did not lose unfairly at all. This had nothing to do with his teaching swordsmanship and self-defeating help. They lost based on their strength. Fang Shi touched her right ear with her hand, and Jun Wen and Jing Yan understood. Jun Wen, who was still bragging, immediately said, "Although I have some talent, I'm far behind the seniors who taught us swordsmanship. The gap is like the fireflies in the grass and the bright moon in the sky, the mud in the pit and the white snow on the top of the mountain. It's just that he is too low-key and refuses to show his face. If I never see his true face in this life, I will never rest in peace." Fang Shi. Jing Yan. I know you want to flatter me, but you are too generous. Did you even do it to the point of dying with your eyes closed? Not to mention, Elder Yin was quite moved after hearing Jun Wen's heartfelt words. Although this little brat has a bit of a mean mouth, his essence is still good. At least he knows how to be grateful. In comparison, Sima Xiao is too petty. He was a little confused, so why should he insist on talking to him? You can talk if you want. Wait. I'll talk to you later when I get these 3 little brats in order. At this time, Fang Shi said, "5th senior brother, why don't we go to the courtyard and try the new formation you improved?" Jun Wen agreed. Jing Yan is also very willing. The elders of the protecting sect who are willing to help others are here. They may be able to pick up a new set of swordsmanship through this practice. The 3 of them immediately arrived in the courtyard and began to practice Jun Wen's improved sword formation. Elder Yin nodded frequently as he watched, but his mind came online today. Although his hands were itchy, he did not do anything and just watched from the side. The 3 of them in Fang Shi practiced till they were sweating profusely but couldn't find anything, so they simply stopped practicing and went back to the house to meditate. Elder Yin walked around the house a few times. Thinking of what happened during the day, he became a little suspicious and wanted to test it. So he raised his hand and flicked Jun Wen's head. Although Ji Lei reminded Fang Shi just pretended that he didn't know anything. Jun Wen was hit hard, and a big bump suddenly appeared on his forehead. Jumped up with a roar. Who fucked my brains out? Jing Laoshi, was it your fault? Jing Yan was speechless. I was meditating for a while, so how could I have the time to worry about your brain? I think it was probably because you were disrespectful to the ancestor of the Shangsheng sect before, and you were punished again. Jun Wen looked suspicious. Really? If you say that, then the 2 people at Baihu Peak today must have offended the ancestor, right? Otherwise, how could they be treated the same as me? Jing Yan shrugged. I guess so. It's just a bag, and there's no skin or blood. Don't be surprised and continue practicing. Jun Wen muttered, which probably meant that Jing Yan didn't have back pain when he stood and talked. However, I still sat down to practice. Elder Yin was completely relieved when he saw this. He just said that with the cultivation level of the 3 brats, they couldn't even notice his existence. He was invisible in front of them. As for why he played Jun Wen but not Fang Shi, it was because he thought Fang Shi was a little girl and a bulge on her forehead didn't look good. So why is there no dank again? Because he felt that among the 3 people, Jing Yan was the most honest. He can't bully honest people. Elder Yin originally wanted to leave, but suddenly he took a look at the books in Fang Shi's bookshelf and became interested. The books in the bookshelf were not put there by Fang Shi, they were there before. I don't know if they were put there by people from the Zashi Hall or by the disciples who lived here before. Most of them are books on self-cultivation, and there is even a book on tea art. It was the tea art book that Elder Yin was interested in. He meditates in the cave all year round. His only hobby is tea tasting, and he also studies tea art on weekdays. As soon as his consciousness moved, the tea art book came into his hands. Fang Shi and the other 3 didn't react at all. Elder Yin simply sat on the chair and read. Although he kept turning the pages, all the sounds were blocked by him. He watched it with gusto, and having 3 little cubs accompanying him made him feel a little comfortable. It would be even better if you make another pot of tea. Unfortunately, he can't reveal his identity yet, so he can only endure it. After a while, Fang Shi opened her eyes. Senior brother Shi, 5th senior brother, take a rest. Although Jun Wen and Jing Yan didn't know why Fang Shi said that, they still said cooperatively. Little junior sister, if you don't tell me, I also want to rest for a while. We have been idle all day. I am really tired. Yes, although cultivation is important, work and rest must be balanced. It is not too late for us to rest for a while and then practice again. It has to be said that Jun Wen and Jing Yan, the 2 admirers, are getting closer and closer to each other. Fang Shi took out a few trays of tea snacks and placed them on the coffee table, then took out a teapot and tea bowl and started making tea. She is not simply making tea, but demonstrating tea art. What kind of dragon came out of the sea and what kind of flying dragon appeared in the sky made Jun Wen and Jing Yan dazzled. Elder Yin's eyes widened even more. Although he has a lot of research on tea art, he has never seen these fancy tea skills performed by Fang Shi. In addition, the water and tea used by Fang Shi were all good things she got from arms, and the aroma of tea filled the room for a while. Jun heard that he was drinking and drinking without saying anything, but kept smacking his lips. What a tea, what a tea. Elder Yin swallowed. It wasn't that he was greedy, but the key was that he was really thirsty now. It was so uncomfortable to be able to only watch but not drink. Elder Yin decided not to be tortured anymore, put the tea art book back on the bookshelf, and walked away. After subduing the 3 brats in a few days, he asked Fang Shi to make him tea whenever he had nothing to do. A whole day of soaking. After Fang Shi confirmed that Elder Yin had left, he walked to the bookshelf and pulled out the tea art book. After flipping through a few pages, although the content was acceptable, she was not very interested. At this time, Zhang Wen came over reluctantly. Junior sister, the person who seemed to be my father just now was reading this book. Let me have a look. Fang Shi. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 835 Ban Kang Dog. Fang Shi simply handed the book to Zhang Wen and let him read it by himself. Zhang Wen sat on the chair with the book and started reading, shaking his head and drinking tea. Since his father likes tea art, he has to learn more. This is called following his hobby. Seeing the rise, he took the teapot and wanted to learn it, but when he poured water, he accidentally got the book wet. Zhang Wen quickly wiped it with his sleeve. This was a book his father liked, so don't damage it. This wipe, first of all, made holes in the pages of the book. Zhang Wen looked guilty. He didn't try hard. This old book was too weak. Fang Shi didn't care too much. It was just an ordinary tea art book. It was no big deal if it got broken. She was about to comfort Zhang Wen, but Zhang Wen suddenly disappeared and the tea art book fell to the ground. Fang Shi and Jing Yan were immediately shocked. What about people? So where did the big living person go? Fang's eyes first thought was that Zhang Wen had been kidnapped by the elders of the Hu sect. It was probably because of his clumsy hands that he damaged the tea art book. But when I thought about it again, I thought it was impossible. It's just a tea art book, so there's no need to make any big changes. Besides, if the elders of the Guardian sect come, it is impossible for Jilei to remain silent. So, what about Zhang Wenren? Fang Shi and Jing Yan looked at each other, their eyes all focused on the tea art book on the ground. But this time, they were surprised to find that the page that Zhang Wen had torn was intact. It was clear that Zhang Wen had made a hole in it before. Why is it gone? No need to ask now, Zhang Wen must have been sucked into the book. This book seems strange. Fang Shi picked up the book. Fifth senior brother. Fifth senior brother, can you hear me? Jing Yan also said anxiously. Fifth junior brother. Fifth junior brother, are you in there? At this time, there seemed to be some movement outside the house. Fang Shi rushed out of the door, followed closely by Jing Yan, and then saw Zhang Wen standing in the fish pond with a dull look on his face. There was a clump of waterweed on top of his head. Fang Shi. Jing Yan. No, weren't you sucked into the book? Why did you end up in the fish pond? But seeing that Zhang Wen was safe and sound, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as he was fine. They dragged Zhang Wen up. Zhang Wen's expression was still a little dull, and Fang Shi suddenly shouted, Fifth senior brother, your father is here. Zhang Wen suddenly became energetic. Where? Fang Shi. After Zhang Wen changed his clothes again, Fang Shi asked, Fifth senior brother, what happened just now? Zhang Wen scratched his head. I don't know either. I just felt like I was in a trance, and then I realized there was water all around me. When I poked my head out and took a look, I realized that I was in a fish pond. So what, isn't this a good thing my father did? Fang Shi ignored him, looked at the tea art book, and squinted her eyes. She had already guessed that there was a secret in those red smoke carps, and it was a big secret. Could it be related to this book? Fang Shi wetted the pages again with tea, and then imitated Zhang Wen and wiped out holes in the pages, but nothing happened. Fang Shi refused to give up and asked Zhang to try it again. There was still no abnormality, and even the damaged pages were not restored. Fang Shi and the other three even suspected that it was an illusion just now. Zhang Wen then said, Little junior sister, don't waste this time. Why don't you catch two red smoke carps first and interrogate them? If they don't say anything, let the rabbit read their thoughts. Fang Shi thought about it again and again but gave up the idea. She was afraid of alerting the enemy, and also afraid that the red smoke carp would kill everything. Anyway, we have plenty of time, so let's cook it slowly over low heat. However, this tea art book cannot be placed on the bookshelf. It would be terrible if the elder of the Guardian sect takes it away. But Fang Shi can put the book into the storage ring after trying for a long time, which shows that this thing is no ordinary book. Fang's eyes flashed slightly and she dropped blood on the cover. No response. Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen and Jing Yan to try again, but both of them failed. In order to prevent the book from being taken away by the elders of the Hu sect, Fang Shi placed the book under the table legs for cushioning. After doing this, she said to Zhang Wen and Jing Yan. No wonder the ancients said that there are spiritual stone mines in books. Don't lie to me. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan, the original saying was that there is a golden house in the book, right? However, there is nothing wrong with this, spiritual stones are more valuable here. Outside the house, the red smoke carp in the fish pond are gathering together and blowing bubbles. They are ready to die together, to perish together, and to die together. However, when daybreak came, Fang Shi didn't come looking for them. They were originally swollen eye blisters, but after staying up all night, they became even more swollen. After breakfast, Fang Shi and the other three went to the enlightenment platform instead of practicing in the courtyard. They have almost mastered their sword skills and sword formations, so why not go to the enlightenment platform to absorb more spiritual energy? When they arrived at the heart refining road, Fang Shi still closed restrictions on the heart refining road, and took advantage of Zhang Wen's flying sword to reach the enlightenment platform. The three of them didn't say anything and meditated separately. After practicing for 2 hours, Fang Shi opened her eyes first. The enlightenment platform is indeed a good place to practice. 2 hours of practice here is worth 2 hours elsewhere. Seeing that Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were still practicing, she put her hands behind her head and lay down on the ground. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the white clouds in the sky. The floating clouds are flowing, constantly changing their shapes. One moment it looks like a snow-white robe, and the next moment it looks a bit like a black dog. Fang Shi suddenly sat up. Why did the cloud turn black? No, black cloud dove is here. It's really a white cloud and a grey dog. Everything in the world is impermanent. Yes, time is flowing and changing every moment, not to mention the clouds in the sky, everything is like this. Fang Shi felt something in her heart, and immediately began to sit cross-legged and meditate, regardless of the dark clouds in the sky. At this time, Wu Yunjue has floated above Fang Shi, staring at Fang Shi and the auspicious cloud hairpin on Fang Shi's head through the protective formation. I am back again. Today is your death day. Not even the protective formation can save you. Wu Yunjue thought as he struck a thunder downwards. There was a loud bang, which startled Zhang Wen and Jing Yan. The two people hurriedly looked up to the sky, and were suddenly shocked. They wanted to remind Fang Shi, but seeing that she seemed to have another epiphany, they had no choice but to give up. The two of them protected Fang Shi on the left and right. If the protective formation was struck by lightning, they would protect the junior sister even if they risked their lives. At this time, inside the cave on the cliff of the Enlightenment platform, Elder Yin looked defeated. Finished. His cultivation must have reached a level that is not tolerated by heaven. This thunder is here to take him in. Whatever. Since it is a disaster, sooner or later it will be inevitable. It's a pity that he hasn't had time to subdue those three brats. After he dies, Sima Xiaoya won't necessarily slander him. Otherwise, he left a blood letter to prove his innocence. However, it seems, it cannot be proven. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Closed black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 836 Phoenix Dog will help me take revenge sooner or later. Elder Yin felt that even if his blood dries up, baskets of blood-written letters would not be able to wash away his blood. Ugh. His entire reputation was ruined at the hands of those three brats. That's it. His life is coming to an end soon, and he no longer cares about these false reputations. He is worthy of heaven and earth, and he is worthy of the ancestors of the Changsheng sect. Right. Elder Yin wants to cry now. It's not that he's afraid of death, the key is that he still has a lot of things to do and he really doesn't want to die. But he knew there was no escape. Others may not know it, but he knows that no one has ascended in this continent for a long time, and if one reaches a certain level of cultivation, he will face a catastrophe. It is not that the 9 heavenly thunders soared into immortality as mentioned in ancient books, but that one strike destroyed both the soul and the soul. It is ironic to say that the ultimate result of practicing to become an immortal is death. But he never slowed down the pace of cultivation. He would die in the morning after hearing the Tao. This day finally came, and he even felt relieved for a moment. He felt that it was necessary to send a message to Sima's sect leader before he died. After all, the other party was the leader of a sect, and he had to explain what happened after his death. King Hong, I know you have complaints against me, but I can swear to God that I have no selfish intentions towards those three brats. Everything was just a mistake. I originally wanted to protect the Changsheng sect, but things went against my wishes. The catastrophe was approaching and I could not escape death. In order not to implicate the Changsheng sect, I immediately left the Changsheng sect and found an open place to die. All my life's learning and property are placed in the storage ring. I will put it in the cave. You can come and take it away as soon as possible. After I die, you don't need to make a name for me, just pretend that I don't exist. Ashes to dust. In addition, the three of Fang Shi are really rare talents. If they can be conquered, try to conquer them. If they can't be used by me. Speaking of this, Elder Yin hesitated. He originally wanted to say, if he can't be used by me, get rid of him as soon as possible, but he changed his words to, if he can't be used by me, send him back to the Northern Territory as soon as possible. Whatever. God is kind to you. The three of them have learned my swordsmanship and have inherited my mantle. Please spare their lives. After explaining this, Elder Yin began to pack his things. Except for the sacred sword, everything else was placed in the storage ring and his consciousness was erased. He put the storage ring under the futon on which he was meditating, sighed, and left the cave, running towards the mountain gate. Seeing that he had arrived at the mountain gate, he did not receive a reply from Sima sect leader. He didn't pay much attention to it. It was probably that Sima Xiaoya was busy, or he was in a special place and didn't receive the message for the time being. He looked up and saw a dark cloud floating above Enlightenment Peak, with small purple lightning crackling in it. He must leave the Changsheng sect as soon as possible, otherwise once the tribulation thunder falls, the sect's protective formation will be damaged. The next moment, a thunderbolt struck in the direction of Enlightenment Peak. Elder Yin thought to himself that it was indeed the heavenly thunder. He knew that the top of the Enlightenment Peak was the weakest point of the protective formation, so even though he left the Enlightenment Peak, the heavenly thunder was still attacking the Enlightenment Peak. It seems that he has to leave the sect as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely bring disaster to the sect. Thinking of this, Elder Yin stepped out of the mountain gate without any notice from the disciple guarding the mountain gate. Elder Yin ran out for hundreds of miles in one breath and found an open place. There are few people here and there will be no casualties due to thunder. Elder Yin was almost moved to tears by his noble integrity. However, what confused him was, why didn't Jilei catch up? Didn't Jilei realize that he had left the Changsheng sect? Is Jilei so slow to react? At this time, Wu Yunjue was desperately trying to hack the Changsheng sect's protective formation, intent on killing Fang Shi and Jilei. Jilei, who was lying on Fang Zai's head, cursed silently, scolding all the 18 generations of Wu Yunjue's ancestors in the sky. You scumbag who occupies a magpie's nest, just wait for me. Sooner or later the Phoenix dog will help me take revenge. As for why it doesn't take revenge on its own, the reason is very simple. It doesn't have confidence. It doesn't even have a cloud core now. It will take at least tens of thousands of years to restore its previous cultivation. The daylilies will be cold by then. Fango, you have to fight for some energy. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan looked solemn. This time the calamity thunder was coming fiercely, and they might not be good. Now we can only hope that the Changsheng sect's protective formation is stronger and can resist for a while longer. As the sky thunder struck the Enlightenment platform one after another, the people of the Changsheng sect fell into great panic. The last time the Changsheng sect was struck by lightning, it was because of Master Han. Could it be that this time it was also because of him? If this is the case, why not go to the Suzaku Peak instead of the Enlightenment platform? Someone who was proficient in formation said. Because the Enlightenment platform is the weakest part of the Guardian formation. It seems that TNA is well prepared this time and will not stop until he kills Peak Master Han. Many people suddenly realized that this was the case. Then someone said, although this thunder is aimed at Master Han, do you think it will miss the target? If the protective formation cannot stop it, will we be affected? It's hard to say. Anyway, stay away from Suzaku Peak to avoid disaster. I think Wu Dao Peak may also be implicated. Let's stay away from Wu Dao Peak. Ellipsis. People were panicked for a while, and many people even complained to Peak Master Han in their hearts, blaming you for your disregard of human ethics for causing such a disaster. You should go out and be struck by lightning. Fang Shi never dreamed that public opinion would develop in this direction. It can only be said that her guidance last time was so successful that people in the Changsheng sect have formed a habit of thinking. The Changsheng sect was struck by lightning equals Master Han was punished by heaven. Elder Yin, who had just returned, suddenly understood when he heard these remarks. He just said it. Although his cultivation level is not bad, it is still far from being tolerated by heaven. There is no reason for him to be struck by lightning so quickly. It turned out to be the fault of that turtle bastard Han Jide. He immediately wanted to carry Peak Master Han outside the sect and let the thunder strike him to death. But then I thought about it, if I do this, the people at Duke Peak will definitely have objections, and the consequences will be endless. It's better to wait and see what happens. It would be best if Tianlei could kill Han Jide first. Even if he can kill Han Jide, his reputation would be greatly weakened. Then he would help Sima Shaoer find an excuse to kill him. At that time, even the people from Suzaku Peak will not be able to say anything. After making up his mind, Elder Yin found a corner to watch the show. He didn't plan to go back to the cave. After all, the cave was too close to the Enlightenment platform. Although the sky thunder usually wouldn't hit the wrong person, what if it happened? His old bones still had to protect the Changsheng sect, so he couldn't just die inexplicably. As for the storage ring he placed in the cave, there is no need to worry. Only Sima Shaoer in the sect knew about the existence of the cave. It was impossible for him to run there at this time. Besides, since he didn't reply to the message, he probably didn't receive it. So, nothing goes wrong. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 837 doubled the price. The black dove in the sky was very angry. Because this Laoshi protective formation is too strong. Looks like it needs to work harder. As a result, the thunder that fell became more and more dense, and the entire summit of Enlightenment Peak was shrouded in white light, making people unable to open their eyes. Elder Huai was so anxious that he was running around. When such a big thing happened, he immediately went to find Sima Sect Master, but Sima Sect Master was not there. He sent a message to Sima Sect Master, but the other party did not reply. Where has the sect leader gone? He is not worried about the three of Fang Shi. After all, the three of them are now at the forefront of the elders of the Guardian sect, and it is not his turn to worry about them at all. Not only Elder Huai is looking for Sima Sect Master, but the Peak Master of Exafeng is also looking for Sima Sect Master, but there is no news about Sima Sect Master and he doesn't know where he went. As time goes by, the protective formation is in danger. Although the formation elders were working together to repair the formation, they could not match the damage speed of the lightning strike. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan held spiritual swords in their hands, guarding Fang Shi on the left and right, staring above. The junior sister had been protecting them since the first song, and it was finally their turn to repay the junior sister. It's not that they are determined to resist here, but Fang Shi is having an epiphany. If they wake her up or move her, she will go crazy, or her life will be in danger. They cannot take this risk. At this time, the golden pig and wooden sword flew out. They are different from other spiritual pets. They can leave the spirit beast bag and storage ring even without Fang Zai's spiritual consent. In the past, they came out to be free and at ease, but this time they came out to protect their master. When Zhang Wen and Jing Yan met, they couldn't help but sigh. Although the little junior sister's spiritual pets were sometimes unreliable, they were really loyal to her beyond words. Of course, this is what the junior sister earned with her sincerity. Let's just talk about the golden pig. If it were anyone else, how could it be willing to feed it a lot of talismans, magic talismans, spiritual stones, and treasures of heaven and earth? Only the junior sister can afford to raise it. As for the wooden sword, although it seems to have some abilities now, at the beginning it was useless. Even the simplest flying was not stable, and the junior sister had to tie herself to the sword. The younger junior sister kept it, but others would have discarded it long ago. Not to mention how much trouble it caused. When Jing Yan and Zhang Wen were sighing, Mu Jian started gesticulating towards Wu Yunjue. Look how sharp my sword is. Look at my amazing speed. I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, am still afraid of your mere thunder. If you can, you will kill me. If you can't kill me, I will fight you to the end. The golden pig is staring at the dark clouds in the sky and chattering. If you get too anxious, I will eat you. Finally, a gap appeared in the Changsheng sect's protective formation, and Wu Yunjue squeezed in. It was so excited that it started to tremble. The chance for revenge has finally come. Fang Shi and that fool who betrayed heaven, you all must die today. While it was thinking, it struck the sky thunder towards Fang Shi. One after another. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan wanted to meet him head-on, but unexpectedly Jin Zhu and Mu Jian rushed forward to greet him. The golden pig opened its mouth wide and swallowed several thunderbolts. The originally golden body was instantly filled with electricity and turned into nothingness in an instant. The wooden sword burst out with red sword light, cutting off several thunderbolts. However, as soon as he finished cutting it, it fell to the ground with a thud. It was obvious that his cultivation was overdrawn and he fell into a coma. The golden pig and the wooden sword startled Wu Yunjue. He really didn't expect that Feng Shi had such a powerful spiritual pet. That is to say, it came prepared this time. If it usually carries the power of thunder and lightning, it is not enough for these two to deal with it. It slowed down and then continued to strike downwards with thunder. Before Zheng Wen and Jing Yan could take action, the thunderbolt flew out from Feng Zai's hair. Ugh. Feng Go's two senior brothers are not very capable. If they are allowed to attack, they will definitely die. If they die, Feng Go will be very sad. After all, the phoenix dog is my spiritual pet, how could I bear to make her sad? Let me go. Although the result of my sex is probably to be swallowed up by Wu Yunjue, at least I can buy her some time, maybe she will wake up. Just as Ji Lei took off, one hand caught it. It's just a dove, there's no need for you to risk your life to protect me. I'll take care of it. Ji Lei was so excited that he jumped up. The phoenix dog woke up. Feng Go, she's awake. Jing Yan and Zheng Wen were also overjoyed. The junior sister finally had her enlightenment. At this time, Feng Shi stood there calmly, his eyes filled with thousands of brilliance, as if time was passing by. She caught the thunder struck by Wu Yunjue without dodging. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan originally wanted to step forward to help her, but she stopped them with her eyes. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, it's time for me to have a baby. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan instantly understood that the junior sister was planning to use the power of thunder to conceive a baby. In this case, there is no need for them to step forward and get in the way. Both of them were a little ashamed. They originally wanted to protect the junior sister, but it didn't come in handy at all. They seemed worse than that pig and that broken wooden sword. After all, it's still too weak. You have to practice harder in the future. As long as you don't die from practicing, continue practicing. Zheng was heartbroken when he heard this and said to Jing Yan. Jing Laoshi, since my junior sister can use the power of the sky thunder to conceive a baby, why can't we use the power of the sky thunder to refine our sword skills? Jing Yan nodded, that's exactly what I meant. As they spoke, the two began to wield their spiritual swords and practice the sword technique of immortality. Although most of the sky thunder was absorbed by Feng Shi, the remaining scraps were enough for them to hone their sword skills. The little fat bird said to Feng Shi, Master, please let me out. My nirvana fire is still a little short of fire, so I can use the power of thunder and lightning to temper it. Feng Shi happily agreed. Although the honey badger and the wilderness wandering rabbit also wanted to go out, they were warcraft after all, so they gave up because they were afraid that going out would cause unnecessary trouble. As for the Tao Wu, it is even more afraid to come out. There can only be one Taoju in this world. If it comes out, it will be killed by the thunder. Just keep your eyes peeled. Despite this, Wu Yunjue was also very angry. Both of them use me as a free sparring partner. This is really unreasonable. However, what it hates most is Feng Shi. As long as Feng Shi is killed, the remaining bits and pieces will be easy to deal with. So, it tried its best to split Feng Shi. But the thunder that struck down was like a sea of mud and had no effect. As everyone knows, the 5 spiritual roots in Feng Shi Danshan are busy flying. Not only did they absorb part of the power of thunder and lightning, but they were also constantly combing Feng Zai's Danshan and meridians to prevent Feng Shi from being injured by the power of thunder and lightning. Not only that, they also had to help Feng Shi turn the elixir into a baby. 5 spiritual roots thought it was too difficult for them. With their workload, the handling fees they usually charge are simply not enough. They want to raise wages. Double the price. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 838 Feng Shi angered Wu Yunjue. Although Wu Zhilingen wanted to raise his salary, he also knew that this was definitely not a good time to bring it up. They formed a circle and turned crazily, almost turning into tops. As Feng Shi absorbed more and more lightning power, the golden elixir suspended in his danshan also changed. Cracked. To be precise, it was full of cracks, just like her horrible pubic area back then. 5 spiritual roots stopped turning. If you continue to turn it around, instead of turning it into a nascent soul, this golden elixir will break into pieces. It's over. Every step of their operation is correct. How could such a change happen? Let alone raising wages now, maybe the death has come. Feng Shi also discovered the mutation of the golden elixir. She had heard Zheng Wen and Jing Yan talk about the process of forming a baby before, which roughly meant that with the infusion of spiritual energy and spiritual consciousness, the golden elixir would gradually evolve into a nascent soul. I have never heard the golden elixir will crack. Then she noticed that the 5 dog spirit roots were sneaky and guilty, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Not only could she not be able to conceive a baby this time, but she would also have to break the golden elixir. Her cultivation will not be the first to reach the foundation building stage, right? Feng Shi said coldly, if you can't make up for your mistakes today, I will take you out and feed you to the golden pigs. The 5 dog spirit roots immediately knelt down to Feng Shi. They are also very aggrieved. They work hard to help, who knew something like this would happen? Is this the legendary saying that if you do more, you will make more mistakes, if you do less, you will make more mistakes, and if you do less, it will be better? Although Feng Shi was very anxious, the appearance of the 5 dog spirit roots didn't seem to be intentional, maybe it was just because of her special physique. It seemed that the hope of having a baby today was completely shattered. I'm really unwilling. When she was upset, Wu Yunjue was still attacking her. Feng Shi looked up at it and was angry at it. It's all this Wu Yunjue's fault. If it hadn't had to come to kill her, she wouldn't have wanted to have a baby on the spur of the moment, so there wouldn't have been such a consequence. When Wu Yunjue saw Feng Shi looking up at him, he started chopping even more vigorously. It doesn't believe it can't kill her. Feng Shi took out a cage woven with black iron wire, which was a Faraday cage. The cage Feng Shi made before was not too big and could accommodate her alone in it. Later, she felt that it was not very safe. What if a thunderstorm struck the people around her? It's better to make it bigger so it can accommodate more people. So she later made a large cage that could hold at least 10 people. What she took out now was the big cage. Fang Shi opened the door and got in. Next, the thunder and lightning struck by Wu Yunjue did not have any impact on Fang Shi. Fang Shi even took out a spiritual fruit and started chewing it. Wu Yunjue is anxious. Today, it was difficult to break through the Changsheng Sect's protective formation. If Fang Shi was allowed to escape with the help of this broken cage, wouldn't it be all in vain? Wu Yunjue suddenly thought of a good idea. Isn't she hiding in a cage? Wouldn't it be enough if it got into the cage and hacked her? What is this called, by the way? Catching a bastard in a jar. Dark Cloud Dove was trembling with excitement. It was so smart. He actually thought of such a good idea. Fang Shi, suffer death. Wu Yunjue did what he said, shrank his figure, and slipped into the cage. Just when it was about to use the power of thunder and lightning to split Fang Shi, a special cauldron covered it inside. Wu Yunjue was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? It tried its best to smash the big pot, but apart from the deafening sound, it did not cause much damage to the iron pot. The Jilei in Fang Zai's sleeve pocket was rolling with joy. I think this is how I, the god of thunder, was teased by the phoenix dog back then. Today is finally your turn, Jue. I'd rather piss you off. At this time, Fang Shi called Jilei out and asked him to lie on top of the big iron pot to absorb the power of thunder and lightning. Jilei had a full meal this time, and he was full. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan both came over and asked Fang Shi with their eyes, what should they do next? A big iron pot can trap Wu Yunjue for a short while, but as time goes by, he will definitely break out of the pot. As everyone knows, there are dozens of large iron pots like this in Fang Shi. Give Wu Yunjue a big pot inside a small pot, and a small pot inside a small pot. Wu Yunjue can be trapped for at least a few hours. Just when Fang Shi wanted to add another pot to Wu Yunjue, because Wu Yunjue struggled desperately in the big iron pot, the entire cage lost its balance and rolled down the cliff. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 839 Breaking the Pill into a Baby. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan only had time to scream before they saw Fang Shi falling down together with the big cage. The two of them subconsciously stretched out their hands and grabbed something empty. Zhang Wen hurriedly flew towards the bottom of the cliff with his sword, followed closely by Jing Yan. Just when the two of them were anxious, they heard Fang Zai's voice. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, I'm here. The two of them followed the sound and saw a crooked tree growing on the edge of the cliff. There was a hole under the branches. Fang Shi was standing at the entrance of the cave waving to them. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and their worries were finally relieved. The two entered the cave and hurriedly asked. Little junior sister, why did you run into this cave? Where is Wu Yunjue? Fang Shi said, I asked the Spirit Sword Phantom to hold the cage and slow down the fall. I wanted to fall under the cliff, but unexpectedly I found a cave here, so I came in. As for Dark Cloud Dove, he also escaped when I opened the cage. I thought it was going to continue to attack me, but it ran away in despair. Why was it so crazy? Little did she know that Wu Yunjue was psychologically shadowed by the big iron pot. She just wanted to escape quickly and didn't even think of taking revenge on Fang Shi. Because he was in a hurry, he forgot to float upwards and flew all the way down. Jing Yan immediately said after hearing this, it may not have recovered for a while, and it is estimated that it will come back soon. We have to be prepared. Fang Shi said weakly, it doesn't matter, it doesn't have much power of thunder and lightning left, I can deal with it. Seeing Fang Zai's weak look, Jing Yan thought she was injured, so he hurriedly asked, little junior sister, are you injured? Fang Shi shook his head, then nodded again. It's not even an injury. My golden elixir is cracked. Jing Yan and Zhang Wen were stunned at first, and then turned pale with shock. What? The golden elixir is cracked. Doesn't that mean that not only has the little junior sister failed to conceive a baby, but her cultivation will also drop to the foundation building stage? How so? The two of them felt relieved again, especially when they saw Fang Shi looking slightly wilted. They felt very distressed. The two racked their brains and began to think of words to comfort Fang Shi. However, with the facts in front of us, any words seemed to be weak, and might even rub salt into the wounds of the younger junior sister. Jing Yan was originally not good at words, and he never uttered a single word. At the critical moment, it has to be Zhang Wen. Junior sister, although things are not going well, it's not a big deal. Your Danshan was almost shattered back then, didn't you still become the light of the Northern Territory? Maybe if your golden elixir breaks, it will help you reach a new level. From now on you will be the light of Juyu. Besides, little junior sister, you have a special physique. It took 5 times for the golden elixir to be successfully formed. Maybe the same is true for this baby formation. It cracked this time, but it might stick again next time, and then crack again next time, and then stick again. The general trend of the world is that if it is separated for a long time, it will be reunited and it will be separated for a long time. Fang Shi. You know how to comfort people. Zhang Wen saw that Fang Shi seemed to be more energetic and continued. Little junior sister, you often learn human things. Maybe this baby will be different from normal people. Fang Shi. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Zhang Wen say. We normal people all have babies that evolved from the golden elixir. Maybe your nascent soul has to be like a chicken breaking its shell. It has to wait for the golden elixir to break before it can get out of it. As the saying goes, nothing can be established without destruction. Fang Zai's heart moved. Don't say it, don't say it, what the fifth senior brother said makes sense. Logically speaking, there were cracks in the golden elixir, so she should feel very uncomfortable, but she really didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and even felt warm in her western limbs. Before, she was focused on venting Wu Yunju's anger, but ignored this point. Could it be that what fifth senior brother said is true? Others turned the golden elixir into a nascent soul, but she turned the broken elixir into a soul. As soon as she thought of this, the 5 spiritual roots nodded desperately, yes, yes. Zhang Wen said that silly boy was right, you are the one who can become a baby by breaking the pill. Of course, they couldn't speak, and they couldn't express themselves clearly with their spiritual consciousness, but it didn't stop Fang Shi from understanding the general meaning. Fang Shi was too lazy to pay attention to them. If they really knew what it was like to break a pill into a baby, they wouldn't be so guilty before. Fang Shi smiled. Fifth senior brother, I think what you said is very reasonable. It is really possible that I can become a baby by breaking the pill. Zhang Wen. The conscience of heaven and earth, I just said that casually. Does the little junior sister take it seriously? Ignore this for now, let's coax the little junior sister first. Little junior sister, how are you? It has to be your fifth senior brother at the critical moment, right? I can tell with just a few fingers that you are a soul-smashing pill, and when you reach the nascent soul stage, not even that elder of the Guardian Sect will be your opponent. Fang Shi responded with a smile. In fact, even if Zhang Wen didn't tell her about the idea of breaking the pill into a baby, she would quickly adjust her mentality. After all, she has experienced countless adversities, even desperate situations. Not to mention that her cultivation has fallen to the foundation building stage. Even if she has fallen to the chi refining stage, she will never give up on herself. As long as you don't give up on yourself, no difficulty can defeat you. Seeing that Fang Shi had regained her energy, Jing Yan couldn't help but look at Zhang Wen appreciatively. This makes Zhang Wen extremely beautiful. After all, Jing Yan was reserved and rarely praised him. Even if he tinkered with the sword formation before, Jing Yan didn't even praise him a word or two. Unexpectedly, he was finally convinced by him this time. There is no way, he is such a good gentleman who is known all over the world with his sword. Not only is he very talented in kendo, he can even turn his head faster than others. Fang Shi was in a bad mood just now and didn't have time to look at the cave. But this time, he started looking at the west side. Although this cave is very spacious, the layout inside is very simple. There was only a table, a chair and a futon for meditation, not even a bed. Could it be that an elder from the Changsheng sect occasionally comes here to meditate and practice? I have to say, it is quite clean here. If she hadn't turned off the no-fly formation of the Enlightenment platform before, no one else would have discovered this place. So the question is, how did that person get here? Did he climb up from the bottom of the cliff? It doesn't seem possible, and it would take too much effort. But no matter what, this cave solved her urgent need. If she fell under the cliff, her whereabouts might be exposed. Thinking of this, Fang Shi knelt on the futon and wanted to thank her. It's not strange to be polite to many people, since it doesn't mean anything. Who knew that as soon as I knelt on the futon, something hit my right knee? Surprised, Fang Shi opened the futon and saw a simple storage ring. She subconsciously put her consciousness into it and found that there was no mark of consciousness on it. It seems that this is known as storage ring. She almost went blind after just a cursory glance. There are mountains of spiritual stones, countless treasures of heaven and earth, and many books and animal skin volumes. When Fang Shi was about to take a closer look, Wu Yunjue blocked the entrance of the cave and fired several thunderbolts at her. Fang Shi was afraid that Zhang Wen and Jing Yan would be injured, so she quickly pulled them behind her and took out the big cage. Fortunately, the cave is spacious, otherwise it would really be impossible to fit it in. Wu Yunjue continued to chop angrily, but it couldn't resist the power of science at all. It was so tired that it shook its head, and it couldn't do anything to Fang Shi and the other three. Finally, it was so angry that it slashed at the cave. If I can't kill you, I'll bury you alive. Of course, Fang Shi couldn't sit still and wait for death, and she could also see that Wu Yunjue was at the end of his strength and had nothing to fear. She first took out the black iron coil and started to set Wu Yunjue. Wu Yunjue had seen Fang Shi using this lightning wire to pull Jilei before, and he mistakenly thought that this thing could restrain Jilei. Coupled with the shadow cast by the black iron pot just now, Xiaozi ran away immediately. Fang Shi. Why do you think this Wu Yunjue is so stupid and crazy? At this time, Jing Yan said. Junior sister, this cave is about to collapse, we'd better leave as soon as possible. So, Fang Shi and the others flew back to the Enlightenment platform with their swords. Of course, Fang Shi came here against Zhang Wen's sword. The wooden sword has fallen into a drowsy state now, and even if it is not drowsy, Fang Shi does not want to use it. The main thing is that if you fly with this thing, you have to wear a seatbelt. After Fang Shi and the others landed on the Enlightenment platform, they happened to see Wu Yunjue squeezing out of the crack in the protective formation. Fang Shi curled her lips. Then run away if you have the ability. Look at how I stew silly Jue in the iron pot. Wu Yunjue was so angry that her head was trembling. You are the stupid one. Your whole family is a fool. Just wait for me, I will definitely find a way to crack your broken cage and pot. I will come back again. Fang Shi was in a very good mood at this time, and the previous gloom was gone. The key is that she got rich. Could it be that the founder of the Changsheng sect felt it was wrong to give her a bunch of empty jade boxes before, so he gave her a bunch of extra treasures? This old man is quite particular. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 840. Fang Shi fanned the flames and added fuel to the fire. Although Fang Zai's heart was like a wild boar, she still maintained her rationality. Ji Lei caused a terrible disaster to the Changsheng sect's protective formation. If people knew that this Tian Lei was coming for her, they would have to ask her for money to compensate. She was so poor, she couldn't afford to pay. Fortunately, when the lightning struck just now, it was completely white, and there was a long path of mental refining under the Enlightenment platform. Everyone could not see the three of them except for the thunder striking the Enlightenment peak. But as soon as the thunder stopped, someone might come over to check, so the three of them had better run away quickly. The three of them came down from the Enlightenment platform with their swords. Fang Shi reactivated the no-fly formation, and then ran down. The disciples were all afraid of being affected if they were too close to the Enlightenment platform, so they all hid far away. Fang Shi and the other three ran down the road without encountering anyone. In fact, even if they met, no one would associate them with Tian Lei. After all, almost everyone has now reached a consensus that this Tianlei is here to kill Peak Master Han. Especially after the Guardian formation was broken, Tianlei went all the way down from the Enlightenment platform, took a shortcut to Suzaku Peak, and split open the gate of Suzaku Peak. This is the best evidence. Although I don't know why the Sky Thunder didn't continue to strike later, there must be a reason. Maybe the power of thunder and lightning was all spent on breaking the formation, and it was no longer enough to strike Master Han to death, so he returned in vain. How did they know that the truth was that after Wu Yunjue escaped from Feng Shi's big iron pot, he was so frightened that he didn't choose his way, and then he accidentally flew to Suzaku Peak. When it saw the 3 words, Duke Peak, on the gate of Duke Peak, it thought of Feng Shi's poem calling it a dove. A dove is a bird, and the Suzaku is also a bird. This broken plaque must be mocking it. Wu Yunjue chopped up the plaque of Duke Peak in a rage. After hacking, he went Feng Shi angrily to settle the score. Of course, Feng Shi and the others didn't know all this at this time. When the 3 of them sneaked up to the mountainside, they saw groups of disciples talking about Tianlei. Feng Shi and Zheng Wen also joined in with natural expressions on their faces. Jing Yan also wanted to do the same, but gave up. Telling lies with open eyes is a talent, but he obviously doesn't have it. The most he can do is keep his secret secret. Feng Shi and Zheng Wen joined the melon-eating crowd, and then they realized that Wu Yunjue was coming for Master Han. It has nothing to do with them at all. Feng Shi. She immediately started fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. Everyone, there are actually some things I shouldn't say. After all, I, Feng Shi, have a personal grudge against Master Han, but I really can't bear it today. He disregarded human ethics and committed a scandal that is not tolerated by heaven. Why should we, the Changsheng sect, bear the wrath of heaven for him? Not to mention anything else, the protective formation has been smashed into sieves by thunder. How much does it cost to repair? Money is not important yet. What is important is that if the news about Changsheng sect being struck by lightning spreads, our Changsheng sect's reputation will be discredited. Looking further into the future, we are all cultivators, and the most important thing to do is to comply with the way of heaven. Now because of Peak Master Han's incident, Heavenly Tao may not be happy with all of us in the Changsheng sect. Then do we still have a chance to achieve enlightenment and ascend? There is one more important matter. Will God let it go? Certainly not. There will definitely be thunder from the sky. This time we were lucky and there were no casualties, but what about next time? Maybe someone among us was accidentally injured by the thunder, or even killed by accident. We provoked whom? Why should we suffer this unreasonable disaster? The culprit of all this is Peak Master Han. He is the black sheep of our Changsheng sect. If he is not eliminated, our Changsheng sect will never have peace. Everyone was just enjoying themselves at first, but now after hearing Feng Zai's words, everyone suddenly became filled with indignation. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter who you are, but if it harms your own interests, then everyone is warm-hearted. Feng Shi was right. Peak Master Han had done something scandalous. Why should they bear the consequences? Even if he compensates for the loss of the protective formation, can he afford to pay for the reputation of the Changsheng sect? Can he afford to pay for the future of their cultivation? Not to mention, they still have to worry about being accidentally injured by thunder. Feng Shi felt that the heat was almost done and said again. It's useless for us to yell here. We have to let the sect master and the higher-ups of the sect know what we think. I suggest that we make a few banners and then go to the meeting hall to make a request. Hearing everyone's echo, Feng Shi kindly helped think of the content of the banner. Severely punish the black sheep Han Jide. If Han Jide is not eliminated, the Changsheng sect will never have peace. Ellipsis. People who eat melons can always burst out with amazing power when their enthusiasm for eating melons is high. In the blink of an eye, they made more than a dozen banners, and someone even held up a portrait of Master Han, but the portrait was splashed with animal blood. Feng Shi, you are so talented. Let's just say, the dear friend who provided the portrait, do you have any special feelings for Master Han? Why are you still hiding his portrait? Feng Shi raised her arms and shouted, everyone, follow me. Feng Shi took the lead and walked at the front of the team, followed closely by Zheng Wen. Jing Yan quickly followed. He was somewhat confused. How could he have been working so hard for so long? Why were these people deceived by his junior sister into asking for help? Also, why do these people think that Wu Yunjue is here to kill Peak Master Han? If I hadn't witnessed the whole process with my own eyes, I would have thought I was hallucinating. On the way, Feng Shi said to the people eating melons. Everyone, we are not the only ones who have been troubled by Han Jide. The entire Changsheng sect, including the people of Suzaku Peak, are all victims. Everyone, you can send messages to your relatives and friends now, asking them to come to the meeting hall to make requests and wishes. The more people there are, the more attention the sect master and senior officials will pay. Everyone felt that this was reasonable, and they were somewhat afraid of Master Han, but they would not be afraid if there were more people. As the saying goes, the Lord does not punish the crowd. As a result, everyone began to activate their own networks, and even people who had only met him once sent messages. As the news spread, more and more people gathered towards the Enlightenment Summit Hall. Some people here are out of consideration for the interests of the sect, some are out of indignation that their own interests have been harmed, and some are just here to join in the fun. Nothing like this has ever happened to them in the Changsheng sect. If you don't participate, you would be sorry for your status as a disciple of the Changsheng sect. At this time, Elder Hu I finally met Sima Sect Master. Elder Hu I almost cried. Sect Master, where have you been? I had such a hard time looking for you. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 841 Where is my heavy storage ring? Sect Master Sima frowned. Just now, the Supreme Elder of the West came out of seclusion and came to discuss important matters with me. I just came back from Haoshan Holy Realm. You look panicked. Did something happen to the sect? Elder Hu I suddenly realized this. No wonder sect leader Yi didn't reply to the message. It turned out that he went to Haoshan Holy Realm. Haoshan Holy Realm is a special existence of the Changsheng sect. Unless a special communication stone is used, there is no way to communicate with the outside world. Just looking at the look on the sect leader's face, it's probably that the Western Supreme Elder is looking for trouble again. Speaking of which, it was difficult enough for their sect leader. The Supreme Elder of the West supports Feng alone, and they are the only ones who realize that Feng's father does not love his mother. It is no exaggeration to say that if it were not for the Western Supreme Elders to check and balance each other, there would not necessarily be anyone who would occupy the position of the sect leader. Elder Huai suppressed these thoughts and said, "Sect Master, our Changsheng sect has been struck by lightning again. The entire protective formation has been breached. In addition, the mountain gate of Duke Peak was also hacked. However, it did not cause any casualties, and now the mines have retreated." Sect leader Sima suddenly stood up. What did you say?" His study has a teleportation array leading to Haoshan Holy Realm, so he has no idea what is happening outside, let alone that the Guardian formation has been breached by the Sky Thunder. Elder Huai said it again, but Sima Sect Master was speechless. He was holding his identity jade token in his hand, with a dull look on his face. Elder Huai thought to himself, is the sect leader so scared? No, the thunder is gone, the situation is not so serious anymore, it won't be like this. Little did they know that Sect Master Sima had just used his spiritual consciousness to check the message in the identity jade tag, and there was a message buried behind a lot of messages about Elder Huai and other peak masters. Elder Yin's message to him. Is the Sky Thunder aimed at Elder Yin? Is his end approaching? Going to heaven? Sect Master Sima's head buzzed. Originally, the Supreme Elder of the West was putting pressure on him, but he felt quite at ease. After all, there is Elder Yin behind him. Although this Elder of the Guardian sect is not very popular and always makes enemies when he has nothing to do, from the bottom of his heart, he still believes in Elder Yin's character. As for the enemy, it was entirely because he spent most of his time in seclusion and meditation, and he still didn't know much about the ways of the world, so he did some confused things. But no matter what, Elder Yin supports him, and his cultivation can suppress the Supreme Elder of the West, so he can relax a lot. So tell him now, Elder Yin is going to do it. As for the storage ring that Elder Yin mentioned to give him, he has no intention of thinking about it now. Because Elder Yin is much more important than those external things. Sect leader Sima's hands were trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and used his identity jade token to send a message to Elder Yin. You are old, are you still alive? The next moment, an angry roar sounded in his consciousness. Sima Shaoer, you just took away my storage ring, why did you collapse my cave? I said I would return to dust, but I didn't tell you to destroy my cave. You bastard, just wait for me, I'll go find you to settle the score right now. Sima Sect Master had a question mark on his head. What is this mess? When did I get your storage ring? When did I collapse your cave? However, his hanging heart was finally relieved. No matter what, Elder Yin is still alive, which is a great good thing. I have to say, Elder Yin is really awesome. After being struck by so many thunderbolts, he was still so full of energy. He was really resistant to being struck by thunder. Sect leader Sima was afraid that Elder Yin would come over soon, so he said to Elder Huai. Now that TNA has retreated, we only need to deal with the aftermath. You should first check the extent of the damage to the Guardian formation, and then see if there are any other losses to the sect. After you find out, report it to me in time. When Elder Huai saw that his sect leader was like a chameleon, his expression changed several times, and he was extremely curious. But he didn't dare to ask, so he nodded in agreement. When he was about to go out, sect leader Sima said again. By the way, you can ask Feng Shi about the situation of the three of them when you have time. Although it is unlikely that there will be any accidents, it is safer to ask. Elder Huai agreed, turned around and went out. Almost as soon as Elder Huai left, Elder Yin appeared in front of Sima Sect Master. The old man was obviously very angry. After all, no one would be angry when encountering such a thing. He was originally watching a play in the corner of the corner, but after Jilei left, he planned to go back to his residence and put away the storage ring to avoid being taken away by sect leader Sima. When I went back, I found that the cave had collapsed. Not to mention the cave, even the crooked tree at the entrance of the cave is gone. This made him very angry. Just then Sima Sect Master sent him a message, asking if he was still alive. Why didn't you think of asking me if I was still alive before you took my ring and blew up my cave? You've done all the bad things, and now you ask if I'm here. Aren't you deliberately provoking? This is really unreasonable. Therefore, Elder Yin did not investigate the scene carefully and came over in anger. When Elder Yin saw Sima Sect leader, he became very angry and raised his foot to kick him. Either that, Sima Sect Master still has 2 skills to become the Sect Master. Before Elder Yin kicked him, he said. I went to Haoshan Holy Land before, and I didn't know anything. I just received your message. Elder Yin's raised right foot froze. What did you say? Sect Master Sima repeated it again, and then said. Elder Yin, I just found out that the sect was struck by lightning. Not to mention taking away your storage ring, I haven't even been to the Enlightenment platform. If you don't believe me, I can swear now that if I tell a lie, I will be destroyed physically and mentally, and I will not end well. Elder Yin was dumbfounded. Sima Shaoer even swore such a poisonous oath, so he definitely wasn't lying. He was so angry just now that Sima Shaoer wouldn't blow up his cave even if he didn't want to see him anymore. So the question is, who collapsed the cave? Is his storage ring still there? Elder Yin trembled and couldn't care less about what he said to Sima Sect leader. He disappeared in a flash. Sect Master Sima smoothed out his thoughts for a while and immediately came to a shocking conclusion. Elder Yin's storage ring had been stolen. Finished. When Elder Yin was summoned before, he said that not only the wealth he had accumulated throughout his life was in the storage ring, but also the immortal sword technique and the Liangyi Wangxiang sword technique. In addition, there were several sword formations created by Elder Yin. If this really can't be found, the old man will go crazy. Sect Master Sima didn't care about other things, and hurriedly rushed to the location of Elder Yin's cave. Of course, all that's left now is relics. When Sima Sect leader arrived, Elder Yin had already cleared out a large part of the cave. He held a futon in his hand and his eyes were dull. Where is my storage ring? Where is my heavy storage ring? His swordsmanship. His sword array. What a treasure he is. His ancient books. His Strishal stone. It's all gone. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 842, The Wise Master. Sima Sect leader subconsciously took a few steps back because he had a premonition that a storm was coming. Sure enough, the next moment, Elder Yin looked at him with red eyes. Where's my storage ring? Tell me. Sect leader Sima. Didn't I make it clear to you before? I have never been here at all. Your storage ring is gone. What do you ask me to do? But he also knew that Elder Yin had a habit of expressing his anger, and he was the unlucky target of his anger. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come. Why does he owe it so much? Again, if Sima Sect Master can become the Sect Master, his brain is still very fast. The person who took the blame was found almost instantly. Elder Yin, I just took a look and found that there is a lot of thunder and lightning power left in your cave. Do you think there is a possibility that your cave was destroyed by thunder? Elder Yin gritted his teeth and said. Do you even need to tell me? I don't have eyes. Of course I can see that this cave was struck by lightning, but no matter how powerful the thunder is, it can't break the storage ring into ashes. What's more, my storage ring is handed down from ancient times. Even if you turn into ashes, it will be fine. Sect leader Sima. Let's just say, just keep talking, can you stop taking me on board with everything? Elder Yin, as the saying goes, the passing goose leaves its mark. The person who took your ring will definitely leave clues. Why don't we search carefully, maybe we can find clues. Elder Yin was also furious just now, but now he has calmed down somewhat. He felt that what Sima Sect Master said made sense, so the two began to search for clues. Just as they were searching for clues, the jade plaque indicating the identity of Sect leader Sima trembled, and the voice of Elder Huai shouting could be heard from inside. Sect Master, thousands of disciples gathered in the square in front of the meeting hall, demanding severe punishment for Master Han, the culprit who caused the thunder. Not only these people, but also many disciples are rushing here one after another. Peak Master Han has caused public outrage this time. Elder Huai's tone contained a bit of schadenfreude, and even a bit of excitement that was not too big a deal to watch. Sect leader Sima was moved in his heart, and immediately told Elder Yin about the matter, and then said. Elder Yin, Elder Huai reminded me of Peak Master Han. What do you think the thunderous thunder did to strike your cave? One thing is for sure, the thunder is definitely not coming for you, but mostly for Master Han. After all, the tribulation thunder had struck him once before, but it was blocked by the protective formation. This time, the thunderstorm also split the mountain gate of Suzaku Peak. Before Sima Sect leader could finish speaking, Elder Yin gritted his teeth and said. You're saying that bastard Han Jide ran into my cave to avoid the thunder, and that's why my cave was destroyed. Not only that, he also took away my storage ring. Sect Master Sima is going to give Elder Yin a thumbs up. He just stood up and didn't say anything before Elder Yin started to think about it. He hesitated and said, Elder Yin, these are your guesses after all. We need to investigate carefully to find out the facts. It just so happens that the disciples are demanding severe punishment for Master Han. I am taking this opportunity to make some insinuations. You can also hide in the dark and observe. Although Elder Yin wanted to bring Master Han over for interrogation first, he also knew that it concerned the Master of the First Peak and could not act rashly, so he had no choice but to say. Then do as you say. So the two of them arrived at the square in front of the Enlightenment Peak meeting hall one after another. Of course, everyone only saw Sima Sect Master and could not see Elder Yin at all. Seeing the scene in front of him, Sima Sect Master couldn't help but take a breath of air. Thousands of people gathered in the square, many of them holding banners with statements calling for severe punishment of Master Han. In addition to the banner, there was also a portrait of Master Han, but it was splashed with animal blood. Not to mention this, everyone was still waving their arms and shouting slogans in unison. Severely punish Han Jide, this black sheep. Han Jide ignores human ethics and is not allowed by heaven. If Han Jide is not eliminated, we will not return. Ellipsis. As for why everyone was shouting in unison, it was because Fang Shi was directing from the front. When she shouts, everyone will follow her. Sect leader Sima. Even I, the sect leader, don't have this appeal. Although Elder Yin was in a very bad mood, he still found the scene in front of him very interesting. If nothing else, this little girl Fang Shi is quite good at taking care of things. It's just a good time for her to make trouble this time to interrogate that bastard Han Jide. How dare you steal my storage ring? I'm really tired of life. Sect leader Sima coughed, and Fang Shi immediately asked everyone to be quiet in order to save the dignity. Sect leader Sima. He said in a deep voice. As the leader of the Changsheng sect, I can understand your feelings. The protective formation was destroyed and the sect's reputation was damaged. Whoever caused the thunder is the sinner of the Changsheng sect. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you and the sect an explanation. I have already sent someone to summon Peak Master Han. When he arrives, I will interrogate him together with the other 3 Peak Masters. You can all be present to listen. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi immediately raised her arms and shouted. The Sect Master is wise. Everyone habitually followed suit and shouted, Sect Master Ying Ming, like a roaring tsunami in the square. Sect leader Sima felt very sad. He has done so many practical things for the sect, not to mention the hard work, but in the end he didn't receive a single word of praise. It was good this time. Fang Shi just shouted and he got a lot of praise. What does this mean? Explain how important it is to have a childcare provider. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Elder Huai. I see that you are quite clever on weekdays. You were willing to let your nephew act as a babysitter at the Fengshi auction. Why didn't I see you acting as a babysitter for me? Elder Huai was a little confused. What did the Sect Master see me doing? Is it possible for me to shout too? Isn't that appropriate? Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 843. Another person takes the blame. Sect leader Sima ignored Elder Huai and was thinking about his next plan in his mind. Logically speaking, since Speakmaster Han has aroused public anger, he should go along with the situation and depose him as Speakmaster, or even expel him from the Changsheng sect. However, Speakmaster Han not only holds the power of Suzaku Peak, but also has the support of a supreme elder. It is impossible to uproot him. However, even if he cannot be completely eradicated, his vitality will be severely damaged. Then figure it out slowly. While Sima sect leader was pondering this, many more disciples came to the square. If the matter does not concern oneself, one person will be more positive than the other. After a while, the other three Peak Masters and elders arrived one after another. Only Peak Master Han and the elders from Suzaku Peak had not arrived yet. Fang Shi immediately said, Sect Master Sima, isn't this Peak Master Han absconding out of fear of crime? Sect leader Sima. Do you think that's possible? Will he abandon the huge Suzaku Peak? But he also knew that Fang Shi said this deliberately to create public opinion. Sure enough, before he could speak, everyone was in a roar. I don't think it's possible to abscond out of fear of crime, but it's possible that he has a guilty conscience and is studying countermeasures. Is that so? Not a single reputable person from Duke Peak is here. They must be gathering together for a meeting. It's useless to have a meeting. The evidence is irrefutable. No matter how they argue, Han Jide is also a black sheep. Ellipsis. While everyone was talking about it, Peak Master Han arrived with a group of elders from Suzaku Peak. Fang Shi raised her arms and shouted, Han Jide has no regard for human relations and is not allowed by nature. He can be killed but not kept. Everyone also shouted together. Although there was no such thing as, kill, don't keep, before, but now I don't care about it so much. Anyway, everyone is shouting, we can't be unsociable. Master Han Fang Jian is about to explode with anger. To be honest, he himself was not sure whether the thunder was coming to strike him. Well, he was not struck by lightning, let alone injured. Say no, the mountain gate of Duke Peak has been hacked open again. The main reason is that he feels guilty. After all, doing something like this with his niece is indeed something that both humans and gods are outraged by. Of course, whether he is guilty or not, he will definitely not admit that Tianlei is here to attack him. He has not come over for a long time. Indeed, as everyone suspected, he summoned the elders of Suzaku Peak to discuss countermeasures. In fact, the elders of Suzaku Peak were not at ease. If Tianlei really came for Master Han, would they be considered as aiding the evildoers? Just and unjust things are put aside. The key is that they are afraid of suffering the consequences of being a fish in the pond. However, due to the power of Master Han, he could only rack his brains to think of countermeasures. Peak Master Han was stopped at the edge of the square by the angry crowd. If his cultivation hadn't been so high, many people would have been ready to throw things at him. Sect Master Sima and the other three Peak Masters all felt that the scene was a joy to see. If they didn't have so much identity baggage, they would all want to record it with a photo stone. They have status baggage, but Zheng Wen doesn't. Without Fang Shi saying anything, he took out the photo stone and started recording. Peak Master Han was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately released his pressure, forcing the disciples to make way for a passage. This time, it aroused everyone's dissatisfaction even more. Some people were originally here to join in the fun, but this time things took a dark turn. They pulled their necks and started shouting the slogans on the banners, and some even took out talismans with amplification effects. Like the mice crossing the street, Master Han and his party hurried through the crowd and reached the high platform in the middle of the square. Master Han Fang was so angry that he didn't even salute Sima Sect Master and said coldly, Sect Master, the disciples are causing such nonsense, are you just going to let it go? Elder Yin in the dark had always disliked Peak Master Han, but now seeing how arrogant he was, he immediately ejected 2 rays of spiritual power and rushed towards his knees. If it were normal, Peak Master Han might be able to detect some abnormalities, after all, the cultivation level is there. But now he was angry and focused on the matter of Tianlei, so he was caught off guard by Elder Yin. There was a sharp pain in my knees, and I immediately knelt on the ground. Sect leader Sima immediately said, Master Han Fang, it seems that you also know that you have made a big mistake, so you knelt down to apologize, right? Elder Yin in the dark nodded with satisfaction. Although Sima Xiaoya was not as clever as that girl from Fang Shi, she was still somewhat quick-witted. Master Han is about to explode. You Sima Qinghong, you actually stabbed someone in the back. Peak Master Han was angry and a little scared at the same time. He didn't see Sima Sect Master take action just now. It seemed that his cultivation level had improved a lot. Not only did he think so, but the other 3 Peak Masters also thought so, and were a little more wary of Sima's sect leader. Master Han stood up and said angrily, Sect Master, I didn't kneel down voluntarily just now, but someone did something to me. In addition, the thunder incident has nothing to do with me. If it was directed at me, why didn't any of the thunder strike me? I saw that Lei was clearly heading towards the ferocious beast Qiongqi that day. After all, Qiongqi had attracted thunder from the sky before when he was at the passage between the 2 realms. It was only since he was captured that our Changsheng sect encountered 2 lightning strikes. Therefore, it is the culprit. Fang Shi really didn't expect that Peak Master Han would put the blame on Qiongqi, and there seemed to be some truth to it. If Wu Yunjue comes again next time, she will have another good choice to take the blame. But this time, Qiongqi was watching the situation here through the video wall. When he heard that Master Han actually framed it, he was so angry that he cursed. Old man Mei, you immediately summon that sect leader and ask him to get me a teleportation wall over there. I want to confront that man named Han. Elder May was really cooperative and immediately sent a message to Sima Sect leader. Sect Master Sima naturally agreed wholeheartedly and immediately asked the elders who were proficient in formations to start the arrangement. Soon, Kyongchi's voice appeared on the wall here. Kyongchi immediately started outputting like crazy. You and named Han, what did you say? You said I caused the thunder. What a stinking fart. If the thunder from the sky was aimed at me, why didn't it come to the back mountain to strike me, instead of striking the gate of your Suzaku Peak? Besides, I've never done anything dirty like tearing my shoes apart, let alone making a bastard with my niece. Even if the thunder strikes, it will strike a scum like you. Everyone in the world knows that I love evil and hate good, but you can't even be considered a villain. You don't deserve to be a human at all. You are a walking pit. Not only is it smoky, it's also disgusting. There was dead silence in the square. Many of them had seen Kyongchi and knew that this ferocious beast was a gangster, but they really didn't expect that this scolding person was really good at it. Look, Master Han is so angry that he's emitting white smoke. Kyongchi saw that Master Han was speechless after being retorted by him, and his anger became a little smoother. Thinking that everyone could see it at this time, it said arrogantly. You little ants of the Changsheng sect, I am the Lord Kyongchi whom you worship as a god. Quick, get down on your knees. Sect Master Sima immediately had people close the teleportation wall. Kyongchi. Are you going to play with me and kill the donkey? You wait. It's never too late for Kyongchi to take revenge in 10 years. Here, Sima Sect Master said to the other 3 Peak Masters. 3 of you, do you think Kyongchi's words are credible? The 3 Peak Masters wished that Master Han would be unlucky so that they could get a piece of the pie, so they all said that Kyongchi was innocent. Besides, they all know about the 2-domain passage, Kyongchi is the one who takes the blame, and Tianlei has nothing to do with it. Continue tomorrow at 9 p.m. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 844 Never leave a name when doing good deeds. Of course Peak Master Han knew that both Sect Master Sima and the 3 Peak Masters wished him bad luck. But they underestimated Han Jide too much. Do you think this will prove that Tianlei is coming for him? How naive. Unless they have the ability to let the thunder strike him now, or he will fight to death and refuse to admit it, what can they do to him? He immediately sneered and said. Whether this thunder was caused by Kyongchi or not, it has nothing to do with me. It was just a coincidence that the thunder struck our mountain gate of Dew Peak. Besides, the thunder from the sky not only struck the gate of Suzaku Peak, it also struck the Enlightenment platform. Could it be said that the thunder was directed at the Patriarch? Many people think that what he said seems to make sense. Yes, after Jilei came in from the Guardian formation, he first attacked the Enlightenment platform, and then went to Suzaku Peak. Is it really just a coincidence? Master Han Feng couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that his words had an effect. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that it was precisely what he said that made Elder Yin even more certain that he was the thief who stole the storage ring. How do you know that the sky thunder struck the Enlightenment platform? You must have seen it while hiding in my cave. As for whether the logic here is reasonable, he no longer cares so much. He had preconceived ideas and already believed that Master Han had stolen his storage ring, so no matter what Master Han said, he felt suspicious. Sect Master Sima was still thinking about how to refute Master Han's words, when Feng Shi sneered. Why did Tianlei attack the Enlightenment platform first? Is there any need to say this? It's not because Tianlei felt that the Changsheng sect was shielding you, so he angered the Patriarch. Grandmaster never thought in his wildest dreams that after ascending to the throne, he would be affected by an unfilial family member like you. Han Jide, you have acted against all of heaven. You have failed your ancestor and your fellow disciples. The Changsheng sect has become a laughing stock because of you. You actually have the nerve to defend yourself here. How shameless. I think Kyongchi is right. Your existence is a shame to the Changsheng sect. It's disgusting. Master Han was furious and raised his hand to slap Feng Shi. Unfortunately, Sima Sect Master grabbed his hand before he made a move. Master Han, what do you want to do? As soon as you said something, everyone present asked, is it because Feng Shi mentioned something that hurts you so much? Peak Master Han was shocked and angry. Although Sima Sect Master was nominally the leader of the sect, he was not strong in his actions and even seemed a bit weak. Unexpectedly, he became aggressive today. Are you planning to take the opportunity to eradicate him completely? What a daydream. Not only does he hold the power of Suzaku Peak, but he also has Elder Ji from the Haoshan Holy Realm supporting him. I forgive you, Sima Kinghong, and you can't do anything to me. Master Han Feng glared at Sect Master Sima and gritted his teeth. Even if someone asks, it's not her turn to be Feng Shi. She is from the Northern Territory, and she has a grudge against me. She wants our Changsheng sect to be in turmoil. She is just sowing discord. Hearing this, Feng Shi immediately said, do you think everyone here has no ability to judge? It is clear to everyone whether what I said is the truth or whether it is to stir up dissension. However, since you said that, I can't say much more. You are right. After all, I am from the Northern Territory, and I can't get involved too much in the affairs of the Changsheng sect. Anyway, the Sky Thunder did not strike our Xuantian sect, nor did it destroy our protective formation, nor did it slap our Xuantian sect's founder in the face, nor did it almost ruin the future of our Xuantian sect disciples' ascension. Master Han, why don't you say more? Feng Zai's words caused a commotion on the scene. Everything else comes second. The key is that this is related to their future. Although the hope is slim, there is still hope after all, right? Now some people want to extinguish this hope. Of course they are angry. So there was another wave of condemnation, demanding that Sima Sect Master severely punish Han Feng Master, and it is best to expel the people from the Changsheng sect in the first place. Peak Master Han was so angry that his head was buzzing. He finally managed to get the situation under control, but Feng Zai's words made all his previous efforts in vain. He shouldn't have been scrupulous some time ago. He should have taken the first step and killed her. Ever since Feng Shi arrived in the Southern Territory, he has never had a peaceful day. Maybe she was the one who caused the thunder in the sky. Of course, that's what he thought, and he really didn't doubt that Tianlei was coming for Feng Shi. On the one hand, she couldn't find a reason for the thunder to strike her, but on the other hand, Feng Shi acted too arrogantly. If the thunder was directed at her, how could she run out and lead the trouble if she was eager to reduce her presence? How could he know that someone didn't even know what it meant to have a guilty conscience? Now she has even forgotten that she was the one who caused the thunder. She is now the embodiment of justice and the spokesperson of the disciples of the Shangsheng sect. At this time, all the elders of Suzaku Peak spoke one after another to excuse Peakmaster Han. They all said the same thing. They just said that it would be too far-fetched to blame Peakmaster Han just because the gate of Suzaku Peak was hacked. Elder Go from Duke Peak even said, if it is just because the gate of Suzaku Peak was hacked, it is said that the Sky Thunder came to attack our Master Han, then when Wudao Peak was hacked, can we also think that the Sky Thunder came to attack the sect leader? Feng Shi pouted. Sect Master, he didn't do anything disrespectful of human ethics. Tianlei was so full that he came to chop him. You have made a mistake. The hacking of the gate of Suzaku Peak is just evidence. The main reason is that Han Jide has no regard for human ethics. If you have the ability, you can clear this matter up for him. The elders of Duke Peak. Even if they have great abilities, they still can't get away with it. After all, their uncle and nephew's evil offspring are so big. The elders of Suzaku Peak who were still buzzing all became mute. Elder Yin in the dark couldn't help nodding. Feng Zai's little mouth is really capable of talking. Feng Shi added, Sect Master, don't waste your time. There is irrefutable evidence that Han Jide caused the thunder. Let's study how to punish him first. Master Han. He couldn't bear it anymore, and before Sima sect leader could react, he ducked down from the high platform and prepared to slap Feng Shi to death with one palm. Even if there is a lot of trouble in doing so, it is still better than leaving this scourge alone. Feng Shi was not stupid. She had long expected that Master Han would take action, and when she was about to run away, Master Han fell to the ground with a loud bang. Feng Zai's raised feet were put down again. Could it be that the elder of the Hu sect who likes to help others did something good? I have to say that this old man is really upright, and he never leaves his name behind when he does good deeds. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 845. You are not as good as Feng Shi, an outsider. Feng Shi guessed